Gabriele, scusami, è partito lo streaming? Perché ieri lo facevamo anche dal computer questo, però prevaleva questo. No, no, infatti. Hola Fernando, ¿cómo estás?
Podcast, è partita la diretta? Ok, è partita la diretta. Ok.
Ok, allora guardi professoressa, a lei il comando, prego. Poi casomai... No, 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 no. No, e dico poi magari quando mi parlano... Perché è quello che se no non viene grande.
Good morning to everybody, and welcome back to this very stimulating symposium. This morning we are going to analyze a very sensitive issue, in particular in these times. And we analyze the issue of women's role in post-war conflicts. Obviously, the concept of post-war conflicts has been interpreted in a broad connotation, because we included proper conflicts such as the civil conflict of the Balkan, but also we involved some cases of serious injustice, the internal injustice within some states. And then we will also analyze in this session the role of women during conflict that may help women in recognizing their own rights in the ordinary life that may take place during and after conflicts. So we will start talking about the proactive role of women, because as Professor Groppi highlighted yesterday, sometimes during conflicts women are considered the victims, only the victims. But actually women may have a proactive role not only to safeguard their own rights, but also to safeguard and to support the rights of other people. And this is exactly what we are going to analyze now in our first presentation that is made by Dr. Malgorzata Mil. Good morning, Dr. Mil. Dr. Mil is a researcher of the University of Silesia in Katowice, and she's an expert of human rights law and international humanitarian law. That has been, in particular, she has analyzed the cases in which international humanitarian law has been violated severely in some conflicts, some recent conflicts. And so I think that even if, as Professor Guerra highlighted yesterday, it would be better to prevent such conflicts. However, it's always correct, fair, and necessary to sanction the crimes that are performed during these conflicts. So I thank Dr. Mil for her participation, and she will talk about a very sensitive issue, the issue of the mothers, or Srebrenica, the fight with injustice and uncertainty. So, Dr. Mil, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I prepared, good morning to everyone. I prepared a presentation and I'm trying to share my screen. I hope I will be able to do that, even though I don't really know how. Okay, this is, that just give me a second. It's not what I'm doing.
Okay. If you cannot do, I can do this for you. Don't
okay,
worry.
that would be great, because I'm not used to work with this application. So I sent a presentation. So if it's not a problem, I will be very glad. Okay, perfect. All right, so we can start. And at the beginning, I would like to, of course, thank to the organizers for having me here. I believe that the peace, the question, the issue of the peace processes is more than actual today, and cannot be overestimated. The Russian aggression in Ukraine recently has brutally demonstrated that the peace and security can never be taken as granted. But today I won't talk about Ukraine. I would like to talk about Bosnia and Herzegovina and the peace processes that are still ongoing in that country. I'm glad that I'm sharing the topic with Dr. Edin Skrebo, who will focus generally on the role of the Women's Association in in reconciliation processes in Bosnia and Herzegovina, if I'm not wrong. But thanks to that, I can focus more precisely on one of such association, the association that is called the Movement of Mothers of Srebrenica and Žepa Enclaves. And of course, I will also focus on its role in the legal battle for truth about the genocide. So I don't know, can I ask for the next page of the presentation? I can't move
Please
the.
ask me to move the slides because I. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, please. If I can't.
The other one or this one is okay.
The next one, please.
Please. Again.
I can't see the changes. Anyway, okay, I can just continue with the presentation with talking.
This is the one with the mothers of Srebrenica versus the Netherlands.
Oh no, okay, because I see only the front page on my screen. I can see the only front page. I would like to the second slide, second page. Okay, I can just proceed. I can just continue. No, oh yeah, this one. Thank you very much. So during my presentation, I would like to focus at first on the origins and the goals of the association. I will call it in shorter version as a Mother of Srebrenica. Then I would like to focus on the association's legal battle for the truth about genocide. And in this point, I will refer to the cases against the United Nations and the Netherlands states. And then finally, I will evaluate the issue of attributing peacekeepers' wrongdoing on the example of the cases. So the next page, please. Thank you. So the Mothers of Srebrenica is non-governmental and non-profit organization that was established in 1996, and that represents approximately 6,000 of survivors of Srebrenica genocide. Srebrenica, by the way, is a small town located in Republika Srpska in an entity of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And as you probably know, during the war in 1995, Srebrenica was a site of genocide, was a site of massacre. More than 8,000 Bosniak, mostly men and boys, who were killed by the units under Ratko Mladic command. But it needs to be remembered that the number of victims is much higher. It consists not only of those who were killed, murdered, but also of those who survived the genocide, but lost their beloved ones. So mostly Bosniak women, mothers, wives, daughters. They have been left with fear, uncertainty, and the feeling of injustice. And the desire and needs of women to fight with the feeling of injustice and the uncertainty were the key arguments purpose in the establishing of the association, the Mothers of Srebrenica. So if I can, the next page, if I can ask for the next page, thank you. So the first and the main aim of the association, of the establishing association, was the needs for the direct participation in finding out about the truth about of those who have disappeared during the July 1995. Of course, over the time, the association missions has evolved to include a number of other activities ranging from the participation in the process of a post-mortem exhumation to dealing with economic, social, and health issues. The association has been also involved in the legal proceedings, including the proceeding against United Nations and the Netherlands states. So the question that may arise now is why, or what is the reason for suing the Netherlands state and the United Nations for the genocide that happened in Srebrenica in 1995? Well, it is because of the fact that during the war, 1992-1995, war in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the town of Srebrenica and its surroundings were declared a safe area by United Nations Security Council in its resolution that was adopted in April 1993. And a battalion of UN protection forces, which is called UN Profor, the battalion in that time when the genocide happened was made up of the Dutch soldiers, and the battalion was present in the Enclave during the genocide, and was unable to stop it. That for the first. And the second thing is that just before the massacre, thousands of people turned up to the Dutch camp. And the Dutch bat allowed more than, well, it's estimated that it allowed more than 5,000 people on the camp. Most of them were women and children, but there were also approximately 350 men who were eventually forced to leave the camp, and then they were killed by the Ratko Mladic troops. With the view of that, in June 2007, the association issued a writ of summons at the District Court of The Hague, commencing a civil procedure against the United Nations and the states of the Netherlands in order to receive compensation and in order to receive acknowledgement of the responsibility of the government of Netherlands and United Nations for the genocide. During the cases, there were a few core legal questions. I listed the questions in the presentation. So the first question is the immunity enjoyed by the United Nations absolute, or maybe is it subjected to a test of its compatibility with international human rights treaties? And then, following the first question, if the immunity is absolute, should it prevail because the claims are based on the accusation of involvement in the genocide? So those were the questions that the court referred at first. And the first decision on that issue was delivered in July 2008, first by District Court of The Hague, which decided that the United Nations enjoyed the absolute immunity, and the court didn't have the right for the jurisdiction to hear the case in that matter. The second decision was delivered in March 2010, when the Court of Appeal of The Hague upheld the decision of the District Court. The Appeal Court also referred to the responsibility of the Netherlands states, but I will refer to that a bit later. The decision over the immunity did not stop the association, did not stop the mothers of Srebrenica, who appealed to the Supreme Court of the Netherlands, but also appealed to the European Court of Human Rights. So the application to the European Court of Human Rights was submitted in October 2012. And the organization and some individual relatives complained that the grant of immunity to the United Nations violated their rights of access to court. And they also complained that a grant of immunity to the United Nations would allow Netherlands states to evade its liability towards the applicants by laying all blame on the United Nations, thus effectively depraving the claims of all the substance. The decision of the European Court of Human Rights was delivered in June 2013, and the court has rejected the complaint as a manifestly ill-founded. The court has concluded that as the granting of immunity to the UN served in a court's opinion a legitimate purpose. The court also stated that a civil claim did not override immunity for the sole reason that it was based on an allegation of particularly grave violations of international law, even genocide. Notwithstanding the foregoing, in July 2019, the decision of the Dutch Supreme Court was delivered. And the Supreme Court has confirmed that the UN enjoyed a full immunity. However, it has decided over the Netherlands state's responsibility for the death of those 350 men who first been in a camp and then were forced to leave the camp. So the court has decided that the Netherlands state is responsible for the crime, but is responsible only in 10%. So the liabilities of the Dutch peacekeepers amount only to 10%. This decision raises some controversies, and the controversies, the first controversial issue is, of course, the attribution of the Dutch bats. It's the first controversy is the percentage that it was allocated, and that the percentage turned on determination of the probability that Bosniak men perhaps would not have survived either in that case. So that was the first controversial issue. And the second controversial issue, another important but still controversial, was the attribution of the Dutch Bats action to the Netherlands states. And the Supreme Court has rejected a power to prevent standard of attribution in such context. Of course, this part of the court's decision did not change
Sorry if I interrupt you. You have 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I'm just going to the conclusion, just to finish the thought. So the decision in this point should be seen as a step backwards, because on that approach, I mean the rejection of the power to prevent standard, the acts of UN peacekeepers will ordinarily be attributes exclusively to the United Nations, and the United Nations, of course, continues to invoke immunity before any court, domestic or international. As such, in most cases, accountability will contribute to disappear into procedural black hole. There was also another issue that should be underlined, the issue of the duty to prevent genocide. But because I'm running out of the time, so I will just proceed to the conclusion. So to conclude, the matters of Srebrenica legal battle has prompted what has been the most significant judicial review of responsibility for peacekeepers in history. Although the judgment in the cases leave open the door to contributing troops accountability for abuses or wrongdoings, it does so only very slightly. In most cases, the procedural black hole of sole UN attribution and comprehensive UN immunity will ensure a lack of accountability. This in turn may leave the victims, wives, mothers, daughters, again with the feeling of injustice. But on the other hand, the legal battle of mothers of Srebrenica was a demonstration of a great power of women who are fighting for the truth about what happened. I had a huge privilege of working with the association, not only in different offices, also in Srebrenica. So I know that these proceedings were a huge thing to them, even though the verdicts were not satisfactory. But as I said, it was a demonstration of a great power, and it should serve as an example for other associations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mail. Thank you very much for your presentation and for introducing us to this very, I would say, atrocious issue. And also it's atrocious that international law does not provide sufficient international instruments to sanction this kind of breaches of international law. Thank you very much. So now we move, we do not move too much because we remain in the same issue of the Balkan conflicts and in particular of the Bosnian conflict. And, but we will analyze the role of women associations in a more general manner. And the speaker is I will call with the Italian title, with the Dr. Edin Skrebo, because he is a graduate of the University of Siena. He has recently graduated in our university, and he's now carrying out a PhD program at Milano constitutional law, in particular of the constitution of Balkan countries, and those constitutions that are usually hetero-directed. So, Dr. Skrebo, you have the floor. I don't know if you have a presentation.
Thank you very much. No, I don't have a presentation. And thank you to allow me to be with you today. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, among the many images of Bosnian war, I would like to remember one in particular, the image of a signing in Paris of a General Framework Agreement for Peace in Bosnia and Herzegovina, better known as the Dayton Agreement. In this photo, taken in December 1995, you can see the presidents of Bosnia, Croatia, and Serbia sitting at the table intent to sign the agreement. And behind them, it is possible to recognize some of the most famous politicians of this time. So, but on a closer inspection of these images, it can be seen that there is no women. In fact, no women took part in the Dayton peace talks. This disproportion between the two sexes is increased by the fact that the voice of women and the women association in general is hardly heard in a peace process. In fact, in a study conducted in 2020 by the Council of Foreign Relations, found that between 1992 and 2019, women account for an average.
We only have some problems with your connection because
really?
your image stops, and in particular we cannot hear you. Let's try to go on and let's see if it's possible to continue like that. Okay.
Yes, of course. If you want, I can start from from the beginning.
No. We had a bit.
Okay.
I stopped you just when we had the first problem to inform you. But please go on.
Thank you very much.
Sorry for interrupting you.
No. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. As I see, just 13% of negotiation in war context are women, and just 6% of mediators and 6% of signatories of the World Major Peace Agreement was women. Starting from this observation, I would like to illustrate which contribution the Women Association of Bosnia and Herzegovina were able to provide for reconciliation process. In post-conflict Bosnia and Herzegovina, the role of women in the process of reconciliation and the search for truth was central. In fact, in some cases, women were the only survivor of the atrocity of the war, and thus the only ones who can engage in a civil society. But as I know, a reconciliation and truth-seeking process is it's never easy and it's difficult, especially after an extremely bloody war. And this is the case of Bosnia, where there is still no shared memory about what happened during the war and about the work of International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia itself. It is perceived that there are some very important differences about three main groups about the role and the work of ICTY. So, despite this tragic context of war and the complicated context of transition process, there was, after the war, a real boom in Bosnian context of foundation of women association and NGO involved in the reconciliation process. So, the reason for this boom are different, but here some specific reason can be identified. First of all, the social, economical, and political transformation that took place during the conflict played a decisive role in this. In fact, the war tended to subvert the social order and thus to also favor the important changes in society. And also the international community itself has engaged to create a non-governmental organization to help building a civil society. And another factor that favored the foundation of women NGO in post-war Bosnia and Herzegovina is the greater awareness that women acquired during the war period. Also, another main reason, I think, was that the third sector was one area relatively independent from the male-dominated establishment circle. And this allowed women association to find a space for themselves within the country's civil society. So, but in particular in a Bosnian context, the first women association works in the field of humanitarian law to help refugees and international displaced persons and created by the conflict. The most important city where this association was founded are Zenica, Tuzla, Sarajevo, Mostar, and Banja Luka. This is the city where we find the maximum flow of refugees during the war of 90s. So, arriving to the three main NGO that I want to talk about today, I found that one of the first women associations to be founded in Bosnia was the NGO Medica in Zenica in 1993 by a group of German women led by Monika Hauser. The primary objective of this new association was to help women survivors of rape, involving a team of psychologists, one team of psychologists and medical professionals from the Bosnia and Herzegovina. Once Medica started its work during the war, it is also dedicated to helping displaced persons and refugees and other activities. However, with the end of the conflict and with the passing of time, until today, the association has dedicated itself more and more to women victims of rape during the war, providing for them a psychological and medical support. Today, and this is, I think, very interesting thing, the NGO is committed to providing outpoint and psychological assistance to women in general, and especially in the field of domestic violence, not only providing the necessary psychological and legal assistance, but also providing a shelter for the women subject to violence. I think that Medica was an important contribution, led an important contribution to the reconciliation process, which especially in the field of war rapes seem to have take a back seat, but which the Medica has given back to voice and change and back in front of the Bosnian society debate about the women rape during the war. But the reconciliation process in Bosnia involved helping many women to build a future for themselves. And in this field, the association Most from Zenica has distinguished, I think, itself, because this NGO was set up to the end of war to provide material support to the refugees population. But with the end of the war and the access of various grants and international aid, the association has become a sort of microcredit center where the women and the member of this association can apply for a microloans to open their own small business with which they can become independent and very often try to get out of a difficult situation caused by having lost the livelihood during the war. The last NGO what I would like to illustrate today is the Mother of Srebrenica and Žepa Enclave, founded in 1996 by Hatija Mehmedović, one of the survivors of the Srebrenica genocide, and playing a key role, I think, in the reconciliation and transition process in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The association was born out of the need of women survived to the genocide to search for their loved ones who had disappeared during the war. This has made the association famous has been fighting since its foundation to get relevant authorities to investigate the massacre. The role and the determination, I think, of this mother of Srebrenica has been crucial not only in searching and exhumation of bodies of their loved ones, but also to preserve their memories. The association has also distinguished itself in the field of searching for truth and responsibility for the genocide. And it is sufficient, I think, to mention, but you can hear it about it in a previous presentation, the battle that this association conduct against
just to tell you that you have 2 minutes left.
Thank you, Mary, very much. The struggle that the women from Srebrenica fight against the Netherlands government, and in particular to establish the responsibility of Dutch battalion in charge for the security and defense of protected area of Srebrenica. And this battle arrived to the European Court of Human Rights 2013, and after with a ruling of Dutch Supreme Court in 2019. The mother of Srebrenica are, I think, one of the important example and of how women can reinvent their role in a post-conflict society and became active agent of changes in society. In fact, these associations have achieved astonishing resulting during this period. With their persistent, peaceful, and patient struggle to find out and spirit the truth about what happened during the war in Srebrenica. With very little education and no access to the powerful decision-making bodies, I think that the mother of Srebrenica enjoyed respect and recognition by the local and international community. One thing is certain, that these women are brave, strong, and influential. And now moving to the conclusion, largely to their gendered position as not combatant and outside political role, women were in fact a much more favorable position than the men to outtake such reconciliation and efforts, and many of them did, as we have seen, in fact, about the women role. The fact that women have dominated the cross-ethnic context and ethnic nationalist intervention since the war beginning was a particular source of pride for these women in general. All this suggests, I think, that the transition process in Bosnia and Herzegovina cannot ignore the fundamental contribution of women. And this is it. Thank you very much for your attention and to give me this opportunity to share with you some consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thank you, Dr. Shrebo. Your presentation highlighted how women may be very proactive in safeguarding the rights, not only as mothers, as Professor Selig said yesterday, because this is maybe a limited meaning of what and limited perspective of what women can be and can do. But nevertheless, these organizations, these associations have demonstrated that they can be the advocate of the rights of those people that are no longer can claim their own rights. So thank you very much for your presentation. And now we move to some atypical conflict, we could say, a situation of a serious, severe internal injustice that has been suffered by a country, but has Professor Samtaki highlighted yesterday, women sometimes are a minority within a minority, and so their rights are sometimes subordinated to the rights of other minorities. This is the case of the issue that we are going to analyze now, the role of women and the rights of women in a country such as South Africa that has suffered a very serious injustice such as apartheid. So the speaker that will introduce us to this issue is Dr. Anna Parilli. She is a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Verona, and she's an expert of gender inequality and an expert of an aspect that may be relevant in this presentation as well, which is the legal geography and minority rights. So Dr. Parilli will talk about drawing post-apartheid geography in South Africa, the constitutional court's approach to housing, land, and gender. Thank you, Dr. Parilli, for being here.
Thank you, Professor. Now it's working, yes. I think it's working. Now, going to use the time, so I will. So thank you. And today, as Professor said, my presentation will discuss the Constitutional Court's contribution to South Africa. Does it? Maybe it doesn't work. I don't know. No, it's okay. Is it okay with the microphone? Okay. So my presentation will discuss the Constitutional Court's contribution, the South African Constitutional Court's contribution in advancing women, land rights, and housing rights within the framework. It should work because it's green, but no, maybe I just have to stay closer. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. So I will discuss this contribution of the Constitutional Court within the framework of the land reforms, which were introduced by the national government since 1994. The aim was to redress past injustices, of course, of both colonial and apartheid regimes in South Africa. Now it's interesting because women were at the forefront of the negotiation in constitutional negotiation, negotiation of the land reforms in South Africa and before the courts. In particular, I will discuss, since I have a limited amount of time, two judgments delivered by the court, which are Daniel versus Rwandan in 2017 and Raube versus Raube in 2018. These judgments, these decisions are very interesting because they touch upon crucial issues in post-apartheid South Africa, such as women's land and housing rights, gender discrimination, and the role of customary law. We were talking yesterday about cultural rights, so the role of customary law in the contemporary legal system. In particular, I will draw the attention on two issues which are better developed in the written contribution in the paper. The first one is, we can say, a methodological issues. That is to say, the resort to legal geography methodology. Legal geography studies the construction of spaces and through law, and the influence of the geography on the legal system. So the importance of legal geography and of the intersectional approach as two useful frameworks to understand gender and spatial discrimination in legal adjudication, and in the case of South Africa, to uncover the resilience of colonial and apartheid discriminatory patterns in the contemporary legal system, to uncover what has been called in literature the so-called apartheid geography, which is, in brief, the way law was used to shape physical and human geography in South Africa to create, as we all know, I will not go into detail, racially identified spaces with all the consequences in terms of socioeconomic rights and so on. Against this background, it's interesting because the Constitutional Court recently adopted an interesting approach toward women's land and housing rights. In these two judgments, Daniel's case and Raube case, the court partially departed from the traditional legal methods by providing an extensive social and historical contextualization of land claims. This is not the first time for the court to do so, but this time, when ruling in favor of Ms. Daniels and Mrs. Raube, the court not only acknowledged the existence of past injustices, but, and this is the point that I would like to stress, the first point I would like to stress, the court also recognized the resilience of the apartheid patterns and spatial construction in the modern legal system in South Africa, and even some duplication of colonial and apartheid law in the contemporary legal system. How the court could do this? Let's start from the Daniels case. Very briefly, Ms. Daniels was an occupier in a dwelling under the Extension of Security of Tenure Act, and this the dwelling required some improvement. So the farm owner of the dwelling, which is the first respondent, refused Ms. Daniel the permission to make the improvement. Now, the Constitutional Court found that Ms. Daniel was entitled to improve the dwelling without the permission of the owner. The decision has been commented because it's groundbreaking, because the court, for the first time in South Africa, affirmed that a constitutional positive obligation may have direct horizontal effect on private persons. But today, a hidden aspect of this decision is of interest for us, because which is the Constitutional Court's approach to the legal construction of spaces in South Africa, the construction of spaces through law. Why? And here comes legal geography. Because actually the Extension of Security of Tenure Act did not grant the occupier the right to improve the dwelling. But the judges recognized that right. How? Because they reframed issues in terms of the restoration of human dignity for an occupier holding precarious land rights due to the apartheid legislation. So basically the court said, yes, discriminatory laws were repealed and replaced, but still some legacies of the apartheid legal construction of spaces contributes today in South Africa to foster race and gender-based discrimination. Now, this is even more clear in the other judgment, the Raube case, because Ms. Raube successfully resisted eviction proceeding instituted by her sibling, Mr. Raube. Mr. Raube acquired land ownership on the basis of the Upgrading Land Tenure Rights Act. This act was actually aimed at redressing past injustices. They upgraded land rights acquired under the apartheid regime to ownership rights. This act automatically upgraded these rights to ownership. Now, what's the problem here? Why the Constitutional Court say this act is unconstitutional as it violated women's right to equality? Because the act, as I said, automatically converted to ownership the land tenure rights acquired under the Native Proclamation. The Native Proclamation is an apartheid law, actually. The proclamation provided deed of grants or certificate of occupation, depends on the case, only to family head. There's no definition of family head in both pieces of law, which is the problem. That the proclamation, the Native Proclamation, the apartheid law, actually codified customary law on land. So the head of the family was man, because land rights were vested in men. And the court said that considered in the broad context of past discriminatory legislation, the Upgrading Act could not be read in a gender-neutral way. So the court, through legal geography and through the intersectional approach to land, gender, and space, actually uncovered a paradox in the South African legal system, because the Upgrading Land Tenure Act, which was actually aimed to ensure security of tenure of those damaged by past discriminatory legal framework indirectly contributed to perpetuate discrimination against women on the basis of race and gender. So in Daniels and Raube, what I want to stress, and I'm going to conclude, the court went beyond black letter law and read the censored legislation through the lens of legal geography, that is to say, the construction of spaces through law, and they adopted an intersectional approach to race and gender to demonstrate that actually apartheid geography sometimes still duplicates in the contemporary legal system, duplicating gender discrimination. And this brings me to two concluding reflections. The first one, as I said before, is I suggest that legal geography and intersectional approaches to race, gender, and space can provide us with a useful frameworks to understand this decision of the Constitutional Court and to uncover hidden patterns of discrimination and apartheid geography in contemporary South Africa. And then the last point regards customary law on women's rights. Now, as we all know, customary law, not only in South Africa, is mostly blamed for failing to secure women's land rights and housing rights, women's rights in general. However, a deeper look into South African legal system reveals into South African legal pluralism, reveals a quite more complex scenario. Why? Because in this decision, it's official customary law that comes at the Constitutional Court's attention. That is to say, customs which were codified in statutes and other in decisions by white official and traditional leaders during the colonial and apartheid regime. Customs were frozen in codes, which do not always mirror actually the practices on the ground. So, and this is the first point. Another point to be taken into consideration that the official customary law was extensively influenced by English common law and Roman Dutch law. So, while codifying customs, the colonial rulers extensively relied on practices described by the traditional leader, which frequently exaggerated their status and prerogative at the expenses of women and the youngest member of the community. There are plenty of anthropological literature on these issues. And so the very patriarchal feature of the customs were codified because they simply better fit the colonial and apartheid policies. But we all know that custom evolves, and there's a very, as discussed by the Constitutional Court on several occasions, maybe it should be better to rely sometimes on living customary law, with all the promise that a certain living customary law, there are lots of problems in a certain living customary law, but still living customary law, that is customs on the ground, may provide a better framework than official customary law codified during the apartheid and the colonial regime, and to balance and reconcile the customs and the Bill of Rights in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Parilli. Parilli is a very interesting issue, and is a demonstration that even if you abolish the most general law, you still have some instruments that may deny the rights of individuals, and in this specific case, the rights of women. And this leads us to the next issue that in fact concerns the concrete instruments by means of which the rights of women may be safeguarded and I would say recognized. And I think that, as Professor Cartabia highlighted yesterday, probably one of the most effective instruments to ensure women's rights is the access to education. And nowadays, the access to education also entails digital knowledge, the access to digital knowledge. So this is exactly the subject matter of the introduction of Doctoressa, I would say, because she has a master degree from the University of Padua, and she's an expert of human rights, and she's very active as to the rights of Southeastern women and girls. So I give the floor to Dottoressa Tien Han Nguyen, and her presentation concerns digital inclusion to strengthen women's role in peace building in Southeast Asia, a human rights-based approach. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's my honor to be here today and present with you about my presentations about digital inclusion to strengthen women's growth in peace building in Southeast Asia. Before we start, I would like to give you a background of what is happening right now. So Southeast Asia is happening persisting political violence and organized conflict, including subnational conflict, violent extremism, and violent mass movements and social protests in different countries such as the Philippines, Myanmar, Malaysia, or the south part of Thailand. At the same time, the general gender gap is very high in these countries, especially in economic inequalities, in unequal work, and unequal access to education with women. So this problem is right now mirrored and amplified with the digital transformation societies and creating a new issues of gender digital divide, which is challenging women's participations in different aspects of life, including women's participation in peace building areas. Based on this concept, my paper seeks to understand a new ideas of gender digital inclusion in peace building and how this concept can help strengthen women's roles, and also what are the obstacles in implementing these concepts in Southeast Asia. First, I would like to give you a human rights framework on the gender digital inclusions. So gender digital inclusion and human rights is rather fundamentally intertwined with each other. Um, yes, okay. Fundamentally intertwined with each other. And it was based on two main arguments of human rights. The first one is about the right to access to internet or digital rights, which allow individuals to access to use, to create or publish digital content. Many scholars argue that digital rights should be grounded on the utmost violation of human rights, even though at the moment there's no international treaty that addresses these rights as a human rights. United Nations itself has recognized it as a human right in different documents. The second argument in human rights perspective is about the norm of gender equality, especially women's right to equal participation to maintain and promote peace and security, which is international obligations and also the norms which legally binding the state to fulfill their obligation in here. At the same time, we have the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals on gender equality and women's participation in peace, justice, and strong institutions to address this. So at the end, even though there's no direct international human treaties that address gender digital inclusions, uh, it is argued that gender digital inclusion should be based on the foundational principles of human rights, and human rights should serve as a fundamental goal when we implement any gender digital inclusions. So based on this concept, I would like to introduce with you the concept of gender digital inclusion in peace building, which is defined as the voice of conflict stakeholders integrated into the process in the form of digital data. This concept has the potential to become associated with women's empowerment in peace building, are meant to protect their rights, to enhance their voice, and strengthen their roles. Right now in Southeast Asia, we have three strategic purposes of gender digital inclusion programs. Which is the first one is focused on strengthening networking and cooperations between organizations. We can see this from example from the Women Insider Mediations Rapid Action Mobilization Platforms, which is a community base of women mediators in Mindanao, the Philippines. So because of the COVID-19 happened from 2019, they started to use Facebook as a vital exchange platforms to be connected and be informed early on local conflicts happening in the regions. At the same time, they also comment on and advise each other on the more complex questions, such as about the administrative reforms, about the government research, and also national action plans on peace building and genders. This platform can help to assert influence on the negotiation process in the local communities. The second strategic purpose is to counter narratives of hate speech, disinformations, and misinformations. The first campaign that I can mention here is a campaign from Church for Beach team of Vanillas, with the campaign Think for the Trust. That they publish example of fake online news, mostly about political situations, and also lessons on how people can recognize what is fake news and what is the right information. The second one is a broadcast She Talk Space, with its collaborations between women peace builders in the Philippines and Malaysia. They highlight women peace builders' achievements and accurate women peace security information in regions, helping to mitigate the risk of fake news and hate speech in the regions. The third strategic purpose is to empower women and girls through capacity building activities. With this one, they mostly cooperate with between different organizations. One example that I can mention in here is about the collaborations between UNDPs and Bangsamoro Youth Commissions to organize workshops for young peace builders. Around 20 to 40 peace builders in each workshops to help amplify their voice in peace building and prevention of violent extremism through helping them to use to better use digital platforms and also to make better social media campaigns on peace and security. Um, Even though all the practice in here that can demonstrate how gender digital inclusion and technologies can help to strengthen women's roles in peace building, it's still a problem right now. There's many obstacles to implementing these projects in peace building in areas. From my interviews with women peace builders in the regions and also UN country officers, the first obstacle that people mention in here is about the issues of low internet connections and technology availability for women and girls. Women usually have to travel outside their house, which is in unsafe environments to access to technologies and internet. At the same time, because of the unequal access to education, they have like poor digital literacies that can help them to better use of digital technologies. Even though we have the capacity building programs in the regions, there are two main problems with this program. Is that the first, they focus too much on younger generations, creating a bigger age gap in here with the gender digital device. And on the civil society organizations says that they are underfunding for their projects, so they cannot target a larger group of women even if they really want to do that. The second obstacle touch on the problems of the surveillance and privacy in online environments. Most of the conflict right now in Southeast Asia is a conflict with political party and governments. In this country, governments sometimes use restricted legislation to limit freedom of expressions and control the use of social media and information technologies. As we can see, like in Myanmar, for example, the law is very bad, and the government in here is the protagonist in the violent conflict and military in here. And there's a lot of case of women between the women's human rights defenders is being arrested or be killed because they try to talk about what is happening in the countries, and they try to talk to go against the government. Non-ethical surveillance in the absence of a robust independent court makes online space very unsafe for peace builders and human rights defenders. The third obstacle staying in here is about the problem of technology facilitated violence against women. As we can know, hate speech, the problem of image-based sexual abuse or different aspects in violence against women is further amplified in the online environment, and the law right now is not catching up with what is happening in the online. National law and policy at the moment is failing to recognize the continual violence that women and girls have to experience in the cyberspace, making it very dangerous for women whenever they think about using digital technologies. And this problem, and this obstacle is further is mirrored again in the last obstacle. It's about the responsibility of digital technology companies. Right now, at the moment, digital technology companies abiding by United Nations with business and human rights guidance in here, and they also have the social responsibility to address the human rights abuse happening on their platforms. In practice, they do not do anything that can address these problems. They more focus about the economic outreach, economic incomes at the end. They focus on about what is happening on their platform and how other people are using their products for both peace and violent actors in savage and local conflict. Women Beach Widow also mentions that they want to have more cooperation between the tech companies and local civil society partners, because this can help this community understand the risk of human rights that is happening in the countries, in the regions, and also what is the concern of women in here and how they might be mitigated in digital technology communities. At the end of the day, gender digital inclusion, even though have many obstacles in implementing, they are proving to be like a very new approaches to inclusivity of women in peace building activities. As we all know, decision on peace is never suitable without women's output inside. However, if we want to do that in the digital transformation of peace building, it's better to have a multi-stakeholder cooperations with the critical idea should be focused on the woman-centeredness, a context sensitivity, and also and focus on human rights at the foundations. We are talking about leaving no one behind as a central and transformative commitment to 2030 suitable development goals. And this is a time that people should recognize that leaving no one behind in the digital age is leaving no one offline. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dottoressa Nguyen, for your very fast but very dense presentation. And so it's clear that women must be active, but must be also supported to be active. And so now we are going to discuss a very important issue, I believe. And we are very lucky to have an expert on this matter. I am going to introduce Professor Davide Grasso, who is adjunct professor at the International University College, and he is an expert of the new innovative social and political structure that is developing in northeast Syria. And what is more important, he has a very impressive curriculum. He studied at the Humboldt University in Berlin. He studied at the Columbia University in New York and in Paris. But what is definitely significant, in my view, is personal experience, because as we were talking about yesterday during our dinner with Professor Judd and Professor Guerra, in this time we have very much information but few knowledge, and so to have a direct information is always a good manner to start to affirm rights and to know each other and to increase the mutual knowledge between different cultures. So I give the floor to Professor Davide Grasso that will talk about women's transformational family law in war scenarios, the case of juristic action of women's movements in northeastern Syria. Professor Grasso, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Professor Carlino. Thank you to all the organizers and to the other presenters. Really appreciated their presentations, and to the audience. As anticipated by Professor Carlino, we'll focus on Syria and especially on what is the situation now after 11 years of war. So we can go to the next slide. So following the Syrian uprising against Bashar al-Assad in 2011, two main different oppositions have contested to the government's political legitimacy and territorial control. One is called the opposition or the rebels by Western, Turkish and Arab governments and media. It gained in 2012 international recognition and is animated by Islamist and Salafi groups supported by Turkish occupation forces in the northwest, where it established an all-male interim government and institutional structure. Then apart some other even more extreme Salafi groups that I mentioned in the second letter, the B in the slide, we have the actual other oppositional spectrum that is represented in letter C by the Syrian Democratic Congress established in 2015, embodied by the administration of North and East Syria, and led by a massive organized women's movement called Kongra Shtar. Ishtar is the name of an ancient Mesopotamian goddess. The Kongra Shtar coordinates thousands of women's communes and houses and is protected by an all-female self-organized armed force, the Women's Protection Units. The Kongra Shtar and the Syrian Democratic Congress are often simply and somewhat superficially called the Kurds by international media, since their movement was sparked in 2011 by the Northern Rebellion of the Kurdish Democratic Union Party to the government, as well as to the Islamist opposition factions. Next slide, please. The successes of the Women's Protection Units and People's Protection Units in the resistance against Al-Qaeda and Daesh or ISIS started in 2012 and 2014 has motivated NATO-Russia military support, although no national or international body has ever recognized the civil institutions of the autonomous administration, and has since enlarged the basis of the movement to Arab, Assyrian, and other northern linguistic groups. The movement is designated as terrorist organization by Turkey and Qatar, and can be named confederal out of its democratic, secular, and pluralist ideology inspired by the work of the imprisoned PKK president Abdullah Öcalan. Next, please. So the Ba'athist system inherits in Syria, even in the name of the Syrian Arab Republic, and states yet in the preamble of the Constitution of Syria, a notion of national community as a segment of a transcendent Arab nation. In terms of sources of law, a somewhat crucial position is assigned to divine revelation, in particular to the Sunni interpretative school of the Islamic jurisprudence, or fiqh. The Syrian nation is thus defined politically by an attempt at ideological standardization of the country's de facto linguistic and religious plurality. Two predominant demographic, cultural connotations, the Arabic language and Sunni Islam, are superimposed on the identity of the entire and actually diverse population. On the other hand, the Syrian legal system qualifies for a partial recognition of Syria's cultural plurality, Such a balance between uniformity and pluralism is formulated according to the criterion of a contrast between public and private spheres of life. The private sphere is not to be understood in this case as individual, being rather linked to kinship structures. Legal uniformity is affirmed in the public sphere, constitution, civil code, criminal code, but is juxtaposed with legal pluralism as far as family law is concerned. The most recent codification of family law in Syria is the law of personal status promulgated in 1953. It applies to all citizens legal solutions drawn from Islamic Sunni schools of fiqh with the predominance of the Hanafi school. And then a specific section of the LPS circumscribes areas of legislative and judicial autonomy for three specific communities understood in religious terms: the Druze, the Christians, and the Jews. Next slide, please. The dominance of Islamist factions as the interim government, the Salvation government by Al-Qaeda or the Islamic State or Daesh has brought about an extension of the confessional legitimation of law to the public sphere, sometimes paralleled by a shift from Hanafi to Hanbali legal solutions. The changes introduced by the confederal movement of the North, instead, are inspired by an inverted conception of the relationship between plurality and standardization if compared with that of the Syrian state. Next slide, please. Quotas for political representation have been established at the political institutional level for the different language communities residing in the region through the basic laws of the administration called social contracts. Next slide, please. These reforms assert thus a pluralistic logic in political terms, breaking explicitly with the statist superimposition of Syrian national identity and Arab, Sunni, or even Muslim identity. An outstanding insistence on liberal principles, on the idea of the rule of law, and on linguistic freedom is striking, with emphasis on the political rights of women and youth. The contracts provide for unrestricted adoption of all international human rights conventions, which the Syrian state has ratified just selectively and with reservations. The supposed counterposition between private and public spheres of society is challenged by the Congress Star women's movement in the North. This movement conceives the family as a small state capable of determining the political supremacy of adult men over women and young people. This elaboration does not fail to leave its mark on the legal formulation of democratic autonomy insofar as we find in the contracts a distinction between ethnic, linguistic, or religious identities on one side, under the concept of communities or components, but also generational and gender groups on the other side, falling under the notion of social segments. These social segments are named youth and women. Women and youth acquire in the contracts the right to quotas of institutional representation, to the creation of autonomous institutions, and to the protection of their political, social, and economic rights, including those established by international conventions. These rights are not necessarily compatible with existing statist, religious, or customary laws regulating family life and inheritance in Syria. Next slide, please. One of the key steps in this direction was the promulgation of the fundamental provisions and general principles regarding women, so-called women's law, published on October 22nd, 2014, during the Battle of Kobani between the Women's Protection Units and ISIS. The women's law entails a series of significant breaches with family regulations imposed both by Salafi armed groups participating in the conflict and also by the state. Among the new principles are equal distribution of inheritance between male and female children, the ban of polygamy, the abolition of mahr or dowry in the case of Christians, the equal right to terminate the marriage contract for both sexes. The women's law also extends the mother's right to custody over her children and equate the value of a woman's testimony in court with that of a man. And it finally abolished the extenuating circumstances granted by the Syrian Penal Code to those who commit feminicide under the pretext of honor killing. Although the autonomous institutions have yet to struggle to implement these provisions, they apply without distinction to all residents of the regions of Jizire and Euphrates, regardless to the possible membership of an individual to religious or denominations or communities. The women's law makes no reference to religious sources of the law. Moreover, whereas the religious pluralism formalized by the state occurs through autonomous religious courts, each following its own legislation, the women's law and the social contracts entrust the judicial competencies in matter of personal status to the committees of justice of the women's communes, depriving the religious courts of any formal residual power under the autonomous jurisdiction. Next slide, please. To date, the autonomous institutions state to be working for a consensual, peaceful application of the measures thanks to education campaigns and social initiatives by the women's communes and the Congrastar, reporting a greater success in some of the cities and greater difficulties in the countryside. The action for implementation has nevertheless equipped itself with repressive instruments to overcome overt resistance. The Syrian civil and penal codes have been reformed by the confederal bodies, and the restorative and conciliatory judicial practices enacted by the communes that have no links with the state's legislation. In 2016, articles of the penal code related in various ways to family and gender issues were amended. The confederal authorities promulgated on April 2nd, 2016, a crimes against family and public moral amended section of the penal code, where 24 articles provide for prison sentences and fines for those breaking bans on polygamy, child abduction, violence against women, incest, body mutilations, adultery by men, and forced marriages. Next slide, please. Since 2021, the Congrastar has been at work drafting some amendments to the women's law, conceived as the proper civil reform of personal status law. They provide for further and detailed codification with the aim of strengthening the juristic tool and making implementation less difficult. Some tribal structures in the regions of Manbij and Deir ez-Zor, plus supporters of conservative groups or the Assad regime, have expressed the threat of fierce opposition to the revolutionary institutions in case the amendments to the women's law are approved by the Legislative Council. Next slide, please. So, taking into account the plurality of views, interests, and values involves the necessary decision on where and how to trace the decisive differentiating lines. The juridical interest of the communities, be they defined in religious or linguistic, customary, or kinship terms, is not necessarily identical to the referable to social segments, that is, class, gender, or generational segments, which are possibly pursuing critical assessment of traditional and or communitarian understandings of social relationships.
Just to tell you, sorry, just to tell you that you have 2 minutes, sorry.
Thank you very much. So when the confederal movement affirms its pluralist orientation in the protection of linguistic diversity and religious minorities, it does not refer to forms of legal pluralism in family law and other matters. The equal participation of communities in a plural political process, establishing uniform rules in the constitutional, criminal, and family law realms, seems to be considered adequate for the task of balancing communitarian, generational, and gender rights. Such a conception appears to be aimed at strengthening interests stemming from conditions of subalternity that are actually transversal to linguistic or religious communities or sects. Thank you. Next slide is the final one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Grasso, for your presentation. Very significant. And so we are at the end of our entire time, but I have had the authorization from the high authorities of this symposium, and I can take some questions. So we want to give the possibility to the audience to participate with questions or comments with respect to all these presentations that have been very interesting and that have led us around the world, from Africa to Asia and to Middle East and to Europe. So if you, yes, please, Professor Judd. Yeah. No. Okay.
Thank you. My question goes to Professor David Grasso concerning the very radical reforms on the family law in the autonomous area. And now, after almost 8 years of its issuing, did the community apply it in practical life? Thank you.
Do we have another question, or do we leave? Okay, I will leave. I will give the floor to Professor Grasso just in case someone wants to participate later. I have a question for you as well. I can add my question to the question of Professor Judd. Do you think that the active participation of women in military activities has increased this role of women even in ordinary life, or conversely, the social model that was suggested also involved women in some military activities?
Thank you very much for your questions. Well, it's not only the participation of women in the military, but it's the fact that, contrary to the rest of the world, in those areas there is an all-female autonomous army that is coordinated with the male army, the People's Protection Unit, but is autonomous. And also, of course, is the ideological vanguard, let's say, of this movement. So also the significance of their participation in the war is impacting also, let's say, in a way, the very culture of this militant approach also to the conflict in a non-masculine way, and is giving, let's say, a lot of confidence, of course, to women in the land, because it is obvious that they have self-defense that is explicitly aimed at protecting women. Also, these laws that I mentioned, especially the first one of 2014, changing family law, they were not easy to be approved, even by the confederal institutions that had the, let's say, were frightened of the perspective of maybe have social opposition against these new regulations. And in that case, for example, the armed wings, the women's let's say, armed forces also, let's say, put the, let's say, weight of their existence on the table to say, you have to approve this, because anyway, there is a all-female armed force in the land, and we are anyway going to change the social relationships in these matters. So this is about the significance of the armed forces of the women. And then, as for the implementation of these provisions, it is very difficult. It is very difficult because on one side, there is a conflict in the area between different political groups that can have also support. So not all the people of the region support the confederal movement. You have also people supporting conservative groups or the Syrian government. And therefore, the families, for example, that are inclined to this political position, they would not even accept as a legitimate, let's say, the provisions enacted by this de facto institution, which is the administration. On the other side, it is also the customary habits of the local population, and of course also ideological convictions and religious belongings are an obstacle in certain aspects to the implementation of these laws. And the result is that, for example, in regions where there is a long-lasting ideological political influence of this socialist Kurdish party, the PYD, since decades, then there are more families that are, let's say, used to deal with this kind of ideas regarding family, and the implementation is quite spontaneous. Whereas in other areas, for example, in Manbij or the resort, less in Raqqa, that is a city that is actually experiencing a lot of change. But in certain areas, we have the influence of tribal structures, and that are also managing, let's say, to oppose the, let's say, influence of these women's institutions and their attempt to talk to the local women to implement these provisions peacefully. And that those are the regions where you also have demonstrations against these provisions. You have also sometimes armed attacks by, for example, ISIS sleeper cells and other groups related to Turkey that are also violently attacking the institutions that are trying to implement these provisions. So, of course, it's a work in progress anyway, and it's conflictual.
Thank you very much. There is also a question from Glenda Sluga. Oh, okay. So no, the question is over. Okay. So I would like to thank all the speakers for this very interesting presentation. I would like to thank the organizing team of this conference for having involved me, because I have been very personally impressed by this experience. So I want to thank Professor Groppi, I want to thank Professor Bindi, and I want to thank the young organizing team, with a special thanks to Dr. Valentina Carlino. Thank you to everybody. So now we have a well-deserved coffee break, I think. I'm sorry for the participants over the screen, but we cannot provide you a coffee so, from the screen. Thank you very much for your participation. Bye-bye.
how about the subject? We have been taught and we have heard several moving and very important and intellectually very challenging concepts and experiences all over the world, which is really impressive if you think that we are in the middle of Italy, a relatively small city, but here we have a convergence from people, from women, coming from over the world and giving us an insight of the experience of those persons that live so far away, but they are bound by the common interest and the common desire to enhance the role of women and recognize also the role of women in all the peace processes. Peace, that it is not only peace, as Ministra Cartabia remind us, peace means justice, means fundamental rights, means social rights, because all those comments that are part of the rule of law, which is a global concept for democracies, are all bound with the idea of enhancing humanity in all level of their lives. So it's a great pleasure for me, not in a formal way, to be here and chairing this fourth section of our conference, Women's Role During and After Armed Conflicts. And we have a lot of very distinguished speakers. Again, it is a real universal panel that are going to speak to us today. And of course, a final remark from me, which is not entitled to give a speech, but to lead the conversation and to underline what is important for our Congress, is thinking to the present conflict in Ukraine, which is a tremendous event that touches Europe. But please, we have here the chance not to forget that this is not the only armed conflict which is present in our world. So we have to be very conscious that what we say really can help this world to become a little bit better and to become a peaceful way where humanity can develop. So now let's start with our first speaker, Salva Unurami. Hamuruni, thank you. It's very small. Thank you. And from the University of Carthage, Tunisia. I know that between Tunisia and Siena, there is a very tight bound because Tania Groppi helped in framing the constitution of that country. She was a leading person, in fact, in the panel that framed the constitution, and you are part of that activity as well. And the speech Salva is going to give to us is in French, la mise en œuvre de la résolution 1325 par la Tunisie. The floor is yours.
Merci. Merci, professeur. Je tiens d'abord à remercier l'Université de Sienne pour m'avoir associé à vos travaux et à vos discussions. Je remercie particulièrement professeur Tania Groppi pour m'avoir invité, pour m'avoir permis de partager avec vous toutes ces expériences, les meilleures mais aussi les plus douloureuses des femmes partout un peu dans le monde. Et comme prévu, donc je vais traiter de l'application ou de la mise en œuvre de la résolution 1325 par la Tunisie. Alors, je vais commencer par un petit rappel très rapide sur la situation des droits des femmes en Tunisie, qui a commencé bien avant l'indépendance, dans le militantisme déjà pour le mouvement de libération et le mouvement de l'indépendance, et qui s'est traduit après l'indépendance par une volonté politique. Alors, une volonté politique du président Bourguiba qui avait donné aux femmes plusieurs droits, notamment le code du statut personnel. Et ce code du statut personnel a pu, depuis 1956, mettre les femmes sur la bonne voie en matière de droits et libertés. Avec la constituante et après 2011, donc on avait à faire une nouvelle constitution et on a vu malheureusement que les droits qui sont déjà acquis par les femmes ont été menacés après 2011 et donc le mouvement féministe tunisien et tout le mouvement démocrate a fait beaucoup d'efforts pour préserver déjà les droits qui existent déjà. Alors cela nous a montré quoi? Que les femmes en fait sont en général le maillon faible dans tous les conflits, que ce soit des conflits armés ou des conflits politiques ou des crises politiques, ce sont toujours les femmes qui sont en premier touchées et vous n'avez qu'à regarder un petit peu la crise de la Covid, comment est-ce que ça a touché les droits des femmes. Alors la Tunisie est aussi, il faut le rappeler, a ratifié le protocole africain sur le droit des femmes et ce protocole africain ratifié par la Tunisie comprend le droit des femmes à la sécurité et donc la Tunisie est tenue de l'appliquer dans son ordre juridique interne et de garantir ce droit à la sécurité de plusieurs manières. C'est un protocole d'ailleurs qui définit la violence d'une manière très précise. Quant à la résolution du Conseil de sécurité, elle a été adoptée. À l'époque, la Tunisie était membre non permanent du Conseil de sécurité, et donc elle a voté pour cette résolution. Et c'est une résolution qui parle de beaucoup de choses en fait, mais qui prévoit l'essentiel de cette résolution, il me semble, c'est l'égale participation des femmes dans les processus de paix, dans le processus de reconstruction et dans les négociations. Alors, il s'agit d'une résolution qui s'adresse aux États, mais aussi qui s'adresse au secrétaire général des Nations Unies pour que les femmes soient plus associées à toutes les activités de l'organisation, parce qu'il faut dire aussi que l'Organisation des Nations Unies n'est pas un modèle ou n'est pas un très bon exemple pour cela. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'elle exige, la résolution? La protection et le respect des droits des filles et des femmes, et leur participation dans le domaine constitutionnel, dans le système électoral, dans le domaine de la police et dans le domaine de la justice. Donc voilà, en gros, ce sont les axes compris par la 1325. Maintenant, quelles sont les mesures qui ont été adoptées par la Tunisie pour la mise en œuvre de cette résolution? Et là, je précise d'abord parce qu'il y a des choses qui ont été faites bien avant le plan de mise en œuvre, parce qu'on a adopté un plan de mise en œuvre en 2018, mais il y a des mesures qui ont été déjà prises en 2012 et en 2014. 2012, je reviendrai sur ça, c'est le système de la justice transitionnelle, et 2014, avec la constitution tunisienne. Je précise aussi que la Tunisie, contrairement à ce que se laisse entendre la configuration de ma contribution dans ce panel, n'a pas vécu de guerre. La Tunisie n'a pas eu de conflit armé, quel qu'il soit, mais la Tunisie est sortie en 2011 d'un régime autoritaire, et ce régime autoritaire a impliqué un processus qui va, entre autres, réparer pour les femmes et qui ont été lésées par ce régime. Alors, le plan national d'action, ou le plan d'action national, comprend quatre thèmes, 4 éléments qui sont repris en fait de la résolution. C'est la prévention, c'est la protection des femmes, bien sûr, c'est la participation, plus de participation des femmes, et c'est l'effort dans la reconstruction avec un aspect particulier en Tunisie, c'est la lutte contre la radicalisation et contre le terrorisme. Donc voilà les grands axes du plan. Je précise aussi que le plan a été fait non pas d'une manière unilatérale, mais d'une manière participative, d'une manière inclusive. C'est la société civile, beaucoup d'organisations, d'associations de la société civile qui ont contribué à ce plan avec des débats, avec le ministère de la Femme qui a chapeauté tout ça, mais il y avait plusieurs organisations, que ce soit associations tunisiennes ou organisations internationales, notamment ONU Femmes et Oxfam, qui ont beaucoup aidé dans les ateliers qui ont précédé l'adoption du plan. Donc, j'insiste là-dessus, c'est un plan qui a été fait de manière participative. Vous voyez donc un certain nombre d'acteurs qui ont participé à cela et il y a eu un travail en amont avant le plan. Alors, je vais parler de 3 ou 4 axes, mais rapidement, qui ont été mis en œuvre par le plan. Première chose, c'est la lutte contre la violence à l'égard des femmes. Ça, c'est le lot le plus important qui a été prévu par le plan, mais je dis bien avant le plan, parce qu'on a la Constitution qui en parle aussi, la participation politique, la justice, notamment à travers la justice transitionnelle, et la sécurité. Donc, je dirais un mot sur chacun de ces aspects. D'abord, la mise en œuvre à travers la prévention et la protection, à travers l'exemple de la lutte contre la violence à l'égard des femmes. Là, je rappelle que le concept de la paix, tel que visé par la 1325, et depuis l'agenda pour la paix de Boutros-Ghali, donc depuis assez longtemps, la paix, ce n'est plus simplement vu comme l'absence de guerre. Hein. La paix, c'est un concept plus large, c'est un concept qui implique le développement, qui implique l'état de droit, qui implique la démocratie. Et donc, on est sorti dans le cadre de l'ONU depuis longtemps de la paix au sens de l'absence de guerre. Pourquoi je dis cela? Parce que on voit aussi la paix à travers la pacification des rapports sociaux. Comment on arrive à la pacification des rapports sociaux? C'est en éradiquant la violence, entre autres, la violence à l'égard des femmes et des filles. Et là, depuis 2014, c'est l'article 46 de la Constitution tunisienne qui met à la charge de l'État l'obligation d'éradiquer et de mettre fin à la violence. Ceci a été fait par une loi qui a été adoptée en 2017 et c'est une loi qui a été adoptée, c'est une loi intégrale pour la lutte contre la violence faite aux femmes. C'est une loi qui adopte une définition large de la violence et c'est très intéressant de voir cette définition parce qu'elle ne s'est pas limitée à la violence physique, c'est la plus répandue, la plus connue au sein de la famille particulièrement, mais c'est une loi qui a parlé aussi de la violence économique, de la violence psychologique et de la violence politique. Je reviendrai sur ça pour la participation politique parce que c'est très intéressant. Là aussi, la loi a été préparée par la société civile, un grand nombre d'associations, notamment les associations qu'on appelle historiques en Tunisie, les associations féministes, les organisations internationales ont aidé à la préparation. Et c'est une loi qui met l'accent d'abord sur la prévention, elle met à la charge de l'ensemble des structures, des États de faire un travail pour prévenir la violence et on pense que la prévention, elle est plus intéressante que la répression. Il faut faire tout pour que ça n'arrive pas, mais aussi elle a prévu la protection, un certain nombre de mécanismes de protection des femmes, mais aussi des sanctions une fois la violence a eu lieu. Alors, dans ce cadre-là, la loi a prévu la création de structures spéciales, notamment auprès de la police, pour accueillir les plaintes des femmes. Pourquoi? Parce que la police avant faisait de la résistance, elle n'encourageait pas les femmes à porter plainte, elle leur disait rentrez chez vous, c'est votre mari, allez gérer ça chez vous, ainsi de suite. Donc il y a eu des organes spéciaux qui sont formés spécialement pour cela et pour pousser la police à prendre systématiquement les plaintes et à les traiter convenablement. Alors, deuxième volet que j'aimerais évoquer sur la question de la violence, il n'y a pas que le cadre juridique où il n'y a pas que la question de la violence faite aux femmes. Il y a un autre aspect, je pense, qui a été négligé cette fois-ci, contrairement à l'autre, par la Tunisie, qui est la violence des femmes aussi. La violence des femmes, même si cette violence des femmes est parfois vue comme une violence contre les femmes. Je m'explique. Je parle notamment de ces femmes qui sont parties à partir de 2012 de la Tunisie vers la Syrie pour faire la guerre en Syrie et qui ont été impliquées dans le conflit syrien et qui, en même temps, beaucoup d'entre elles ont été victimes aussi, même si elles sont parties toutes seules, pour plusieurs raisons longues à expliquer, mais ces femmes ont été victimes de violences, et notamment de violences sexuelles, notamment les femmes qui voulaient arrêter, qui voulaient rentrer. Et je pense que l'État tunisien, sur ça, il a été défaillant. Un, parce qu'on a laissé partir toutes ces femmes. Deux, certaines de ces femmes sont rentrées avec des enfants, avec des séquelles de cette guerre, des viols, ainsi de suite. Et l'État a eu beaucoup de difficultés à les prendre en charge. On sait depuis la résolution 1820 du Conseil de sécurité que la violence sexuelle, c'est une tactique de guerre et précisément ces femmes tunisiennes ont été victimes de violences sexuelles, même si elles-mêmes, elles sont parties pour faire la guerre dans un État qui n'est pas le leur et dans une guerre qui n'est pas la leur en réalité. Donc ça, l'État tunisien, notamment avec les islamistes au pouvoir pendant 10 années, ils ont laissé faire et ils n'ont pas protégé les femmes sur ce point particulièrement. Alors, deuxième volet, c'est la participation politique. Alors, la participation politique qui est exigée par la résolution 1325, donc on parle d'une meilleure représentation à tous les niveaux de la décision qu'avait fait la Tunisie. Alors, bien avant le plan de la mise en œuvre, 2011 déjà, la Tunisie a adopté la parité dans la loi électorale pour élire l'Assemblée nationale constituante. C'est une parité qu'on appelle verticale, c'est-à-dire vous avez dans chaque liste un homme, une femme, un homme, une femme. Et à travers l'article 21 de la Constitution, on a affirmé le principe de l'égalité entre citoyens et citoyennes. À travers l'article 34 de la Constitution, on a parlé aussi de la représentation des femmes dans les conseils élus et la représentativité plutôt des femmes dans les conseils élus, ce qui constitue une garantie fondamentale puisque là, c'est le texte constitutionnel, et le fameux article 46, qui est un peu une constitution dans la constitution, c'est la constitution des femmes tunisiennes, puisque c'est un article qui parle de l'égalité des chances et qui pose le principe de la parité. Et donc, on est au-delà de la simple représentation, puisqu'on parle de la parité. Alors, peut-être la seule chose qu'il faut dire à propos de cette participation politique, c'est que malheureusement, à part les élections municipales où on a fait la parité horizontale, c'est-à-dire que, par exemple, un parti qui présente 10 listes, il est obligé de faire 10 têtes de liste femmes et 10 têtes de liste hommes. Et ça, c'est horizontal, c'est ce qui permet une réelle parité. Sinon, que font les partis? En général, ils mettent que des hommes en tête de liste et avec la proportionnelle, on se trouve un peu très loin de la parité. Donc maintenant, on a une parité intégrale, si vous voulez, dans le plan local et au niveau national, on reste au-dessous de la parité puisque les partis forcent sur ces règles-là pour ne pas les appliquer. Une autre chose a été faite pour plus de participation politique, même si la mise en œuvre laisse à désirer, c'est la création en 2018 de ce qu'on appelle le Conseil des pairs. Et le Conseil des pairs, c'est une structure qui a été créée pour un genre d'observatoire pour voir dans tous les systèmes ou dans tous les postes de haute responsabilité, il y a combien de femmes? Est-ce qu'on se rapproche de la parité? Est-ce qu'il y a assez de femmes, ainsi de suite? Parce qu'on le sait tous, à travers la théorie du plafond du verre, on voit les femmes dans les postes moyens, et plus on monte dans les postes, et plus c'est important, moins de femmes nous avons. Troisième point de mise en œuvre, c'est la question de la justice transitionnelle. Je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, la justice transitionnelle a commencé à être mise en œuvre depuis 2012 et l'exigence de la résolution 1325 aussi, c'est en termes de réparation et en termes de prise en charge des femmes qui sont sorties de ces périodes difficiles et pour certains États des conflits. Alors 2012, là, il faut dire que le processus de la justice transitionnelle a été un peu conflictuel et il a été disputé par deux pôles de féministes. Il y a les féministes laïques qui ont toujours milité contre tous les régimes de toute façon. Et il y a un nouveau mouvement qui est apparu après 2011. Ce sont ce qu'elles se présentent comme féministes islamistes qui se réclament donc du féminisme aussi et qui voulaient avoir le dessus dans le processus de la justice transitionnelle, notamment parce qu'elles ont été leurs droits ont été violés parce qu'elles portaient le voile. Donc, il y avait un tiraillement et une sorte de conflit de légitimité qui sont les femmes qui ont milité plus, qui ont été plus victimes en réalité. Alors, à part cela, la loi de la justice transitionnelle en Tunisie met à la charge de l'instance vérité et dignité, que c'est l'instance qui met en œuvre la justice transitionnelle, de prendre en considération dans la recherche de la vérité, de prendre en considération les particularités ou les revendications spéciales des femmes, des filles, des personnes vulnérables, des groupes minoritaires. Donc, il y a une attention particulière qui a été prévue par cette loi de 2013. La même attention particulière concernait aussi la réparation, c'est-à-dire même lorsque l'instance décidait des réparations, il fallait insister sur les besoins spécifiques des femmes, des filles et des groupes vulnérables. Donc, la loi a expressément consacré un traitement spécifique aux femmes, sans parler du fait que la commission elle-même, il y avait une règle qui posait la règle du tiers d'un sexe, donc qui ne doit pas être en dessous de cela, pour garantir le maximum de représentation des femmes. Et il y avait plusieurs femmes dans cette commission. Dernier point, et je termine, pardon, c'est le 4, c'est pas le 5, oui. Donc, la question de la sécurité. En fait, sur la question de la sécurité, malheureusement, il n'y a pas beaucoup de choses qui ont été faites pour la mise en œuvre de la 1325. Même si les femmes tunisiennes, depuis quelque temps, commencent à avoir des postes importants dans la hiérarchie du système sécuritaire, même dans la défense nationale, un peu moins dans la défense, mais dans la police, donc il y a des postes importants. Mais alors, il y a aussi au niveau de l'Assemblée parlementaire la commission des questions relatives à la sécurité et la défense qui comprend quand même un nombre assez important, plus de 30% de femmes, dont certaines sont rapporteurs donc, dans cette commission. Il y a aussi une commission ad hoc qui a été faite pour faire des recherches sur des investigations concernant le recrutement des jeunes qui sont partis en Syrie, et cette commission ad hoc a été présidée par une femme, et d'ailleurs c'est une femme qui a milité pour avoir cette commission. Bon, il y a de la présence des femmes, mais à part cela, je pense que le secteur de la sécurité a du mal à se réformer aujourd'hui, même si, et là je reviens à la loi sur la violence. La loi sur la violence a tenu à écrire des articles clairement pour pousser la police à être plus éveillée concernant la violence à l'égard des femmes et à les obliger donc à faire des investigations concernant la violence. Donc c'est aussi bien l'article 24 que l'article 39 de cette loi, donc qui oblige ici par exemple la police judiciaire à agir rapidement et à prendre toutes les mesures nécessaires pour protéger les femmes. Donc à part cela, je pense qu'il n'y a pas eu beaucoup de de réforme du secteur de la sécurité d'une manière générale, hein, indépendamment des femmes. Le secteur de sécurité en Tunisie, quand même, a du mal à évoluer selon les normes internationales. Alors, pour conclure, je dirais que c'est vrai qu'il y a une progression en Tunisie pour la protection des femmes et pour la mise en œuvre de la résolution 1325. Il se trouve que quand même c'est un plan qui a été lancé en 2018. En 2019, on a eu la Covid et donc malheureusement, il y a beaucoup de choses qui ont été prévues dans ce plan au niveau sectoriel parce que le plan était décliné en plusieurs sous-plans, sous-plan sectoriel. Donc, avec la crise de la Covid, les choses n'ont pas pu vraiment avancer. Et aussi, il y a beaucoup d'aspects qui sont liés à la formation, à la mise à niveau des acteurs de ces 4 domaines que j'ai cités et qui nécessitent beaucoup de moyens dont la Tunisie manque en réalité. Et je pense que l'aide internationale qui a été faite était vraiment très importante. Ça nous a aidé à avancer, mais ça n'a pas résolu l'ensemble des problèmes. Voilà, donc en gros, c'était les grandes lignes de la mise en œuvre de cette résolution et je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Salva. And I have to not to get too much confused about the different languages. Congratulations for because you master both French and English. The central your speech underlines how important is the issue of combating the violence against women, and not only in war, even in peace times. And in fact, I was thinking to an experience that we are running at the University of Milano when involving the students, Professor D'Amico, which is Vice Rector also for transparency, equality, and human rights. We were surprised, Marilisa, in fact, how students in our university desire to get involved in implementing the Observatory of the against the violence. And a lot of students, not only female students, because they feel that they have a responsibility. And so from the lower basis to higher level of government, having a special attention to this issue is one of the roots of a real peaceful society, which is not easy, in fact. And we know how we have to work, even on the basis of language, which can be another source of violence against our human beings that are around us, and women especially. And thank you very much also for having respected the time, because we are was perfect in our timetable. Now the floor goes to Cristina Cella, journalist, member of the SIDA, a coordination Italian coordination for helping women in Afghanistan. And we were saying yesterday evening, you are on the ground. We are not you are not involved only in discussions, but you have seen reality. You have experiences. So we really want to listen to your experience, to what you have done, and to what you continue to do in this important aspect.
Buongiorno a tutti, grazie a queste splendide donne che hanno organizzato questo bellissimo convegno e grazie per questo invito, perché è molto importante in questo momento parlare di Afghanistan. Voi avete visto che una guerra scaccia l'altra guerra. Fino a quest'estate l'Afghanistan era ovunque, su tutti i media, adesso è completamente dimenticato e quello che succede là non è che cioè purtroppo gli afghani sono stati dimenticati, ma non le loro tragedie, che sono diventate veramente spaventose, sempre peggio, ogni giorno. Io faccio parte di questa associazione che
ha seguito le donne afghane, troppo lontano, si sente? Si sente? Ah, ok, devo avvicinare. Che abbiamo seguito le donne afghane, soprattutto le donne di Rawa, dell'organizzazione rivoluzionaria delle donne afghane, che hanno proprio sulle loro spalle, nella loro storia, 40 anni, 50 anni di battaglie. E quello che vi volevo proporre era vediamo come funziona qua, ecco, perfetto. Un parallelo, diciamo, due percorsi che a volte sono paralleli, a volte si incrociano, tra la storia dell'Afghanistan, la storia tragica dell'Afghanistan e la storia delle donne che resistono, delle donne che si battono per i diritti, per la giustizia, contro la violenza. Queste donne non si sono mai fermate e non si fermano neanche oggi, hanno deciso di restare, di continuare la loro battaglia. E sono armi di pace, no? Everyday practice, si diceva ieri, no? Cioè la pace praticata ogni giorno loro combattono e ogni giorno rischiano la vita, in questo momento ancora di più. In questi 40 anni non c'è stata pace per l'Afghanistan. L'Afghanistan è stato un terreno sul quale hanno giocato tutte le potenze, ognuno con le sue pedine, ci sono state proxy war, ci sono state invasioni, e c'è stato veramente di tutto, guerre civili, uno peggio dell'altro, cioè è successo di tutto. Dall'altra parte per le donne c'è stata lo stesso, no? la mancanza di pace, perché la pace è senza diritti, no? Senza giustizia non esiste, e quindi anche per le donne è stata una lunghissima battaglia. La prospettiva storica, non vi starò a raccontare tutta la storia dell'Afghanistan, se no non finiamo più, però passerei a volo su questi momenti importanti della storia afghana. E partirei da questo decennio che è il 63-73. È un decennio molto importante perché in quel momento l'Afghanistan avrebbe potuto diventare un paese bellissimo, perché è un paese bellissimo dove l'orrore e la meraviglia sono molto vicini, no? Avrebbe potuto svilupparsi verso una democrazia con le tradizioni, mettendo insieme tutto quello che c'era, le varie anime del paese, compreso l'Islam, che era un Islam molto moderato, era un Islam niente affatto fondamentalista, sufi, quindi di tutt'altro tipo. E purtroppo questa occasione è sfumata, e sono stati anni in cui c'era il re Zahir Shah che aveva aperto tutti i partiti, anche quelli che erano clandestini, venivano all'aperto, venivano fuori, c'erano riunioni, manifestazioni, la libertà di stampa, quindi era un momento molto vivace, con una un grandissimo fervore di idee dentro le università soprattutto. E qui che cominciano a formarsi proprio le formazioni politiche nuove, che sono da una parte i democratici, cioè le donne e gli uomini che combattono per la democrazia e che si accorgono benissimo di avere di fronte due nemici che saranno poi i nemici di tutta la storia afghana. Da una parte c'è il Partito Comunista che nasce nel 65, protetto dai russi, no? Spinto dai russi, e dall'altra parte i partiti islamisti. I partiti fondamentalisti nascono proprio da fuori, vengono da fuori. L'ideologia di questa gente non è afghana, questo è molto importante da ricordare, se no sembra sempre che è colpa degli afghani quello che gli succede. No, questi sono tutte teorie che vengono da fuori, che vengono imposte, no? Loro immaginano un paese in cui la Sharia sia la legge, come adesso con i talibani. Questa gente, soprattutto questo Gulbuddin Hekmatyar che vedete in questa foto, questo magnifico signore, è uno dei più feroci e dei più fondamentalisti. E quindi questa resistenza si mette, diciamo, con questo doppio fronte di battaglia. È una sorta di 68 afghano, no? Cioè ci sono le opposizioni tra questi gruppi, tra gli islamisti e i gruppi di sinistra, i gruppi democratici. Questi islamisti cominciano a buttare l'acido in faccia alle donne all'università, ci sono degli scontri e ci sono anche gli occidentali che vanno, è il periodo dei grandi viaggi, e quindi è un periodo veramente dove poteva succedere qualcosa di buono realmente. Purtroppo non è successo, perché poi questi scontri diventano sempre più forti e nel 72 le cose cominciano a degenerare, nel 73 c'è un colpo di Stato, il re va a farsi i fanghi e le terme in Italia, il cugino ne approfitta e senza colpo ferire butta giù la monarchia e instaura il suo governo, un governo che in un primo momento è vicino alla Russia, poi pian piano, cioè l'Unione Sovietica, pian piano si allontana, però colpisce gli islamisti, i quali islamisti poi si rifugieranno in Pakistan, dove acquisiranno tutto il loro grande potere, grande e feroce potere. C'è un altro colpo di Stato perché l'Unione Sovietica ha paura che Daoud sia troppo filo-occidentale, quindi c'è questa cosiddetta rivoluzione di aprile in cui purtroppo il Partito Comunista Afghano aveva dei leader spaventosi che si sono avvicendati in un anno in tre. Per esempio c'era Taraki è stato in Russia e in Russia gli hanno detto guarda appena torni a casa ammazza Amin, che sarebbe l'altro, subito. Però lui non ha fatto in tempo ed è stato ucciso lui da Amin, quindi per dirvi i personaggi. Questi anni sono stati anni in cui ci sono state quasi 100.000 vittime della repressione contro gli islamisti ma anche contro i partiti di sinistra, i giovani, le donne, eccetera. Ed è stato un momento in cui io poi sono stata in Afghanistan nell'80 e sono andata con un gruppo di mujahideen democratici sulle montagne a conoscere la loro vita e la loro guerra e loro mi dicevano che questo momento in cui erano in tantissimi in queste celle di Pulicharki, che è la prigione di Kabul, e ogni mattina ne uccidevano 10, 15, per cui loro non sapevano cosa sarebbe successo e quanto sarebbero vissuti. Però in questo momento in cui non c'era niente da perdere si sono formate delle alleanze, dei legami che poi si svilupperanno in seguito della resistenza. In questo periodo nasce RAWA, appunto questa organizzazione dalle lotte precedenti, naturalmente è un'associazione di donne, è un'associazione femminista, quindi che lavorano anche all'interno dei gruppi politici di sinistra. E RAWA però in questo momento si trovano di fronte a delle emergenze molto forti perché la situazione precipita in Afghanistan e poi già nel 79 Carter in America decide questo piano di aiuto ai mujahideen. I mujahideen fondamentalisti, notate, cioè quelli che poi hanno distrutto il paese, sono diventati fortissimi perché lui da prima che ci fosse l'invasione russa decide questo sostegno ai mujahideen. E Brzezinski molti anni dopo dirà noi non abbiamo spinto l'Unione Sovietica, abbiamo fatto di tutto perché ci andasse, no? Cioè una frase un po' no? Così democristiana, ma insomma, e di fatto la Russia cade nella trappola, qualcosa ci ricorda anche quello che sta succedendo oggi, direi, no? Non è tanto diverso. Cade nella trappola e ci sta 10 anni intrappolata in questa cosa. Ora, questo incrocio, diciamo, io c'ero perché nell'80 sono stata là e ho conosciuto la resistenza di città. Ci sono state tante fasi perché tutte queste donne, questi uomini che comunque andavano avanti con metodi non violenti, no? Metodi profondi, metodi di cambiamento della società dalla base, si sono trovati in una situazione di occupazione. Quindi in un primo tempo hanno coinvolto tutta la popolazione e c'erano manifestazioni enormi in cui le donne erano protagoniste, non solo le donne, le bimbe, cioè i licei di Kabul che bruciavano i regali dei russi, avevano fatto queste manifestazioni enormi dove tiravano il burqa in faccia ai soldati afghani dicendo siete voi le donne, le femmine, le puttane dei russi. E loro con una forza incredibile scendevano nelle strade. Queste manifestazioni sono finite nel sangue, tante altre, non ho tempo di raccontarvele perché sono veramente molto di grande impatto cinematografico. Ecco, pensate che le case di Kabul sono tutte piatte, hanno una terrazza sopra il tetto e tutta la città si era riversata sui tetti per lanciare slogan contro i russi e anche quelle finite nel sangue. Quindi a un certo punto hanno deciso di cambiare sistema, no? Le donne soprattutto portavano, anche i bambini portavano queste shabnama, che sono le lettere della notte che spiegavano cosa stava succedendo alla popolazione, perché anche lì c'era il silenzio, no? C'erano degli altoparlanti che per tutto il giorno martellavano, se c'era, la gente vedeva delle esplosioni, delle bombe, delle cose, dicevano no, stiamo scavando per fare una miniera, cose di questo, cioè delle cose completamente assurde che rimbombavano in mezzo alla città, una cosa tremenda. In Russia, anche questo un altro parallelo, non si sapeva niente, nulla di quello che succedeva. E le persone gli dicevano che io abitavo di fronte a un fioraio, arrivavano i russi tutte le mattine, caricavano tutte queste corone da morto e se ne andavano, e questi che erano i soldati morti nella guerra venivano portati nelle loro famiglie dicendo che erano morti di epatite virale. Cioè in Russia non si sapeva niente di questa guerra. E vabbè, la resistenza, diciamo, democratica delle donne e degli uomini decide di andare verso i villaggi, perché è stato un errore quello di chiudersi a Kabul nell'università, e quindi ritornano, diciamo, nelle campagne, si formano questi gruppi di mujahideen che combattono sia contro i fondamentalisti che contro i russi. E sono queste foto che vedete, sono quelle che ho scattato io perché io con loro sono stato. Le donne erano fondamentali, questa donna che vedete qui, una che sparava col Kalashnikov perfettamente, lo stesso cullava i bambini, facevano di tutto, pentole, cucina, armi, ogni ben di Dio, e stavano vicino alla linea del fronte per essere vicini ai loro uomini. E vabbè, io comunque ho visto questa loro guerra, il loro sogno era veramente bellissimo, c'era il sogno di un paese libero, un paese con i diritti umani per tutti, i diritti delle donne, parità, meraviglioso. Mi ricordo uno di questi comandanti che mi disse: se torni l'anno prossimo ti porto a fare un giro in elicottero, saremo padroni del paese, no? Sapeva benissimo che non era vero, sapevano molto bene che i russi sarebbero andati via e che sarebbero caduti dalla padella nella brace, perché nel frattempo gli americani continuano a foraggiare questi fondamentalisti, cioè a Peshawar, dove io ne ho intervistati alcuni erano proprio dei disgraziati che in un albergo mettevano su dei gruppetti, no? Delle cose proprio un po' cinematografiche, un po' si mettevano tutti in posa, altri invece erano tipo Gulbuddin, avevano enormi ville e enormi prigioni dove torturavano le persone. Questi mujahideen pian piano hanno scacciato, cioè i russi se ne sono andati. Hanno lasciato Najibullah, che era l'ultimo presidente del Partito Comunista, il quale, poverino, ha fatto delle cose anche buone, cioè ha rimesso questa Costituzione, questo decennio di cui vi parlavo prima, è il decennio costituzionale, lo chiamano, perché la Costituzione era una Costituzione molto democratica, molto libera, molto, molto forte, e lui l'ha rimessa, ha cercato di fare pace con Massoud, con questi tagliagole dei signori della guerra, è andato all'ONU a dire: attenzione ragazzi, se voi mi lasciate cadere questo governo in mano ai fondamentalisti non ce la caviamo più, cioè anche per voi sarà un disastro, e nessuno l'ha ascoltato. Io conosco una persona straordinaria che è stato ambasciatore a Kabul in quegli anni, e mi diceva che lui, tornando in Italia, aveva proprio avvertito tutti, Napolitano, Andreotti, tutta la politica italiana. Diceva: abbiamo anche il re in Italia, facciamo qualcosa, portiamo il re, salviamo questa situazione, non facciamo cadere questo paese in mano ai fondamentalisti islamici. Purtroppo nessuno l'ha ascoltato, e di fatto i mujahideen sono arrivati al potere, si sono scannati un gruppo con l'altro per 4 anni. I racconti di questa guerra civile io li ho avuti dalle persone direttamente coinvolti, e vi assicuro che alla fine piangevamo tutti, perché era una cosa, cioè è una guerra da un quartiere all'altro, cioè gli stati in guerra erano quartieri, nessuno, cioè mandavano i vecchi a prendere l'acqua, perché se morivano erano vecchi, uscire di casa, vivevano come topi dentro queste cantine, una cosa tremenda, cioè una crudeltà, un'efferatezza che stiamo rivedendo purtroppo anche oggi. E da lì poi sono arrivati i talibani, che nel frattempo si erano formati in Pakistan, erano stati anche appoggiati dagli Stati Uniti all'inizio, perché i mujahideen non davano molta molto affidamento. Dunque, nel periodo della guerra civile, quello che hanno fatto le donne e gli uomini anche della resistenza è raccogliere le testimonianze per la Corte Penale Internazionale delle efferatezze che sono successe. Purtroppo la cosa si è fermata, anzi a un certo punto c'è stato un momento in cui è iniziato un percorso, ma dal 2004 in poi, cioè tutta la parte della guerra civile è stata cancellata. Di fatto Karzai poi fece un decreto dicendo che come abbiamo scherzato, non è successo niente, no? C'è un perdono collettivo di tutti questi personaggi. Le donne, allora arrivano i talibani e quindi sappiamo cosa succede durante il periodo dei talibani. Le donne spariscono come sono sparite adesso, non si sentono più le voci, più i passi, non ci sono più i colori, è tutto spento, la musica non c'è più, la vita non c'è più, le donne non possono studiare, non possono fare niente. Le donne di Rawa hanno continuato a combattere, infatti oggi ci dicono ma che cosa volete che ce ne andiamo? Noi sappiamo bene come fare con i talibani, guarda, li conosciamo da un sacco di tempo. E loro hanno fatto cose straordinarie in quel periodo, queste donne. Sempre operazioni di pace, cioè hanno fatto le scuole per le bambine, le scuole segrete in cui avevano il buco sottoterra per nascondere i libri, tutti i Corani messi lì davanti, poi facevano, pigliavano, riprendevano, perché allora era un tempo diverso, adesso ci sono i telefonini, c'è internet, allora non c'era, nessuno sapeva che cosa succedeva. Mi ricordo questa storia di questa donna che ha ripreso una lapidazione nello stadio con un rischio straordinario, con un rischio altrettanto straordinario l'ha portato in Pakistan e poi l'ha mandata in America. Ho detto, ma allora volete vedere? E ha detto no, è troppo scioccante per il pubblico americano. Poi nel 2001 avevano i telefoni bollenti, perché tutti volevano quel filmino, capito? Per come è cambiata poi la situazione. E loro hanno lavorato molto nei campi profughi, che nel frattempo erano pieni di afghani. I campi di Rawa erano bellissimi, hanno creato donne guerriere di pace per le prossime generazioni. Lì sono cresciute donne straordinarie come Malala Joya, Selai Ghaffar, tutte eroine, diciamo, dell'Afghanistan. Poi arriva l'11 settembre, arrivano gli americani e la NATO con noi appresso. E questo ventennio, cioè quest'estate, il 15 di agosto, ci è stato raccontato che l'Afghanistan era praticamente la Svizzera, se non la Svezia, sono arrivati i talibani da sottoterra e hanno distrutto tutto. Non era così. Questi 20 anni sicuramente ci sono stati dei miglioramenti settoriali, no? Le donne potevano in certi posti andare a scuola, ma dove? Se avevano famiglie progressiste che le mandavano a scuola, se avevano la possibilità, tutta la parte rurale non ce l'aveva, il 95% delle donne erano analfabete, quindi sì che c'erano le donne che diventavano giudici, che diventavano avvocate, ma erano assolutamente delle rarità e oltretutto venivano, cioè dal 19 in poi, gli anni scorsi, venivano uccise, c'erano questi tremendi assassini mirati dei talibani, quindi la vita per queste donne che riuscivano ad avere un ruolo era veramente una sfida. La sfida con la morte comunque in questi 20 anni era presente dappertutto. Era presente perché allora la cosa fondamentale, abbiamo detto prima di questi fondamentalisti tremendi, insomma, signori della droga, signori della guerra, con questo credo uguale a quello dei talibani, non c'è nessuna differenza. Gli americani quando sono arrivati a chi hanno dato il governo del paese, delle province? A loro, perché erano our bastard, i nostri vecchi amici, no? E quindi metà del paese, compreso il governo, era governato da questa gente. Dall'altra parte c'erano i talibani che a parte i primi anni in cui ci sono state speranze, i talibani si erano ritirati e tutto, hanno continuato ad avanzare, quindi quest'estate i talibani avevano il 70% del territorio sotto il loro controllo, quindi moltissime donne vivevano come si viveva negli anni 90, no? E gli americani con questi colloqui di pace hanno praticamente abbandonato, venduto l'Afghanistan ai talibani, tant'è che quando avanzavano, questa avanzata proprio sembrava la cavalleria, no? Che arrivavano di giorno in giorno, avanzavano perché l'esercito aveva ordine di lasciarli passare. Hanno raccontato delle cose di militari che si mettevano a combattere, che gli arrivava il generale e diceva no, vai, lasciali andare. Ecco, questo è stato. Purtroppo in questi 20 anni, appunto, come dicevo, è una cosa molto limitata, no? I vantaggi. Il vantaggio grosso è stato che si potevano fare dei progetti per le donne, e ne abbiamo fatti tanti insieme con Raua, progetti di tutti i tipi, soprattutto di educazione, istruzione, empowerment, tutte queste, perché l'istruzione è poi la porta di uscita da tutte le prigioni, e la condizione della donna era drammatica. Ecco, fate conto che l'87% delle donne subiva violenza, i matrimoni forzati erano l'80%, quelli delle bambine il 60%, quindi pensate, delle bambine a 10 anni, 9 anni. Io ho raccolto molte storie, sia così perché me le hanno raccontate, sia perché le ho lette. Sono delle storie che è molto difficile leggere. Io ho scritto anche un libro, e prestare le parole a dolore e a umiliazioni così grandi è veramente una cosa difficile, però si poteva. Avevamo i centri legali dove le donne potevano trovare aiuto, avevano le associazioni che lavoravano insieme a Ravo, avevano gli shelter, si potevano fare delle cose. Le bambine, pensate, dunque non so quanto tempo ho, 3 minuti, vabbè, allora. Le leggi che sono state fatte sono state buone, c'era la legge per l'eliminazione della violenza, eccetera, però era quasi impossibile applicarle, perché come dire, c'era una ritorsione molto forte, quindi era molto pericoloso. Lì le avvocate e le clienti rischiavano la pelle. Siamo veloci perché siamo arrivati alla fine. Questo, va bene, era la vita delle persone, no? Con i droni, i bombardamenti NATO, i talibani, gli IED, che erano queste cose fatte in casa ai margini della strada. Non lo sapevi, cioè poteva essere il momento sbagliato e il posto sbagliato. Anche stando lì in macchina non sapevi se la macchina di fronte era piena di tritolo. Quindi comunque la morte era sempre presente, no? Nella vita della popolazione afghana. E anche i bombardamenti americani sono stati tremendi. Oggi si parla tanto dei bombardamenti di Putin, eccetera, giustissimo, criminali di guerra. Vorrei sapere però come noi consideriamo i presidenti americani a questo punto, no? Cioè, Biden che ha fatto la stessa cosa, no? Noi li abbiamo visti, li abbiamo sentiti, questi bombardamenti di civili, 250.000 morti, 2 milioni di mutilati, 3 milioni di tossicodipendenti, perché l'eroina è arrivata al 93% della produzione mondiale. Cioè un disastro totale. Queste sono le cose, come dire, i progetti della non violenza, proprio come si diceva, è una cosa dell'anima la non violenza, cioè qualcosa che tu fai anche a rischio della vita, ma che non porta dolore, non porta morte, ma porta aiuto. E questi sono i progetti che loro ancora stanno facendo oggi, che è questo, no? Le donne, c'è una crisi umanitaria spaventosa, 13.000 bambini morti in 2 mesi, solo il 20% della popolazione ha da mangiare, non c'è da mangiare, non ci sono soldi, i talibani non hanno da mangiare nemmeno loro. Mi ha raccontato una nostra amica, dice, è venuto a casa e noi abbiamo i gatti, questi sono presi i crocchetti dei gatti, e lei ha detto, ma no, non sono per gli umani. No, no, dice, sono buonissimi, noi li mangiamo sempre. Si sono portati, per dire, non c'è nulla, no? Non c'è nulla, non ci sono i soldi che circolano, non c'è lavoro. Le donne che erano sole si trovano così a mendicare perché il lavoro non c'è più. È una situazione veramente catastrofica, una catastrofe umanitaria che non si è mai vista, di cui ormai non si parla più. I talibani sono divisi tra loro, non si sa come potrebbe andare a finire, se in un'altra guerra civile si scanneranno fra di loro, oppure faranno la balcanizzazione dell'Afghanistan, divideranno i pezzi, oppure torneranno fuori i signori della guerra che se ne sono scappati, ma sono tutti lì in agguato. Non lo sappiamo. Intanto le nostre donne continuano a lavorare, noi li sentiamo almeno 2 volte al mese e ci facciamo dire cosa sta succedendo. In questo momento c'è la caccia alle attiviste, e le donne che si sono esposte, anche quelle che hanno manifestato, casa per casa i talibani le vanno a cercare. Quindi queste donne vivono con il computer nella borsa, cambiando casa tutte le notti e con i loro sogni sempre presenti, perché comunque noi siamo riusciti a raccogliere dei fondi, mandarglieli, e loro ci dicono quali sono i progetti che si possono fare. Dal centro legale, che non si poteva più fare, l'hanno fatto diventare un centro di cucito, perché le donne però sono lì, i talibani gli va bene che tanto stanno a casa a cucire, però intanto loro fanno istruzione, consapevolezza, diritti, no? Fanno tutto questo lavoro. Lo zafferano, questi campi di zafferano, che sono una cosa strepitosa, perché sono villaggi sperduti intorno a Herat, noi ci siamo stati, e la vita di queste donne è cambiata tantissimo come dignità, come forza all'interno della famiglia, all'interno dei villaggi, che si sta espandendo. È un progetto veramente molto bello questo, dove poi, ha finito di lavorare la terra, loro imparano a leggere, a scrivere, eccetera. E questo hanno detto che funziona, perché i talebani si vede non gli importa più di tanto, e quindi continuano ad andare avanti. Quindi io quello che posso dire è: non abbandoniamo queste donne, non abbandoniamo il loro coraggio, perché sono piccole cose, e la gente in Afghanistan fa anche piccole cose di resistenza, come mettere fuori i palloncini rossi quando c'è la festa degli innamorati di febbraio e arrivano i talebani, li nascondono e poi li ritirano fuori, oppure reagire, no? Reagire al burqa, alle donne che vanno senza burqa all'università, che litigano con i talebani. Cioè c'è piccole cose, ma che sono anche quelli dei germogli di resistenza, e quindi non abbandoniamoli, perché loro hanno fiducia in noi, insomma. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Cristiana, because your talk, your narration is very moving, and we know that we are part of those people, and we have to be involved also in with those women, with those people. And let me say just a brief remark. How responsible are the media, the mass media? They bear a tremendous responsibility, because they change the scene, and they gave us something to see and they don't show reality as it is. So thank you very, very much.
I'm sorry, I spoke in Italian, but
That's fine.
for me, I am not comfortable speaking long time
That's
in English.
fine.
But sorry.
That's fine. I think all of us have participated in your talk, so thank you again. Now it's up to Alessandra Cosima Budabin, Free University of Bolzano, and Natalie Florea Hudson, University of Dayton. Cosima is with us, and your co-speaker is present in no, but I mean, we thank you her for her participation too, even if she's not present. And your speech is on transitional connections to stop rape now, engaging the women in CRSV advocacy. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Everybody hearing me okay? A little higher? How's this? We're good? Okay, thank you to the organizers for this kind invitation to share work that my co-author, Natalie Hudson, and I have been doing on transnational advocacy around the women, peace, and security agenda. In a large project that will be a book to be published with SUNY Press, Natalie and I are studying the impact of the women, peace, and security agenda on transnational relations, trying to see what normative leverage the agenda gave, if any, to organizations and individuals mobilizing on gender security issues, particularly in relation to conflict-related sexual violence. I'll be shortening this to CRSV. We focus on 3 transnational campaigns that sought to address CRSV in Darfur and Congo, which are among the first test cases for the 1325 agenda. With this historical view, we are tracking the extent to which CRSV in Darfur was less known, while conflict in Congo came to be defined through the lens of CRSV. We also look at the UN action campaign called Stop Rape Now. This project is based on interviews with over 50 advocates inside and outside of the UN system, many of whom have had direct field experience in Sudan, Congo, or are themselves from there. We ourselves have been participants, observers, and consultants to the women, peace, and security community, as well as in general on advocacy related to women and girls. And I have to stop for a second and say my first position while I was doing my master's was with an organization called Girls Learn International. This was 2003, and I had the honor to work with an Afghani woman named Sadiqa Basiri, who had been in a refugee camp in Pakistan, studied computer science, and after 9/11 had gone back into the villages with her father as her supporter, carrying the Quran to convince the families to send their girls to school. And she created a network of schools which we were able to help support. And then we hosted Sadiqa in the US so she could raise more money and spread the word. And so I just wanted to share that part of my own experience. And thank you for your presentation. Thank you. Okay. For this discussion, we have been asked to share our findings on transnational connections for women and women's civil society organizations during conflict in Darfur and Congo. I will do this by first introducing the study of transnational advocacy and some of the debates. Second, discussing briefly how this work can be related to prospects for peace processes. Third, drawing from our field research to share insights on facets of these debates, share a few stories from our interlocutors. And then finally, concluding with some thoughts on worrying and encouraging trends in transnational advocacy around women, peace, and security related to CRSV. So transnational advocacy connects advocates and activists, that is, advocates acting on behalf of others, apart from, but for activists representing themselves or more closely connected to stakeholders. We follow Kekin Sikink in studying how transnational advocacy networks influence both international and local political outcomes. In many cases, activism is risky due to a repressive or authoritarian context, and this can certainly be extrapolated to thinking about activism during conflict. From their safe perch, advocates can approach the international community, apply pressure, and mobilize global civil society. As conceived by Kekin Sikink, these networks work together but across two directions. Activists facing blockages, either domestically or internationally, reach out across borders and share information, first-hand accounts, and other evidence to advocates with resources, access to political spheres, and media connections to raise awareness and lobby for solutions outside the repressive or conflict-affected country. These linkages have often had a geographic or metaphoric character of linking the global north to the global south or western to non-western. Therefore, it's been important to recognize how these networks reflect and reproduce structures of asymmetric power relations. We can track these tensions in discussions around messaging, framing, messengers, choice of tactics and venues, and distribution of funding. Echoing Isla's presentation on the Palestinian movement, these transnational linkages also include challenges and questions around NGO professionalization, negotiating donor priorities, agenda setting, downward and upward accountability, and access to international spheres for local groups. Alexandra also mentioned the important issue of language. In effect, advocacy NGOs often act as brokers and translators to certain international policy-making spheres. Many of the most prominent transnational advocacy campaigns have worked on issues related to gender, enacting a kind of global sisterhood of people connected by similar experiences. Women's networks in the 70s and 80s were themselves characterized by divisions described as North and South, split over where to direct their energies. But these tensions were partly transcended in the mid-1980s when the issue of violence against women was able to bring North and South groups together. But while gender security issues may bring activists together in a type of sisterhood, we still have to pay attention to power differentials. So where do these transnational connections across women and women-focused civil society organizations in and outside conflict-affected countries fit into the discussion we're having here around peace processes? Anne Catherine Kreft just published a great article where she argues that the presence of sexual violence during conflict actually leads to mobilization of local women in civil society organizations, as well as more linkages with international women's NGOs. She found that women experience and perceive conflict-related sexual violence as a collective threat that leads them to organize and become politicized, and tracks this phenomenon across cases where there has been a high prevalence of CRSV to show that these cases are associated with higher women's political mobilization. To be sure, there are important control variables such as state repression, ability to organize, and other conflict-related political and social factors. Our work complements this research by studying the extent to which 1325 agenda and the new international attention to CRSV has contributed to this domestic mobilization, as well when advocates elsewhere have acted on behalf of women in situations where domestic mobilization was limited. I wanted to highlight this research by CREP because I think it will be relevant for the post-conflict stage being studied here. The foundations laid during conflict, which will certainly impact the women and organizations available to participate in peace processes. The other ways in which our study is connected to the aftermath has to do with the way in which CRSV during the conflict is presented to the outside world, whose stories are told, and the nature of the perpetrators, for example, as this may affect peace processes and prosecutions. I'm thinking ahead to Constanza's research on prosecuting a female perpetrator that will be featured in the presentation following mine. So now to our field research. So a quick review of the universe of organizations that were operating on behalf of Darfur and Congo. In the north, you've got numerous organizations, some looking at conflict or women's rights, others that form to address a particular situation, as we saw with Darfur. Some are small and led by diaspora activists. Others with the diaspora actors who have great connections to the affected countries, but then these oftentimes get subsumed into larger organizations. Then you have a situation like Congo, where existing organizations led by Congolese struggled for funding and a place in the political landscape. And finally, you have the civil society organizations based in the countries that seek transnational linkages for various motives. And these together form the transnational advocacy networks I spoke of earlier. Okay, so some organizations in the global north could offer not only access to international policy-making spheres, but also resources like political training and funds. Before COVID happened, we were in Washington, D.C., where we met with Swanee Hunt, a prominent philanthropist and former U.S. ambassador to Austria, who has devoted herself and her fortune to addressing issues surrounding women and war. She's created organizations such as Women Waging Peace and Inclusive Security to strengthen the skills and influence of women leaders around the world, and she advocates for having women as part of peace processes. Swanee recounts how she used a lot of role play to train women in advocacy and shared this story. One of my favorites, we're in Nairobi, and the women are Sudanese and South Sudanese. I'm going to say it's 2003. So we're going to do this role play to get ready for doing advocacy with a policymaker. So the person that comes in to play the part of the policymaker is the American ambassador. You know, hey, you can coach these women so they can talk to the prime minister. And I loved that. Of course, it's a 2-4. The American ambassador walks out of there, eyes big from what he has learned. So this example probably says more about Swanee's social capital than anything else, but her organizations have been responsible for many such trainings behind the scenes and for bringing women together with policymakers. And in a nod to Alexandra's work on intersectionality and grassroots elites, we heard about yesterday, Swanee would ask consultants, the UN and organizations operating, she would arrive, she'd say, who are the top women? Just tell me who are the top women. And those are the women she would work with, which we could also say reproduces hierarchies rather than cultivating new leadership. Funding. The need for resources, particularly for women's issues, is critical for building a foundation for political empowerment across different spheres, but often comes with certain conditions. We met with a young woman of Vital Voices, another women's organization based in DC. In 2010, she was working with a women's media organization in Congo that started in 2003 to go to remote villages in eastern Congo where there was conflict. The idea was to help women to raise their voices, discuss their experiences, access healthcare, and assert their rights. They had a campaign called Stop Silence Against Violence Against Women that involved doing interviews for radio and training women in journalism. As she described, a lot of women I worked with in the DRC who survived and who were victims of rape and who had a very hard time talking about their experience. They shifted to become themselves actors and started training other women and started doing these meetings in the community and, like themselves, becoming actors of change. And that was really interesting. So we can see here the steps towards collective mobilization. But what is further important about her account are the transnational connections she described. Support and funding from international organizations, because they never would have gotten funding from the Congolese government. But not all support is equal. Vital Voices let the local director decide what projects to do, whereas other international organizations need the women's needed the women's media organization to fit their mission around democratization or other. And sometimes the local organization, like the one described by the young woman, will do their best to fit these missions, to meet the requirements in order to get funding. She concluded by saying, yeah, I can say we couldn't do anything without the help from these organizations, but things are not better right now. It's still a lot of work to do, even though a lot of money has been sent there. In many of the interviews in reference to Congo especially, there was a sense that local groups had to work on the issue of sexual violence because that's what they believed outsiders bringing funding and support wanted to hear. And others have noted here that certain options for free health care were only available to rape victims. This has been mentioned in this conference. Now to the area of communications. So I mentioned that advocacy organizations in the North are often the ones with the access to relevant policymaking spheres and global media. This means they're responsible for sharing the stories and thus enact some of the risks and dangers raised by the novelist Chimamanda Adichie about a single story. Who tells the story and how is it critical in human rights advocacy? Organizations themselves have to present themselves as being credible and legitimate actors who can tell that story. So Alex DeWall, who did research in Sudan and in Somalia, met and interviewed survivors of sexual violence. And this was in the 90s. And when he presented this research in the North on behalf of African Rights, an organization he had founded, he tried to take, quote, a distinctly different approach to human rights advocacy in which we didn't really make the human rights organization the center of the narrative, trying to actually take ourselves out and empower people who we thought could solve the problem, as a result of which we didn't get sustained publicity. So here we see it's clear that the figure of the organization carrying that credibility also still needs to brand itself to gain attention. For Darfur, the goals of the advocacy campaign were to have a wide audience. As Mary O'Reilly for Inclusive Security pointed out, quote, for mass appeal, you need one single message. It can't be complicated. It can't be two messages. It has to be one message, and their message was to stop genocide. Even if we heard something about rape, we're not going to focus on that. We don't muddy the water. If you end the genocide, then presumably you'll end the rape, right? We also spoke with Britley Conley-Zilchitz of the World Peace Foundation, who researches endings to conflicts, and she gave a comparative view of our cases. For her, the lesson in the case of Darfur was that the story of women was, quote, one of the threads that was woven throughout, but it didn't define the conflict the way Congo was later defined. In Congo, Bridget describes how, quote, the patterns of violence were complicated, and so violence against women served a straightforward narrative of good and evil, end quote. There's also the sense that issues have to be marketed. I mentioned branding above. Over and over, the advocates use the language of branding. A cause needs to be sold. People have to buy into the issue. And this is a natural part of transnational advocacy, to mobilize the public, maintain the attention of elites, and get media coverage. A simple and clear storyline is seen as critical. And this follows not only advocacy, but also media logics. We met Cara Piccarilli, who had worked on the UN action campaign, Stop Rape Now. This was a UN-sponsored campaign to raise awareness of 1325 internally to different member states, as well as to the broader public. Her office ended up working with an advertising firm that took the campaign pro bono. And she found herself negotiating gender security texts with a well-meaning firm that was saying, hey, it would be catchier if we use this language. And Cara also described discussants on language that moved from UN field offices to New York City and back again. But she did observe of this firm, quote, they were able to contribute things that we just never would have been able to do. Some organizations did mention working with journalists to nuance the approach to talking about CRSV. In one development, there's now an emphasis on having survivors speak, such that Denis Mukwege's foundation has to field multiple requests on having survivors to speak. The intern I spoke to found this a bit bewildering, and she asked me what was going on. I went to the Women for Women CEO, Laura Adams, for an answer to that, and she said, I think part of it is coming from a good place, which is we have won the battle of women's battles, and that stories should come from themselves, and we shouldn't be telling their stories. But often you see the organization needed to still play an important intermediary role. Laura Adams made a statement about this, declaring, "We're not into extractive, to bring a woman survivor of war from Congo and have them talk to the State Department." And I said, well, why not? And she said, it's extractive. If the woman really wants to do it, and she's a really powerful advocate, and she wants to do that, and there's an opportunity to make change, absolutely. But the number of times I've seen it happen without it leading to any change, and with leading to all kinds of terrible contradictions. So for example, I was on a panel with a survivor of Boko Haram, and it was just absolutely appalling, the questions that the journalists asked her. Her whole speech was why you should invest in girls' education, and all the questions were in a very patronizing, pitying voice. You know, can you tell us what happened? Like, why does she need to relive her trauma on a public stage? End quote. So there are some risks of bringing local voices into certain venues and environments where they may be mistreated. There's also recognition that women do benefit from help telling their stories. Laura described the efforts to offer training. We asked every woman if they wanted to be in a storytelling training, and we put women through a leadership training, which included storytelling. And those women who have had that training, oh my God, the way they tell their story, confident, powerful, they love telling it. So, you know, if people want to and you give them that support, fine. But none of this gets done on the plane or within 2 weeks. And then to the final concern about what 1325 has meant to these movements. So from the moment this resolution was passed, there's been acknowledgement that the resolution linking gender with security discourses had both a broadening and limiting effect. Jessica Newworth from Equality Now, who has worked on women's rights and justice issues in Congo and elsewhere, argued that linking women's issues to peace and security is good in the immediate sense, in that it gave you tools in the UN that you wouldn't have had otherwise. And a piece that Natalie and I just wrote up around diaspora advocates, it shows that they clearly use the 1325 agenda in their speech to say, here in Congo, here in Darfur, this resolution is not being implemented. But on the other hand, the agenda has been promoted and limiting attention in other areas. Laura Adams said one of the evolutions that's really important is the recognition that rape as a weapon of war is not the main issue. It's not the main issue for women in conflict. It's not the main issue within violence against women. Intimate partner violence is. So that shift is important. I'm not sure that 1325 helped that much with the broader issues of women in conflict. For Jessica Newworth, she said it's been a psychological thing because peace and security is at the top of the hierarchy, while economic development and women's empowerment is way low. So we start out with 1325 and find ourselves in a situation where, with an agenda where 90% of which has always been focused on sexual violence and 10% on women in decision making, even if that was meant to be a bigger part. An advocate with Futures Without Violence said, you know, when we're thinking about participation even, quote, putting a woman at the peace table is a quick fix. And for her, 1325's attention to CRSV is useful as long as it also takes into account a continuum of violence. Quote, not until you have the groundwork in countries and the social norm change necessary to have that people of the country buy into, not just the value of women, the equality of women, but really ending the violence against women. And other concerns were related to the dangers of success of this agenda, and especially a visibility around CRSV. Alex DeWall said that in terms of using a gender lens, the analytical sophistication, the empirical richness, and the normative and policy power of the gender lens is incredibly relevant. But on the other hand, like all of these things, it has the danger of becoming a single narrative in itself. It's one of those situations in which the greatest enemy of success is success. You may have the most fantastic consensus in New York or Geneva or something, but if it doesn't match onto what's needed in Congo or Darfur or Somalia, that's a problem. Okay. So I'll move to my conclusion and just offer a couple of thoughts of what we're showing and some of these shifts in transnationally that offer encouragement. We're seeing transnational advocacy continuing to offer many benefits for transferring resources and creating access. Advocates that are working hard to avoid the earlier missteps, putting stakeholders up front to tell their own stories and helping them tell their stories, operating in an ethical, dignified, and more inclusive way, still negotiating compromises that are necessary in terms of fundraising and language, and showing that the 1325 agenda has provided a useful framework and common language for evaluation and action that has raised awareness and funds. Yet, many of the tensions between advocates operating outside on behalf of activists and victims inside still persist. That human rights advocacy continues to produce and reproduce hierarchies around perfect victims, dominant narratives, and distribution of funds that favor certain types of rape victims over others. And that 1325 continues to valorize protection over participation and prevention without a holistic emphasis on political empowerment. So overall, from this preliminary work, we see that these campaigns demonstrate mixed efforts in involving women and connecting to women's civil society organizations in meaningful ways. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to you also, because you gave a very interesting insight in what it is going on when you are really involved in implementing legal frameworks, going down to the ground and listening to real people, not only to very general rights holders in general. And so now I give the floor to Costanza Nardocci. Costanza comes from the University of Milano, a researcher, and she's part of the wonderful group of Meredith D'Amico, but we share a lot of values and we work together very much. And the title of her speech is From Boosting Conflicts to Rebuilding a Country, Rwanda Women at the Crossroads Between Genocide and Empowerment. Thank you. The floor is yours. And you are in time. You have your 20 to 25 minutes as any other speaker of this session.
So thank you so much, Professor Violini, for beautifully chairing this session. And I thank so much the organizer, Professor D'Amico and Professor Grappi, for allowing me to be here at this outstanding conference. So as far as my presentation is concerned, I would discuss about which was and which still is the role of Rwandan women in the peace building process that actually started out right after the end of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis. So these are the one that you can see here in the slides, the four main research questions that I will try to tackle throughout my presentation. So more broadly, certainly, I will hinge on the role of women in rebuilding Rwanda following the genocide, the ways in which Rwandan women actually contributed to the peace building process. A third interesting point has to do with who actually were the women actively involved in this process, because as we will see at the very end of the presentation, there are extensive differences among the women who were involved and who eventually benefited from their contribution in the peace building process. And last point, but certainly not less important, which are now the consequences of this involvement of women in the peace building process in Rwanda. So before going into details on each of those research questions, two background data on Rwanda. So the first one has to do with the ethnic composition of Rwanda. So I guess as many of you know, Rwanda is composed of several ethnic and racial groups. The three major ethnic groups are those that you can see here, meaning the Hutus, the Tutsi, and the Batwa. What is interesting here is the fact that the percentages that I indicate here were reported before the 1994 genocide, but accordingly to the 2021 official data, the proportions among these three major ethnic groups still remain the same, and I would like to highlight this. The second point has to do with some of the key features of the Rwanda genocide that deal basically with the time, because as you can see, it lasted roughly 100 days. and it was devastating in terms of the numbers of the victims who were targeted throughout the genocide. Before the genocide, which was the role of Rwandan women, meaning were women actively involved in the public sphere, which was the situation of Rwandan women in globally, I mean, without distinctions among the ethnic group considered in the private sphere. So as you can see, there was basically a lack of rights in terms of women's participation to the public spheres. So here's the data. And likewise, the private sphere and the family life spheres of women were really challenging. So no property rights, no inheritance rights, no land rights, which were very, very, and still are very important, considering that the vast majority of Rwandan women live outside of urban areas. So what is one of the key features of the Rwandan genocide? The gender nature, someone says. And why is that? Basically for two main reasons. The first one has to do with the victims, meaning the fact that the vast majority of the victims were women. And the point is that gender plays a key role because, as we all know, genocide, usually the notion of genocide has to do with the destruction, elimination of an ethnic racial group. So we are discussing about a group. Here, the question was that there was an intersection between ethnicity and gender, and this was very interesting because if you look at the types of the women victims of genocide, we don't see only Tutsi women, because we also had Hutus women married to Tutsi men, women associated to Tutsi. So there was also a lot of discretion as to the as to women's affiliation to the targeted group during the genocide, and also, interestingly, women that were in the wrong place at the wrong time that were also targeted and that were as a victim of the genocide. The other side of the coin, though, and the second reason why we might at least discuss about the so-called gender nature of the Rwanda genocide, has to do with the fact that women were also perpetrators. Thank you for the brief introduction, but actually one of the most interesting emblematic example of women's active involvement in the genocide was the conviction of Pauline Marashuko, who was at the time Minister for Family Welfare and the Advancement of Women. That she was, and she still is, the very first woman ever convicted for having committed a crime of genocide. So it's a very, very interesting feature, I think, of the paradox of the Rwandan reality. Women were also spies, and also a lot of Hutus women actually kind of captured Tutsi women in order to let them be sexual slaves for Hutus men. So all this, what it means in a nutshell, that there is a challenging overcoming of the traditional gender stereotype that sees women as victims only, because actually here we had a very emblematic example of a double nature of women and double role of women in the genocide, so meaning being victims and perpetrators. And this is, I think, one of the key aspects that we should take into account in considering which was later on the role in the peace building process. So after the genocide, women made up 70% of the Rwandan population. And why do I need to highlight this percentage? Because when we discuss about which was the role of Rwandan women in rebuilding the country, actually, if women were such a significant majority, maybe there is a connection. There is a discrepancy in literature on this data, in the sense that there are a lot of authors that says that, well, 70% is also justified by the fact that there was a severe mass incarceration of men, whereas the complicity in the genocide of Hutu women was much more difficult to prove, so they were basically left without any prosecution. But actually, women were widows. They did not have any property rights, and there was a significant spread of polygamic marriages right after 1994 and the end in June of the genocide. Rwandan women, nevertheless, started rebuilding their country even before the adoption of the already mentioned UN Resolution 1325. But yes, certainly the very first element that we should take into consideration if we want to look at the ways in which women contributed to the implementation of the UN Resolution 1325 in a way that was consistent with fostering gender equality. Certainly the 2003 Constitution is a very good point to start. I just highlighted here in the slide the gender-specific provisions. Of course, there is the recognition of the equality before the law, but I think that probably from a constitutional perspective, and also thanks to the professor I work with since more than 10 years, I guess that probably one of the most interesting aspects deals with Article 9 and with women political representation. We have a reservation of at least 30% of posts in decision-making organs safeguarded under the Constitution, which is a very strong measure that we have to take into account. But the key element that I think it might be worth highlighting here is the fact that the 2003 Constitution was very much focused on empowering women within the public sphere, whereas it was less centered on the enforcement of the principle of gender equality within the private sphere. Another interesting aspect has to do with the enforcement of the so-called national gender machinery institution. So we do have, especially under another provision of the 2003 Constitution, of the Gender Monitoring Office. So we see kind of a trend towards the enforcement of institutions inspired by the need to promote the principle of gender equality in a way to empower Rwandan women. Also, the 2003 Constitution paid a lot of attention on implementing gender equality through international human rights law. So Rwanda started ratifying the most significant treaties and conventions, not only within the UN systems, but also within the African continent. So the already mentioned Maputo Protocol, the Kampala Declaration on Sexual and Gender-Based Violence. But what I'd like here to highlight is the fact that we had a significant amendment in 2015 to this provision of the Constitution, which originally stated that international obligations were only subordinated to the Constitution, because right now instead we witnessed an amendment in the hierarchy of the sources of the law. So right now international obligations in Rwanda need to be in compliance not only with the Constitution, as it happens in several constitutional experiences, but also to organic laws. And this is a point that I would like to highlight, because we can also see this as a way to maybe diminish the binding effect of international agreements and obligations, especially within the perspective of women's human rights, of course. So that was the very first element to take into account of the revised 2015 Constitution. The other aspect I will not delve into detail here, but the only thing I would rather highlight here is the fact that despite the fact that certainly one of the key features of the Rwandan experience has to do with the great numbers of women involved in the peace process, there has always been a man in charge. So Kagame was the president of the republic right after the 1994 genocide. He still is president of the republic, and he is expected to remain president of the republic until 2034 due to an amendment that was approved in 2015 to the Constitution. So this is another element that we should take into account when we have to, what we want to discuss, which is the role of women in the peace building process in the Rwandan experience. So of course, the implementation of the UN resolution also was developed throughout the two national action plans. Beyond details, and to be a little bit more brief, just take a look at the second national action plan, the one that will cover 2018 till 2022, so it's almost done. But there is a focus on what happened at the local levels. And why is that? Because there is a significant discrepancy between what happened in the rural areas and what happened in the urban areas, which is one of the challenging aspect of the empowerment of women within the Rwandan experiences. So going down, I'm referring to the hierarchy of the laws. Certainly in Rwanda, following the end of the genocide, we witnessed the adoption of several laws inspired by the principle of gender equality. But the key point is that rural women continue to be subjected to customary law. Systems of personal law and parallel jurisdictions are still the key feature of the vast majority of women who, at the end of the day, did not benefit from the advancement, at least formal, that was promoted by the Rwandan parliament. So just here you have some examples of the laws that were enacted within the private sphere that, as I said already, is the most challenging one. So with respect to family life, property and inheritance rights, so women are formally recognized within the national legal system of several rights that are equal to men, but the problem here lies in the enforceability of these same laws at the in the rural areas, as I said. This is something that also the CEDAW committee highlighted in 2017. We are waiting for the last concluding observations that I think will come out within this year, I guess, but yet again, this dichotomy between what happened, the differences among urban women and rural women, and the discrepancy, yet again, between statutory law and customary laws is another aspect that the CEDAW committee underlined as a significant aspect to work on in Rwanda in its concluding observations in 2017. So what happens now? So Rwanda is placed within the top 10 country in the global gender gap index, so in 2021. So it's placed at number 7, which is a significant place. Just think for a second that Italy ranks 63rd, Mexico 37, just to mention some examples. Afghanistan is at the bottom of the, and it was ranked for the first time in 2021 actually, because before that we didn't have any official data, but just to give in a nutshell some more information. The reason actually why Rwanda is placed in the 7th position, one of the main reasons lies with the fact that women sitting in the parliament are almost over 60%. So we have a lot of women sitting in the national parliament, and this is one of the data that most influenced and the placement in the global gender gap index. But what's more on the reality of the public sphere? So as I said earlier, the second national action plans focused a lot on the local levels, and this is actually the reason, because yes, we do have a significant women presence within the national parliament, but this percentage, this 60%, we do not find it within the local level institutions. We are around 20% or even less. Staying in the public sphere, The judiciary is another field of interest. Here we witness a fluctuating trend as the NIP described it, because we have more than 50% of women in the judiciary, but we have roughly more than 25% of women who are sitting right now as court president or vice president. So not really surprisingly, but these are data that we should take into consideration. The private life is a huge matter of concern. So you see, we have 37% of women stating that they have been victim of domestic violence in the last 12 months. This is, the source is the Gender Inequality Index, so the data of 2022, so the data are pretty recent. We have a 7% of child marriages. Maybe this percentage is likely to be a little bit, I mean, I don't know how much is responded to the reality, because we know that child marriages are very, very difficult to report. And actually, it's interesting that we do not have official report on FGM. Of course, they are prohibited, but it's interesting that we did not have any report. Other practices that are widely used and that we can find, especially in the rural areas, are polygamies and polygamic marriages. And this is a very, very great concern, because women that are in polygamic marriages do not enjoy any land rights. And land rights, as I said already, are very important for women living in the rural areas. So in a nutshell, and going to the conclusion, certainly women were protagonists in the rebuilding process of Rwanda, but the question is, are we really looking at a true empowerment of women, or this is kind of a not complete empowerment? I'm not saying a false empowerment, but at least this is a challenging question that I felt like I wanted to share with you. So basically, I don't want to repeat what I said already, but you see the reasons why we can say that this empowerment probably is not entirely realized in the context of Rwanda. So which basically lays down to the differences between the status of women. So women are not an homogeneous category in Rwanda. They do not benefit from the same rights, and this is something that is really a great concern. The vast majority of women in Rwanda does not benefit from the rights that have been safeguarded under the Constitution and within the laws that I mentioned briefly before. So there is the need to reconcile the status of women, especially women belonging to minority communities. I'm thinking of Batwa women, for example. So minority women are, especially them, are, those belonging to minority groups are those who are not benefiting from the laws adopted by a very kind of female parliament. And also there is a huge to reconcile the discrepancies between statutory laws and customary laws. So 3 main points to conclude. One has to do with who did truly guide the Rwandan peace building process, in light of the fact that we still have a man president of the republic, and he was president of the republic at the very beginning, and he still is the president of the republic. And second point, does this large number of women sitting in the national parliament resulted in improving and empowering all Rwandan women, or just some of them? And did women access to the public sphere resulted in the deserved focus to promote gender equality even in the private sphere? First point, well, this this picture is kind of emblematic. So you have Kagame and all the other women. So yes, we do have a lot of women, but this, I mean, probably the fact that we still have a male leadership is something that is might be seen as a challenging feature of the true and I mean true effective role of women in the peace building process. As I said already, the presence of women in the national decision making bodies benefited much more urban women than rural women and minority women especially. And also, this is another interesting part that I tackled already, but I would like to highlight it once again. We do have several laws tackling gender inequality within the public sphere, but the private sphere continues to be a matter of major concerns. And this is something that maybe is kind of the opposite of what we are used to witnessing within the West, where there is a trend towards improving gender equality before in the private sphere and then in the public sphere. So to conclude, I think that including women in peace building processes is certainly of key relevance, but at the same time, we do not have to neglect the fact that women might also act against the peace process. And the Rwandan experience, I think it's kind of emblematic of this twofold nature of women's contributions to peace building process. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Costanza Nardoci, also to Costanza Nardoci, as to the previous speakers, of course, for your very detailed and clear picture of what is going on in Rwanda. And we were very curious also to know what was going on after the genocides. And so thank you to everybody, because this session shares the characteristic of previous sessions, that is high scholarly level, passion, hard work for implementing the values we believe in. And so I'm sure that our organizers, Marilisa and Tanya, can be proud for the success of this conference. Thank you to everybody, to the audience, and I think there is lunch is what we are going to have. Thank you again. Bye-bye. On the timetable, brava Costanza, molto molto bene, perfetto. Sì, sì, ecco, perfetto. No, l'ho mandato perché così, guarda, siamo stati... No, vedi? No, perché vedi, avevo fatto per tutto, poi se lei è andata avanti un pochino, giusto, è così che deve essere. È veramente così, vabbè, è chiaro, non è stato così. E inisci de cura, veramente. Grazie, 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 grazie. Bene, no, per tutti. Bravissima, bravissima. Grazie mille. Adesso io... Mamma mia, ho scritto... Thank you very, very much also to you, to Power. No, super. I'm keep obsessed by finding because I want to, because if somebody does not grazie, dai, veramente. If I don't, if the time is not properly shared, then someone is going to miss, but 25 minutes for everybody, that's perfect. Thank you again. Brava Costi. Eccoci, no, ma ho già scritto alle mie ragazze che vengono a parlare da me del femminismo e gli ho detto di invitarti quando faranno
Good morning.
Good morning, Paul. It's us. Oh, maybe there are some other people. Okay, I mute myself.
Clemens, hi Paul.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
We can, yes, thank you.
Very well, very well. We should wait probably five more minutes.
Sure.
Yes, and what I proposed is to organize our panel by presenting the book for 10 minutes. Then each speaker, then Clem, you have 10 minutes, Paul 10 minutes, and Jada, she's here having lunch because we have, I'm sorry, because for you it's breakfast time now, but for us it's lunch time, then we are having lunch outside here. Then Jada sends to have a half hour to introduce the book. Then we have two discussions. They are sitting here, but come si fa a dire la telecamera? You can come here, Sabrina. Okay.
Hi.
Okay, then Sabrina and Sarah, and then we are going to keep you 50 minutes. 50 minutes. And if there is some time left for some questions by the audience, there is also Lorenza Violini. Lorenza here, and then probably she also say something. I don't know.
I mean, Valentina, as you know, I need to get off after 15 or 20 minutes. So I can do my 10 minutes and then I have to run over to the other meeting. So I'm so grateful to Paul that he's here to represent.
Yes. And so does that mean that Clemens will take 10 minutes and I will also take 10 minutes? Is that what I'm understanding?
That's what I understood.
Okay.
I can take 7. It's easy.
7 is fine as well. I can do 7 too.
Yeah. Yes.
Sì, sì, infatti.
Chiara, avevo mandato a Valentina. Excuse me, Paul and Clemens, who is going to talk first?
That would be Clemens, please.
Okay, very well. Okay, then I'm going to introduce you first. Oddio. Pronto. Grazie.
No, è un caso in realtà. Esatto.
Okay, then I think we can start this session. Then good afternoon or good morning for the colleagues that are in the US. I'm really glad to have the opportunity today within this conference on the role of women and women's movements, associations in peace processes to introduce this session dedicated to a book edited by Paolo Carrozza and Clemens Sedmak. And I contributed to this book, writing one chapter, and it was so nice and enriching to discuss all together some years ago our drafts in a meeting at Notre Dame University. Then I'm very happy to have this possibility today to host this session and to chair this session. And I believe that the concept of peace as it was told in the previous session by one of our speakers, by Salwa Amrouni. She told us that peace is not only absence of war, but peace is much more. Peace, it is a pacification, she said, of social relationships. And then I believe that there is a close link between the topic of our conference, peace building and the role of women in peace building, and this book on human development and human dignity. The first link is exactly this broader concept, this broader notion of peace, including also some new human relationships. And the second link, I believe, between our conference and this book is that, as Marta Cartabia, the Minister of Justice, told us yesterday, it's really important to tackle our topic by considering concrete experiences, then real experiences, and at the center of this book there is exactly this concept of practice. Then it's not only a matter of a theoretical approach to human dignity and human development, but it is a matter of practice. Then I think, I believe that this book and the discussion I'm just introducing now is going to enrich our conference. We organized this session by giving the floor firstly to two speakers who are online. And I'm so happy to have the possibility, notwithstanding this distance, to share this session with Clem and Paul, with Professor Clemens Sedmak and Professor Paul Perrin.
that are at the moment, I suppose, at Notre Dame University, and one in-person speaker that is Professor Giada Ragone, that she's sitting here at my left. Then this would be the first part of this session. They are going to introduce to our audience this book. And in the second part, we have two more speakers as discussants, Professor Sara De Vido and Professor Sabrina Ragone. Then in the first part, Clemens is starting, and I cannot really present the full CV and all the achievements of Professor Sedmak. I would like just to underline some points. He is professor of social ethics and director of the Nenovich Institute for European Studies at Notre Dame University. And he holds doctoral degrees in several disciplines, in philosophy, theology, social theory, and he studied at the University of Innsbruck, in Zurich, and at Maryknoll in New York, at the University of Linz. He has been visiting professor at several universities worldwide, in Africa, in Asia, and several European universities, and also in Mexico City. And he published several books, many articles. And he is one of the editors of this book. Then I'm sure that he the best person, really well positioned to introduce to our audience this book. Thank you very much, Clemens, to join us at 8 a.m. Your time joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning and good afternoon. We are speaking from South Bend, Indiana. This is how it looks like. It is a rainy day here, and then we are still trying to get some sunshine. I can introduce this book that was edited by Paolo Carrozza. So it is really Professor Carrozza's brainchild. He, as the director of the Kellogg Institute of Human Development, designed the idea of the book. He brought people together. And I thought the process of Paolo creating this whole process was already very much a testimony to integral human development. He brought an international and interdisciplinary group of scholars together in person in Rome, as well as in Notre Dame or in South Bend, to work on this book and have in-person discussions. So this book is a study in integral human development. Integral human development is a term that was introduced by Pope Paul VI in 1967 in his encyclical Populorum Progressio. And it basically means the development of each person and the development of the whole person. This means there are two main imperatives connected to IHD, namely, leave no one behind, the development of each person, leave no one behind. And secondly, consider all dimensions of the person. The development of the whole person. And at the center of the idea of integral human development is the concept of human dignity and the dignity of each human person. Louis-Joseph Lebret was a famous Dominican economist who inspired Paul VI's encyclical, Populorum Progressio, and he talked about the importance of a fully human life and human-centered development. And his student Denis Goulet famously said, societies are more human, more developed, not when men and women have more, but when they are enabled to be more. Let me repeat that. It's a very important idea behind the book. Societies are more human, more developed, not when men and women have more, but when they are enabled to be more. So this book takes an explicit look at practices and at institutional ways of making sure that human dignity of each person is respected. As you may know, the concept of dignity is contested. There is even a philosopher who calls it a conversation stopper. Conversation stopper means when you bring up the topic of human dignity and you say you just violated my dignity, there will be awkward silence. Others think it is even a stupid concept and superfluous, redundant, not necessary. Paolo Carrozza and the team in the book try to show the importance of the concept of human dignity for development with a special connection to practices. One of my favorite philosophers is Ludwig Wittgenstein from Austria, who once said, we need the rough ground. We need to go back to the rough ground. And this is what this book is doing with many examples and case studies. Let me just give you one example. This is not explicit in the book, but you get an idea. The question of water, development work around water. Pope Francis in Laudato Si makes it very clear that a dignified life is not possible without water. You need to have access to clean water, drinking water, and the poor are often deprived of this access. And there is, respecting the topic of the conference, a distinct gender dimension to water. As you all know, in many countries, the presence or absence of a safe and sufficient water supply and improved sanitation facilities has a disproportionate effect on the lives of women and girls. And this for three reasons. First, women and girls usually bear the responsibility for collecting the water. And this responsibility can be very painful. For women, no water can mean more fear. They cannot cook, they cannot provide for their children, they can serve their husband's tea. In parts of sub-Saharan Africa, this is an important cultural practice. So women are responsible for collecting water, but men make most of the water management decisions. A second reason why water problems have a disproportionate effect on women and girls is that women and girls are more vulnerable to abuse and attack while walking to and using a toilet or open defecation site. There is a connection between emotions and water. Sultana Farhana is a very well-known geographer in the United States, originally from Bangladesh, and he works on this connection of emotions and water. Women have to invest a lot, suffer for water, suffer from water to get water to their families. And the third reason why women are very vulnerable to water insecurity is that women have specific hygiene needs. So there is a connection between water and gender, also in the sense of respecting dignity of the person cannot happen without access to water. And as we know, women and children spend 200 million hours every day worldwide collecting water. And of course, we don't have to talk about the grave injustices around water, the commodification of water, big companies making a lot of money where local communities are deprived of the water resources. That would be just one example of water practices on the ground in a connection to human dignity. This book makes 4 central claims. The first claim is human experience and human practices are of central importance. So human experiences and human practices are of central importance, including the role of local knowledge and the knowledge of local communities. There's one case study by Catherine Bolton on the children's rights in Sierra Leone, where she convincingly shows that local practices and local knowledge will have an impact on these global discourses and vice versa. So that's the first claim, the central importance of human experience and human practices. The second claim is consider the non-material aspects of human life. Consider the non-material aspects of human life, including the spiritual dimension. There is a text by Bob Dowd and colleagues on the role of hope in development. The role of hope, the role of religious beliefs, the role of a concept of future. These would be non-material aspects of human life and human practices. The third claim of the book is the central role of community and relationality. That is why you have articles on the role of accompaniment by Steve Reifenberg or the role of encounter by Ilaria Schneider von Wortensee. Important concepts to show that we are relational beings as human persons and need community, and relations play a major role in successful practices. And the fourth and last claim of the book is the concept of dignity can be translated into projects, programs, and institutional practices. And my friend and colleague Paul Perrin will talk about that. What does it mean to take dignity seriously on a more programmatic level? So let me just summarize. I'm at minute 8 of my input. The 4 central claims of this book that puts dignity and practices at the center. The importance of human experience in human practices, number 1. The proper consideration of non-material aspects of human life, number 2. The central role of community and relationality, number 3. And the fact that the concept of dignity can be translated into projects, programs, and institutional practices. And we want to express our gratitude to Paolo Carrozza, who brought us together and made this book possible. Thank you so much. And now I'm looking forward to hearing Paul's input. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clemens. To summarize in just 10 minutes, so many topics, important topics related also to our conference that are included in the book. And I'm sure that Paul Perrin is, as you anticipated, is going to add other aspects, because Paul contributed to this book with a chapter especially dedicated to the contextualized participatory monitoring and evaluation. Then exactly what you said about this aspect of practice of human dignity and human development. Paul is director of evidence and learning at the Pult Institute for Global Development. He's associate professor at the institute at Notre Dame University, and he published several books and articles, and he's also teaching topics related to his contribution in the book, because Paul is teaching program design, management, and evaluation as well, together with international development studies and introduction. And Paul and a PhD in international health at the Johns Hopkins University, and he also holds a Master of Public Health and Bachelor of Arts in Linguistics from, I don't know how to pronounce this, Brigham Young University. I don't know, Paul, if I pronounced, I rightly pronounced the name of this university. However, you are really an expert on the topics of monitoring, evaluation. Then please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you so much. It's really a privilege and an honor to be with you today, which is my morning, probably your afternoon. And the topic of the conference is also really important around the role of women and women's civil society. And I just wanted to start by talking about where this chapter came from. This was an experience I had working with displaced persons in the Republic of Georgia. And I was there to do an evaluation, and evaluators and civil society managers, program managers are always interested in understanding whether or not the activities that they undertake are successful. And that idea of success is something that might mean different things to different people. So we were in the Republic of Georgia working with refugees and other displaced persons to understand whether or not the international humanitarian response to the refugee crisis in that country was successful. And so we were looking at some of the international standards around humanitarian response, such as whether there was sufficient water, whether the shelter situation was sufficient, whether nutrition situation was sufficient. And what we found was that by the objective metrics of success, the international response would be considered successful. And but what we also found was that the people that we were talking to were not necessarily feeling like their lives were lives of meaning that they were living. And many of the refugees that we were speaking to said things like, we wish we were dead. Like, we feel like animals in our situation. We feel like we are not human beings. And that really, to me, planted a seed that led to a question that led to the chapter in this book. How can we be so successful objectively at achieving the goals of a program or a project, and yet the people that we are talking to, and a lot of these people that were feeling this way, by the way, were the women in this refugee population. How can they be telling us something so different? What have we missed, was the question. And as I looked into this more deeply, I realized that what was happening here was that while we were meeting objective metrics of success, we were failing to respect the dignity of the refugee population. And this is important because many organizations that are in this space, civil society organizations, are really interested in the idea of dignity. And part of this chapter that I wrote looks at the mission statements of many of the international and national organizations that are working to meet development and humanitarian needs across the world. And this idea of human dignity is actually very present in the mission statements of these organizations. And so the question is, what does that mean? What does it mean for an organization to enact and enable human dignity of the people that they serve? And what I found is that this concept has been left quite ill-defined. There aren't very clear definitions by these organizations, let alone definitions that are shared, and let alone definitions that enable us to enact human dignity. And so this book provided an opportunity to really explore the idea about what would a world look like if we complemented our objective definitions of success with the idea of human dignity and enacting that and what that means, and incorporating that into the evaluation of projects and organizations. And so to begin with that, we first need to understand what it means to enact human dignity, and is there a common definition? And we've started exploring that question and have found that there are many different definitions depending on your technical background, whether it's health or agriculture or social science. There are different definitions or concepts that resonate with those different traditions. There are different concepts that resonate with different faith traditions, or even there's differences between secular and non-secular definitions. So what we've done is we've created a database that looks at the different concepts related to respect for human dignity, and where those concepts come from, what traditions they are important to, both technical and religious, and then looking at how to use those concepts as a surrogate means to look at the success of projects, incorporating those aspects into the monitoring and evaluation of the success of a project. So for example, if I were to go in and look at a health project that is seeking to achieve a reduction in mortality or malnutrition, to complement the monitoring and evaluation we would do assessing the reduction in malnutrition and mortality, we might also look at how well the implementation of that project respected the dignity of the people on the ground, using some of the concepts that might be relevant to that particular context. And this is an exciting way to move the field of development forward and to move the field of monitoring and evaluation forward, because it changes in many ways the way we think about success in the context of seeking to create social change. And I will stop there. There's a lot more that can be said, but just to give you a flavor of what we're seeking to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. I think we really appreciated to have this flavor of the book. And now I give the floor to Professor Giada Ragone, that also contributed to the book, co-authoring, if I remember, a chapter together with Lorenza Violini. And I would like to take advantage of this quotation to say thank you to Lorenza. She's here with us. She shared the session this morning, but thank you so much for proposing this session, because I think this was a very, very good idea. And thank you very much, Lorenza. Then if at the end of this session you would like to say something, you are welcome. Then Giada Ragone, she's assistant professor at the University of Milano, assistant professor of constitutional law. She has quite a lot of international experiences, which includes the Max Planck Institute of Comparative Public Law and International Law of Heidelberg, and also Notre Dame University. She holds a PhD in law, market and person by the University of Venice. And she published several books, we should say, although she's very young. And she also edited a book in English, published in 2021 on academic freedom under pressure, and many articles in Italian and English on several topics, including constitutional justice, law and religion, European Court of Human Rights. Thank you very much, Giada, for coming, for being here in person. It's a pleasure, and then the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, President. Can you hear me? Yes. To thank the organization, the scientific committee, Professor Tania Groppi, Professor Marilisa D'Amico, all the other members of the scientific committee, but also the organization committee for the kind hospitality. It is a great honor to me to be here in this prestigious university with all of you. In this beautiful and I would say inspiring city, because we are working in this cloister that is San Francesco cloister, and the famous motto of San Francesco is Pax et Bonum. And one of the main buildings of this city is the amazing cathedral that is dedicated to Mary, who is also called the Queen of Peace. So thank you very much for having me here. Well, when the idea of presenting this book rose up within this conference, I asked myself, what is the connection between dignity and peace? And the answer stems by itself. I would say that where there is no peace, human dignity is trashed, and vice versa, when there is no respect for human dignity, is trashed also peace. But while I think this idea could receive a strong consensus, maybe it is more disputed what human dignity is, and already the speaker before me showed this. As we know, legal scholars from all over the world encounter many difficulties when trying to identify the specific content of the principle of human dignity. That's why the editors of the book ask the authors to answer the question of the nature of human dignity, not looking at the theory, at the list of rights mentioned in declaration and case law invoking human dignity, but detecting such a principle in practice. So Professor Violini and I took up the challenge, writing our chapter on the origin of human rights conditionality in EU. And our essay aims at detecting where there is a connection, in fact, between human rights conditionality, human dignity, and ultimately peace. A brief premise. Human rights conditionality refers to European trade and cooperation in development policies characterized by the swapping of economic and diplomatic advantages with third countries in return for respect of fundamental freedoms, democratic reforms, and improvement of human rights performance. To date, many international agreements with third countries contain human rights conditionality clauses, but back in the 70s, not yet. And the first step toward this kind of policy dates back in 1977, when the European Community revoked promised payments of development aid from the government of Uganda after the dictator Idi Amin Dada committed a cruel massacre of civilians. The treaty between Uganda and the European Community concerned at that time economic issues and did not establish the human rights standards as condition for access to its advantages, nor it did provide any sanctions in case of human rights violation carried out after the convention took force. So, due to this legal framework, the community's decision to reverse Uganda's privilege was not without legal difficulties. It was far from clear that the community could suspend already promised development aid on the basis of the violation of human dignity, human rights, and peace. Nonetheless, the Communities Council stated that development aid to Uganda would not reinforce or prolong the deprivation of fundamental rights and therefore withdraw it. This case, I think, is of extreme topicality. What happened more than 40 years ago? European policymakers, in the absence of a formal legal basis or binding duty, felt the need to adopt economic sanctions capable of limiting the commission of severe human rights violation and massacres of civilians. Well, we cannot avoid asking the reason for this behavior, and it can be said many things, many reasons, as always. That the European Community withdrew its economic aid because it did not want to be considered an accomplice to crimes, or because it was more convenient to invest that money somewhere else. However, this can be only a part of the story. The thesis of our chapter is that the European reaction can be considered also a sign of the very nature of human dignity. The withdrawal came also as a consequence of the perceived inconsistency and injustice of granting financial aid or benefits to a dictatorship that was denying respect, dignity, and other fundamental rights to human beings. This courageous choice of the European Community were the starting point for the discussion of integrating human rights clauses into EU external policies that is now very common and shared. Well, drawing to conclusion, respect for human dignity is for legal scholars what dark matter is for scientists, in a sense. Its existence and relevance is undisputed, but it is detectable through indirect detection, in a sense. This is exactly what can be deduced from the Uganda case. On that occasion, even in the absence of a legal basis for intervention, it became instinctive for the European community to acknowledge, to appeal to a metaphysical or meta-legal principle that incorporates the aspiration of justice present in human hearts and society. This event gave evidence of a very simple idea. It was not acceptable to keep giving financial support to a political system that did not share the community's basic respect for human rights and justice. And justice, as we heard yesterday by Minister Marta Cartabia, is an essential part of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giada. I think the three speakers covered many aspects of this book. Now I think it is up to the discussant to introduce more aspects. Then the first discussant will be Professor Sara De Vido. I'm very happy to meet her in person for the first time after meeting several times online during the pandemic situation. Sara is Associate Professor of International Law at the Economics Department of the University of Venice, Ca' Foscari. She is Delegate of Director for Gender Equality also. She has also other tasks as Delegate of Director, but this is closely related to our conference. She has also been Deputy Director of the Center for Human Rights Studies at the University of Venice, and she's Deputy Coordinator of the Bachelor Program in Philosophy, International Studies and Economics, and one of the supervisor of the PhD program in Law, Market and Personnel at the same University of Venice. She's member of Manchester International Law Center, where she co-founded the Women International Law Network, and she has been appointed, she was appointed in 2017 as international expert for the Istanbul Convention for the Council of Europe. In 2020, she was a consultant for the European Women's Lobby Association, and in 2021, she co-authored a report for the European Commission on the legislation countering the violence against women in 31 European states. Then she dedicated much of a research work to the violence against women and to international law and the gender issues in international law perspective. Then thank you very much, Sara, for being here, and I'm really curious to listen to your presentation about the book from your point of view, your perspective.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Professor Groppi, for the kind introduction. And thank you very much to the organizers of this amazing conference, and to Professor Violini and my friend and colleague, Giada Ragone, for asking me to discuss this thought-provoking and very interesting book along with Sabrina Ragone. And obviously, thank you very much to the authors and the co-editors of this book. So I focused on the first two parts of the book, namely conceptualizing dignity through practice and dignity, well-being and flourishing, relating objective and subjective dimensions. So my reading of the book is according to a feminist international legal perspective, looking more specifically into the women, peace and security agenda of the United Nations and applying the interesting remarks and the arguments stemming from the Carrot's and Sedmak's work to the role of women in post-conflict settings. But before delving into the first two parts of this book, let me explain what I would like to mean by human dignity and feminist thought. So human dignity and gender equality have not been so often connected in academic and political discourse. And some references, though more in theory than in practice, can be found in binding and no-binding legal instruments and in the jurisprudence of regional human rights courts. So to make some example, in the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the CEDAW Convention that has been already mentioned several times during the conference, there is a reference in the preamble on the discrimination against women that violates the principle of equality of rights and respect for human dignity. And also in the very recent draft general recommendation of CEDAW Committee on the Rights of Indigenous Women, the committee refers to the effects of violence suffered by Indigenous women that impact their human rights to life, dignity, and others' rights, obviously. And also there is a reference in these draft general recommendations to health professionals that, I quote, are often insensitive to the realities, culture, and worldview of Indigenous women and rarely offered services respecting their dignity again. So looking also to, going back to the very interesting presentation yesterday by Alexandra. So, and also the general recommendation number 38 of the CEDAW committee refers to migration as a constitutive element of modern society and can be empowering for women, but if they are able to migrate and work in conditions in which their dignity is respected. And there are also some few references in the Council of Europe Istanbul Convention on preventing and combating violence against women and domestic violence on the respect for women's dignity. But also human rights, regional courts connected human dignity and violation of human dignity by forms of violence, like the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights found that sexual abuses was not only a violation of physical and mental integrity, but also of a woman's dignity. And also the European Court of Human Rights, in a case of forced sterilization of women, affirmed that the right of the applicants to personal autonomy was basically there was an impact on the right to personal autonomy, and the perpetrator disregarded the women's dignity. So recalling human dignity is foundational of human rights, is helpful in eradicating structural discrimination against women on the basis consider women as subordinate to men in all contexts, including conflict and post-conflict settings. And also there are two aspects that I will also highlight further in the presentation. One is women's movements and dignity that was highlighted in several presentations during the conference. And the second element was mentioned by several speakers, but also by Jada, regarding access to justice. That is also a fundamental aspect. So what is a feminist human development as linked to peace? So in order to answer to this question, I will go through the chapters of the first two parts of the book, from which I will take some keywords, 4 keywords, that will guide the second part of my analysis. And the idea is to, as well written in the introduction, the idea is to connect human development, dignity, and peace, and translate it into a language of projects and programs and into institutional practices. So Clemens Sedmak mentions in the practice of human dignity in the context of development, I was very interested in the quote of Save the Children co-founder Eglantine Jebb, a pacifist, a researcher, and a social worker, humanitarian woman, author of several works and co-founder of Save the Children Fund. And I think it was interesting what she said once, And she was speaking to women of her country, saying that it was necessary to raise the issue of saving children's life in Europe. And she lived at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century. And she said that be the women of this country, I quote, to do the job that men in their political organization seem not capable to put forward. And she fought a lot against forced marriages as well. So I found this aspect very interesting, and also the reference that in this chapter is made to vulnerability. So vulnerability is one of the words I will focus on. Séverine Deneulen worked on human dignity in development discourse, connecting interaction, agency with interaction with others. And so again, interaction and the agency of women, that is particularly relevant also in conflict and post-conflict settings. And Simona Beretta reflects on basic drivers of development, and she combines freedom and agency. And so she was arguing in the sense that it's very important to enable vulnerable people to become protagonists. And that is the path to sustainable development. I found that very, very inspiring. Dominic Burbidge worked on structure agency and agency passivity. And he argued that the structure agency paradigm in development studies is part of the process of hegemonic subordination of the global south. But this structure was also criticized by feminist theories, indeed. And he proposed the passivity, the agency passivity. Also, Matt Bloom and Deirdre Guthrie worked on lived experiences of dignity through humanitarian and global health professionals. That was very interesting to see human dignity in practice. They worked on on dignity as this intrinsic worth, value of human beings and identities. But I found very interesting, also in line of my research, how in some cases the denial of dignity was owed to unconscious biases. Including the denial of equal human rights to women. And Robert Dowd put into relation human dignity and human development. And this will return in my second part of the presentation, because he actually argued, and I agree with that, that what matters is first to work on human dignity as sort of pushing factor for human development and not vice versa. And he worked on women in Uganda, making interviews, and he found out how actually those women consider themselves not capable of affecting the change. And that is the aspect that emerged also in other presentations, because actually the low level of education and the structural discrimination led those women it was sort of a stop to their empowerment because they were not aware of their capabilities. That I found very, very interesting. And then the chapter on hope that was mentioned by Clement Sedmak before, by Bruce Wydick, Robert Dowd, and Travis Libert, on hope and human dignity in a field experiment in Mexico on microfinance loans. Well, I cannot comment much on the religious messages and faith because it's not really my competence, but I found hope in a legal perspective that matters actually, because every law in the end is based on a hope, more or less, of changing things for the better and to respond to a need. So the key words are the following: participation, agency, vulnerability, and freedom from violence. So participation and dignity in the human development, dignity and peace processes. Well, the women, peace and security agenda. Salwa was saying this morning very well that no peace without women. And indeed, the evidence was clear. There is a report by the United Nations of 2017, but others followed. The report stressed that wherever women take part in the peace process, peace lasts longer. And also, Secretary General report to the Security Council called women leadership and participation in peace building as a prerequisite to the fulfillment of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So without women's participation, we will not achieve a lasting peace, and without the stability of peace, we will not achieve sustainable development. And also the resolution that has been mentioned several times today of the UN Security Council number 1325 on women, peace and security, calling for leadership and participation of women in maintaining and promoting peace and security. As I said yesterday in one of my comments, also this resolution has its flaws and its weaknesses because it comes from a patriarchal body that is the UN Security Council. But nonetheless, as pushed as one of our speakers told us before, Alexandra, again, sorry, I don't remember your surname, but it's you. It's true that actually pushed and it is recalled by NGOs in their work. And actually, a recognition of several rights of women came through the report of the UN Secretary General. Always participation and agency, women's movements. Well, Professor Guerra clearly highlighted yesterday this importance, and also the example from Afghanistan was really clear. And I would like just to quote a couple of sentences by Jane Addams in the International Women Peace Conference of 1915, the closing address. And she said that the presence of women at The Hague was an act of heroism, and even to appear to differ from those she loves in the hour of their affliction or exaltation, she said, has ever been the supreme test of a woman's conscience. And also she further stressed the importance of the mission of women, representing a sort of idea to challenge the existing patterns of discrimination against women. And the third example is women's tribunal, participation and agency. So women's tribunal are not formal tribunal, but they've played a very important role. So the women in black that were mentioned yesterday also, so the tribunal in Sarajevo, but also the Tokyo tribunal highlighted the importance of giving voice to women, so listening to women, as also some authors argue in the book, like Burbidge in his chapter, and the importance of shedding light on violence, and that is also the continuum of violence that was stressed also this morning. So not sometimes violence, as we lawyers understand, is the one that arrives to court, but that is also violence that those tribunals highlighted that precedes and follows the conflict, so in post-conflict settings as well. And the second part and final part is vulnerability and freedom from violence. Vulnerability is a concept that is very difficult to grasp from a legal point of view, international legal point of view. There are several theories on vulnerability. One that identifies three types of vulnerability: the inherent vulnerability of all human beings, the vulnerability that is short-term, the situational vulnerability, because it depends on personal, social, political, economic, or environmental situation, and the pathogenic vulnerability that is generated by a variety of resources. So freedom from violence in conflict and post-conflict setting means equal participation of women, and also freedom from conflict-related sexual violence, as this morning Alexander was arguing. And there are several authors that worked on that, including Susan Brown Miller, that in 1975 talked about rape in war, and Christine Chinkin in 1995, where she clearly highlighted that rape in war is not merely a matter of chance of women victims being in the wrong place at the wrong time, and nor is it a question of sex. It is rather a question of power and control. And Women's Tribunal stressed this aspect of continuity of violence and structural foundations of violence. So I agree in conclusion that dignity, as Robert Dowd was saying, is at the basis of human development, and that it is not human development that builds dignity. In a feminist legal perspective, I think that this means that it is necessary to build a human dignity devoid of discrimination based on different intersectional grounds, where vulnerability is not addressed in a patriarchal way, as some legal instruments at the international level do, but through freedom from violence, agency, and participation, which includes access to justice, on which I cannot delve into much. And this is the foundation of human development from a feminist perspective that benefits women, but also children, other genders, and even future generations. So for me, after reading this book, and actually after 2 days of conference, is a peaceful development where no women not seen as a monolith, but women seen as bearers of their own identities in the multiple dimensions, no woman is left behind. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sara, for carefully, thoroughly examining the chapters and for linking the chapters and the concept of human dignity as developed in the book to our conference. Thank you so carefully. It's amazing the job you did. And this concept of peaceful development linked to human dignity and founded on women's rights and women's contribution. Then thank you so much. Amazing. And then now our second discussant, that is Professor Sabrina Ragone. She's Associate Professor of Comparative Public Law at the University of Bologna, and she has an extensive international experience because she held several positions previously. Before joining the University of Bologna, Sabrina was a senior research affiliate at Max Planck Institute for Comparative Public Law and International Law in Heidelberg, and she has been Garcia Pelayo Fellow at the Centro de Estudios Políticos Constitucionales in Madrid, and a researcher at the Universidad Autónoma of Barcelona. And then she is, although she's young, but she is an experienced comparative constitutional law professor and researcher, and I'm very happy to give her the floor. Please, Sabrina.
Thank you. No, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, so of course, thanks to Professor Groppi for the kind introduction, for the invitation. Thanks to Professor Violini for inviting me to join this very interesting panel, and to my friend Giada Ragone. We are not relatives, but we would like to be. So I have learned a lot from the book. I have learned a lot from these 2 days of discussion. I have learned a lot from discussing the book with my fellow members of this panel in preparation for today's presentations. And that's why I've focused on part 3 and 4. So we divided the book into 2 partitions. Part 3 deals with dignity and institutional practices, and part 4 deals with case studies of dignity in practice. And I've tried to critically analyze these chapters through a transversal perspective, and I have found, I think, 3 main streams through which we can read the book and actually discuss the content of the book. The first one is that dignity is a very much context-dependent concept. That's something that Jad already mentioned, so it's very difficult to grasp the scope and the content of dignity itself, and I will briefly say which chapters deal with this issue. The second stream is the social dimension of dignity and the role of dignity within communities and society, and to what extent dignity can contribute to changing the role of women, which is the main focus of today's reflections, within a given community. And the third stream is the relational dimension of dignity, which was mentioned at the beginning also by Clemens. So let's start with the context. As Professor Groppi mentioned, I am a comparative lawyer, and you know that comparative lawyers are pretty much obsessed with context. No, if you wish to compare things, you have to be aware of the context. And this is not, I mean, let's say that dignity is not an exception. I think that Paul's chapter, which is the one dealing with the participatory monitoring and evaluation, actually shows us that it is very complicated to actually measure dignity. He talks in his chapter about dignity and acting practices. As he mentioned as well, he quotes some of the main international organizations' approach to this issue. For example, ActionAid explicitly refers to women's rights in its motto in relation to dignity. And when he's talking about the need for new instruments for evaluating and monitoring the success, as he said in his talk, he also talks about self-reported methods, the interviews, and the fact that interviews of people involved in this kind of practices did not feel that their dignity was being respected by the members of the NGOs. And let's say this kind of new way of measuring the success of these actions involves a different, a more empathetic way of understanding the relationship between NGOs and let's say and the populations involved in these actions. But what about the context? So the premise that I think lies behind this chapter is that there is a need of understanding dignity from a cross-cultural and cross-individual viewpoint, and actually the content of dignity depends on the culture. And it's not by chance that the example that is mentioned in this chapter is actually related to gender, and how much gender equilibria, gender relationships within a community depends on the culture, and also has to be understood through the culture, and in somehow has to be, let's say, influenced the being conscious of the culture without imposing completely different ways of understanding the relations within a group. Now, within this part, with this stream of context-dependent nature of dignity, I've also included the chapter on the role of human dignity in integral human development by Martin Schlag. He refers to religious freedom as a component of dignity, and the fact that dignity does not imply that you have more or less means, but that you have actual opportunities in your life. And it's interesting because the context to which the chapter refers to understand the scope and significance of dignity is secular Western societies, which have been facing massive migration phenomena and are facing and will face migration phenomena. And he refers to Muslim communities in which the role of women can be different and distant from the one of the hosting societies. But again, the context and the cultural understanding of these issues becomes very important in order to assess what dignity actually means in the different contexts, and also how we can measure dignity. Even within Western societies, we have countries like the US, which is mentioned in the chapter, in which the discourse on dignity has played a marginal role, or at least a less significant role than it has played, for example, in Europe or even in Canada. So also language matters, as we have discussed over these days, and using a narrative of dignity or using a narrative of peace or justice can actually influence the outcome of these actions. The third chapter I had in this stream was the one that Giada already presented on conditionality, because it's very much related to measurability and how you can actually base those clauses, negative and positive clauses, on the measurement of dignity to decide on economic sanctions or not. So I'm not going to delve into that because it's already been assessed. Let's go to the second dimension, so the social dimension. Also in this part, I have included 3 chapters. Actually, I'm very organized. I found out at the end of the classification, I had 9 chapters, and I have 3 chapters in the first stream, 3 chapters in the second one, and 3 chapters in the third one. I promise it was by chance, but it's very symmetrical. So the social dimension. I have included here the chapter on reciprocity and trust as the telos of the market, which is a chapter on civil economic perspective. And here, the main claim of the chapter, it goes against the spread view that you have a dichotomy, a contradiction between market and the social and self-interest and altruism. And the author states that this dichotomy seems nonsensical in the market, as, let's say, at least in the way in which he understands the market through the civil economy perspective. But he also says that it seems nonsensical in other contexts, like, again, family groups in which graciousness of women seems somehow more inherent to a female nature, but it is actually the outcome of power dynamics, as it was mentioned before. So it is the result of power dynamics within family groups, within communities, and within the society. There is a second chapter in this stream that I would like to mention, which is a chapter that I would define on dignity through work. The public sphere dimension of dignity was mentioned as well today by Costanza Nardocci, and the relationship, the connection between being dignified in the public sphere and somehow claiming and trying to be dignified also in the private sphere. In this case, this is one of the chapters on the case studies. So in this case, the study was related to integrated healthcare in the Sierra Madre mountains in Chiapas, Mexico, a very poor state bordering with Guatemala. And this experiment was of accompaniment as a path for dignified healthcare. So it was an action for training accompagnantes, who were mainly women. If you see the data, it was statistically almost all women who accompanied patients in psychosocial and cognitive therapy strategies. So this was an experiment to join efforts between doctors, accompagnantes, and patients. And why is this relevant for our discussion today? Because actually in that context, women had very little job opportunities. In joining this experiment, they were paid a basket of food per month as the remuneration for their activity, as the compensation, but they got recognition. So they got recognition, and this actually led to change also in the private sphere. That's why I referred to these 2 elements. For example, in some households, the spouses, the husbands, started to share their responsibilities with them because they were already given more recognition in the let's say in the public sphere through this working activity. The third and last chapter I have in this part is related to an integral economic approach to randomized field experiments. This one is this chapter dealt with the activities undertaken by Asociación Puente in Guatemala, and in particular one program which is called Aprendamos Juntas. So let's learn together. And the adjective is female. Why? Because this was a program to improve indigenous women's lives and their families in rural communities. Here again, we come to the distinction between urban areas and rural communities, and how much the context in which a person and the woman lives changes her perspectives and her possibilities in order to be recognized and live a dignified life. So the experiment was related to home garden production for household consumption. And here again, the effect, one of the somehow unexpected effect was that there was a change in the women's family role. Their empowerment increased, and also they were more recognized, and these were non-material outcomes, of course. I will end with the third dimension, which is the relational dimension. And I would summarize this with, there is no dignity alone. You cannot actually be a dignified human being if you are considered in your individuality. Here I have one very interesting chapter on dignity in Sierra Leone. And the motto of this chapter is being for others. That's what makes your life actually worth being lived, because each person understands that their worth in the building of linkages with other people and not exclusively in their individuality. In here, the author is an anthropologist, and this is one of the aspects of the book that makes it so interesting, that you have very different perspectives on the same issue, and we can very easily say that we lawyers and legal scholars can truly learn from other fields, and that we cannot assess these issues without a multi or interdisciplinary approach. So in this chapter, and through the analysis of the perspective of Sierra Leone, everybody can understand this idea of the relational dimension of dignity, because you have to think of others first, and being connected to the others rather than being autonomous human being makes your life worth being lived. Harmony is another concept that is mentioned in the chapter. And there are some very, let's say, examples coming from family life again, in which children challenged, defied their parents, claiming that they were individuals, that they had some rights that their parents had to recognize. And this somehow deconstructed the understanding of dignity through being for the others. So through being helpful to the others, to the mother, to the other members of the family. And so this is somehow a way of understanding that, again, the dignity needs to be built through the actual cultural approach of the society. This is not, I would say that, and the author also says that this was not a fully successful experiment, because the context and the tradition, the cultural tradition of the community was not taken into account enough. The second chapter that I will mention here is one on mentorship in Kenya. This was an experiment of mentoring of young female entrepreneurs by older female entrepreneurs. And here, the result was that what both the mentees and the mentors received from this experience of mentoring was encouragement and mutual care. And these two elements, more than the possibility of gaining more money, more than the possibility of having successful enterprises, was what truly made the experience enriching. So mutual care and encouragement. And it was relevant for both, as I said, mentors and mentees. And they actually met after the time of the process of the mentoring. It truly, let's say, nurtured the relationships. And I will end with the chapter by Professor Groppi, which is the one on the arc as an experience of encounter. Again, as I said, in the relational dimension, because this refers to communities where you have life in common with people with disabilities, and this is built on discovery and recognition of course, on the unique value of every person. And this brought me to one of the key concepts that also Sarah mentioned, which is vulnerability. In the chapter, mutual vulnerability was what led to trust between the assistants and the core members. And here again, the relationship is at the center and makes the life of both, let's say, the persons who are being somehow assisted and what are called in the chapter the core members of the community. So somehow mutual vulnerability and vulnerability per se is something that, as Sarah mentioned, has been experienced by all of us, even sometimes for some, just for a few days or for shorter periods, but it's something that we are thinking about every day in times of war. It's part of everyday experience. But at the end of the day, it is vulnerability is one of the features of humanity. And a humanity that aims to pursue truly development needs to take into account and to consider dignity and justice, as it was mentioned before. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Sabrina and to all the speakers. I think they presented not only just the flavor of this book, but much more. And I'm sure they encouraged the curiosity towards this book in our audience here today in this room, and probably also for the online audience. We have not so much time, but some minutes. If there are questions or reactions, also by Paul and Giada. Clemens had to leave, then he's not anymore with us because he had the previous commitment. And by the other person here, or even Lorenza, if she would like to say something. Probably Lorenza, please. And I don't know if there are other requests, just comments or curiosities, or but Lorenza, she's here. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. So thank you to everybody for this presentation and comments. Thank you to Tania Groppi. Tania, we were together in this adventure in writing the book, and we had a lot of questions at the beginning. Why should we put together such a theoretical point of view and the practice? You remember we were discussing a lot when writing our chapters, kind of saying, what are we really asked to say and to express in participating in the work and the idea of Clemens and Paolo Carrozza. They invited us very, very nicely, and we were challenged, in fact, because of the practical aspect of dignity was, in a sense, a little bit outside our legal studies. We were focusing much more on the legal aspect of human dignity, equality, development, and less in this survey, so to say, on experiments, on projects that were a substantial part of the book. So now we, in the context of this conference, I think myself, I was really again challenged because I said, well, there is no examples in the book about the role of women in peace processes. So I said maybe we did a step too much forward. And therefore, I'm really grateful because all of the interventions, both from the US, from Notre Dame, and from here, gave us a feeling of the connections between peace processes and development processes, because they are really brothers. The two processes can be considered a Unitarian process of developing human being, of giving to each person the dignity they deserve for the mere fact of being humans. And moreover, all what we have listened today, vulnerability, participation, relationship, are so typical of the female experience. I mean, we are not jealous. We don't monopolize the idea of only women can have this specificity. But if we look in our specific experience, we can find how touched are women when they see those features of humanity. Of course, we share with everybody here the same features, but I think I don't want to go too far, but I think that we as women have a special gift for perceiving how important is this intimate experience of life and dignity. Of course, we are grateful to our companions, to our children, to our husbands, if when they show strength, activity, enthusiasm, and so on. This is part of being together, sharing humanity in the two aspects of humanity itself. But on the other hand, I think we can be proud because of a specific characteristic of the women souls. It's a generalization, of course. I know that it's not. We cannot really stuck on that without exceptions or without like possessing the monopoly of this characteristic. But the feminist, female aspect of the soul, which sometimes we share also with our with our husbands and partners, so on, is something that we have to keep alive. This is my impression. And when women face war, poverty, and they act in order to cope with those problems, they have the possibility to say something that I have heard once by Pope Benedict, when he said that God has a very high female characteristics, which is something that touches me very, very deeply. So thank you very, very much for all what you said, and thank you for giving to me the opportunity to comment as well to that book.
Thank you very much, Lorenza, for this comment. And I thank you also because you finally introduced this very controversial issue, but that finally we cannot avoid. That is the specificity of the contribution of women. This is a controversial issue because the risk of essentialism, we know, and we try to tackle in this conference by presenting experiences with this approach from the ground, exactly as the book tried to present human dignity. But I agree with you that at the end of the day, we cannot avoid at least to ask this question about the specificity of the female's approach and contribution to the human relationships, and not only in our field, war and peace. There's a question or a comment. Thank you very much. Then please. Thank you very much. Alexandra Xantaki, but can you hear Alexandra online, Paul?
No, I'm afraid we couldn't hear the question.
I'm sorry, but you need to talk into the microphone. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alexandra. And I think that all our speakers can, if they would like react, I would like to propose to follow the same order, then giving the floor firstly to Paul. If Paul, if you would like to react to some of the comments, including the discussants, I think that you should speak no more than 2 or 3 minutes each, because we don't have so much time. However, then we can start with Paul and then following same order that we followed for the first round. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm afraid I could not hear the question. I'm sorry if the audio didn't come through at all. So if there was a question that was posed, I did not hear it. Maybe you could summarize it really, really briefly for me.
Yes, but probably, Paul, you can just react to the comments of the discussants, and
Yes.
then probably they can try to add something to the other aspects. I think
Okay.
it's sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you. So the first thing I wanted to say is I don't think I've ever been on a panel with a more impressive set of discussions from the discussants. I am absolutely blown away with the seriousness and the depth with which they approached this and with which they presented some of the things from the books, but more importantly, what it meant to the theme of the conference and to their work. And so I just want to actually ask if everyone will join again in another round of applause to our discussants, because that was a very impressive piece of work. Thank you. And what I did, I took a few notes as they were speaking, and the thing that really jumped out at me were some of the concepts related to dignity that they were highlighting, not only from the book, but also from their experience. So I heard words such as right to personal autonomy, access to justice, freedom and agency, self-efficacy, participation, giving voice, freedom from violence, what I would call safety, freedom from discrimination, relationality, and work. These are all terms that were used over the course of the conversations that the fellow panelists and discussants highlighted. And I think this underscores the complexity of the idea of human dignity, the complexity that it can manifest itself in different ways depending on the situation and also depending on the context. And so this has actually been the focus of my work since writing the book chapter, is trying to understand what those dignity-related concepts might be, and how they manifest themselves in different situations. And then taking that a step further, how we can encourage organizations and societies to be a little bit more dignity affirming as it relates to some of these concepts. And so the work that we're doing now is unpacking, going through the literature, doing interviews, and we've identified 44 dignity-related concepts that seem to have meaning and resonance. And they may have more meaning in one situation and less meaning in another, but being able to name these concepts and shine a light on them, I think, is the next step in trying to find a way to be a little bit more affirming of dignity, and deliberately so, not just saying that we do this, but deliberately looking at these concepts, and particularly the ones that are relevant to the context in which we're working, and saying, what can we do to better respect the dignity of the people under our care? And so I'm really grateful for the discussants. That was amazing. There's a lot to do, and I think it requires the work of a lot of different organizations. And as a man, I can say I agree with some of these ideas, that I think we need to be more in touch, all of us, with these feminine ideals that have come up, that show us and give us deeper connection with the humanity and dignity of our fellow human beings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paul. And Giada, please.
Thank you. As Paul, I'm really grateful for what I've learned by listening my colleagues. And I think that the method at the base of the origin of this book, which was sitting together at the table, listening each other and trying to learn from different perspectives, has been respectable today. So I'm really grateful to the discussants and to all those who participated to this discussion. Going to the questions, the only thing I would like to say is that for Alexandra, yes, it's true that human dignity is related to a number of rights. But human dignity is a very nuanced concept. Also, in a legal perspective, we have the idea of subjective and objective human dignity, and the list of rights connected to this principle is very huge. But I don't think that human dignity is not something related to the fulfillment of list of rights. I think it's much more, and I think it is one of the message of the book we presented. And for Sarah, thank you for your question. As I said, human dignity is nuanced, so for sure there's a link between the human being and the environment where he or she lives. I'm studying currently the One Health paradigm, according to which the human health is strictly connected to animal health and to environmental health, and I think that the challenge posed by the pandemics is a clear demonstration of this. So why not exploring even this stream? Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Giada, also for answering the questions. And Sarah,
yes,
please.
thank you very much for the questions. Yes, the environmental dimension is particularly important and should be more incorporated into the concept of human development. We tend to differentiate a lot in international law, but they should be really integrated. And also the research that we have so far on gender and environment is pivotal. But as I said at the beginning, sometimes this notion is not connected to women's rights. So, and I agree with that. Actually, we are working on something similar from different perspectives, obviously, but that would be much interesting. So more about the environment, where environment, I mean, is the environment, as Sarah knows very well, I mean as us, so as Christopher Stone originally conceptualized it back to the 70s. And with regard to human dignity, I would say that human dignity is the foundational aspect of all the other rights. So you cannot say it adds something, but it is the foundation, which might actually leads us to reflect a bit about our approach. So whether this idea of human dignity is only of human beings, or whether we should consider actually human beings in the environment. So there might be clashes even, or the ideas of integration. So, but I would mean that as foundational. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And then Sabrina, please.
Thanks. 2 minutes. Concerning Sarah's question, yes, I agree with you that in assessing and pursuing development, we should take into account the environmental perspective. That's why we often refer to sustainable development. And I also think that there is another approach that needs to be considered, which is an intergenerational approach, which combines somehow the environment, sustainability, and also gender issues. And concerning human dignity, I thank Alexandra for trusting us with like the core question of all concerning dignity, which is what does dignity add to rights? I also I agree with what Sarah said, which is that when I was thinking about the answer, I didn't think about what it adds, but where it situates vis-a-vis rights. And I think it somehow lies behind public authorities' actions, and also is a tool that can be used in the interpretation of the rights, both by public authorities and by courts. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sabrina, and thank you very much to all the speakers. It was a pleasure to share with you this session, this panel. And yes, I really believe that we should explore human dignity from several points of view, because very often there is this rhetoric, of human dignity, and the idea to unpack this concept that Paul introduced can help a lot. Also to introduce the peace and gender aspects in the discussion on human dignity. Then thank you very much. Bye-bye, Paul. I really hope to have the opportunity to meet you again in person as soon as possible. You are welcome to visit us at the University of Siena when you arrive.
That would be my pleasure, I assure you.
Bye-bye. Then next session is about to start. Some of our speakers and our chair are already there. Then Professor Irene Spigno, who is going to chair this session, is online, and we have several speakers in presence and some speakers online. Carla Quintana Ozuna, she's online, and also one of the selected papers presented is online, but Professor Liliana, she's here. Okay, Liliana, you are the only one in person. Then okay, I can stay here just to share with you the table. Okay, because the rest of our speakers are online in this session.
Good afternoon to everybody. I think that we can already start. I don't know if we can wait a few more minutes.
Yes, Srebrenica, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you and we see you perfectly. So when you
Great.
want, you can start.
Okay. So I think we can start just because we are already a little bit late. Good afternoon to everybody. Of this session on Latin America, I would like to thank the organizers of this event, and in particular, Elena Bindi, Marilisa D'Amico, Sergi Dogan, Tania Groppi, Federico Lanzerini, and Costanza Nardocci for organizing such a necessary event and for inviting me to chair this session. Actually, I'm really pleased to chair the session on the Latin American experience, in which women play a very important role, especially due to the fact that being a woman in Latin America is extremely dangerous, despite all the advances that have been made as far as legislative and the judicial framework are concerned. However, there are still some alarming issues that states should be addressed, and the speakers that will be participating in this session will focus on. In this session, we have 4 participants, 4 speakers. The first one that I'm going to present you is Liliana Estupiñán Achuri. I assume that he is the only one in person here, there in Siena. Liliana is a very well-known academic in Latin America, in Colombia and Latin America, but also in Europe. She is a PhD in legal sociology and political institution from the Externado University of Colombia. She has a postdoctoral stay in constitutional law at the University of Valencia in Spain, and she is also the director of the research group on peace and constitutional studies at the Universidad Libre. Liliana will be presenting a paper on the role women had in the construction of the peace process in Colombia, with a special focus on the 2016 agreement between the government and the ex-FARC. Liliana, the floor is yours for 20 minutes. I think that Liliana is going to speak in Spanish, but her presentation, her PowerPoint will be in English.
Inmenso y admiración a la profesora Tania Groppi, que siempre le ha abierto espacios no solamente a la Universidad Libre, a Colombia, a la Red de Mujeres Constitucionalistas de América Latina y a la Red de Constitucionalismo Crítico de América Latina. Ella siempre nos ha acompañado con estos procesos académicos, pero también políticos. Un agradecimiento muy especial a todos los organizadores de este maravilloso evento, a Elena Bindi, a Marilisa, a Seggi, a Tania, por supuesto, a Federico, a Costanza, a Valentina, a Estefano, a Chiara y a Giacomo. De verdad, muchas gracias por la hospitalidad y pues lamento mucho no poder disfrutar todo por las limitaciones del idioma y pues ni modo. Gracias, profesora Tania, siempre por su hospitalidad. No sé si puedo proyectar la pantalla completa acá, como podría ser la proyección gigante. Bueno, vamos a hacer, yo creo que a partir de este momento cuento los 20 minutos exactos que me ha concedido este espacio. Vamos a hablar de un estudio de caso, específicamente la construcción del acuerdo de paz en Colombia entre el gobierno y las extintas ex-FARC. Sin embargo, para hablarles del acuerdo de paz en Colombia y de la participación de las mujeres en el acuerdo de paz en Colombia, voy a utilizar de manera muy ágil 3 momentos. Un primer momento en donde intento hablar de algunos aspectos de contexto, un segundo momento en donde intento hablar de unos datos también que son fundamentales para efectos de poder entender el tema del acuerdo de paz, y un tercer momento en donde quizás yo lamento muchísimo porque es demasiada rica la bibliografía, las investigaciones y los libros que se han construido en Colombia sobre el papel trascendental de las mujeres en la construcción del acuerdo de paz, y los resultados hoy los estamos viendo. Un solo resultado para decirles sobre el impacto del papel de las mujeres en el acuerdo de paz. Antes estábamos en el Congreso un 19% de mujeres. Hoy estamos casi un 30% de mujeres en el Congreso de la República. Eso es un impacto del acuerdo de paz en el tema de la participación. Entonces, en esta primera parte, tal como les decía, lo que voy a tratar de mencionar como un escenario muy rápido, un escenario de hombres más que de mujeres. La guerra en Colombia ha sido más un escenario de hombres que de mujeres. Y es en ese escenario de hombres en donde se han desarrollado decenas de acuerdos y de negociaciones en un país que tiene un conflicto largo y altísimamente complejo, actores ilegales armados de diversas clases, de derecha, de ultraderecha y por supuesto de ultraizquierda. A manera de contexto, como dice acá, cuando lo que denominábamos los violentólogos crearon como analizaron por qué este conflicto tan complejo en el país. Algunos dicen que desde los años 30 por temas agrarios, otros plantean a la muerte de Jorge Eliezer Gaitán en 1948 y otros van a señalar una etapa que aparentemente pudo generar paz en el país, que fue el famoso The National Front 1958-1974, lo que nos habla de un conflicto de larga data, pero a su vez un conflicto de larga data que ha tenido diversos momentos de negociación y de acuerdos. Este primero que están viendo, Guadalupe Salcedo, liberal, guerrillas en el Tolima, que quizás es el origen de la mayoría de guerrillas en nuestro país. La mayoría de estas personas que negociaron fueron posteriormente asesinadas. Vamos a mirar que todas estas negociaciones, traiciones, muerte de muchos de los que negociaron y además las circunstancias complicadas y complejas del país dieron lugar durante los 60, 70 a lo que están viendo aquí, el origen de las diversas guerrillas en Colombia. Los gobiernos de diferente clase han intentado negociar con los grupos guerrilleros o con los grupos armados en Colombia. Por ejemplo, el de Julio César Turbay Ayala, más que negociación, fue un momento de altísima represión y de protagonismos de movimientos guerrilleros como el M-19 y excepcionalmente la presencia de mujeres en las filas guerrilleras. Este momento, 1982-1986, gobierno de Belisario Betancur, es un momento muy importante para la aparición de las mujeres en los procesos de negociación en Colombia. Exactamente, estamos hablando que durante este gobierno, por primera vez, aparece en Colombia las mujeres en los procesos de negociación. Aparecen como comisionadas en las oficinas de comisionados, de altos comisionados, de verificación, de diálogo y de negociación. Un momento importante a pesar de que estos procesos de acuerdo de paz durante este gobierno fueron también en su mayoría fallidos y de máxima complejidad. Otro momento importante en el país, The Government of Virgilio Barco, en este momento 1986-1990, un actor muy importante de guerra va a entrar poco a poco en un proceso de paz. Me refiero a, como lo dice la ficha, el M-19. El M-19 en su momento va a ser, entre otros actores del país, la propuesta de una Asamblea Nacional Constituyente y por lo tanto la propuesta de una desmovilización. Llegamos en este momento, ahí están viendo las cifras de cómo aparecen las mujeres en esos procesos de negociación. 8, 1, 2, 0. Muy baja la participación de las mujeres. Llegamos al momento, Government of César Gaviria, aquí 1991-1994. Es el momento de la Asamblea Nacional Constituyente en Colombia. Es el momento en donde se reintegran y varios miembros del M-19 harán parte de la Asamblea Nacional Constituyente como el EPL, el Quintinlame y el PRT. Debo de señalar que aún así, esto es muy importante, el feminismo, el movimiento de mujeres va a estar de la mano de los procesos de construcción de los acuerdos y de negociación. Aún así, vamos a encontrar en la Asamblea Nacional Constituyente 70 miembros. De los 70 miembros, apenas 4 mujeres que no eran precisamente feministas y 2 miembros de las comunidades indígenas. El gobierno de Ernesto Samper, un gobierno en donde se intentó hacer negociación con un grupo que es el ELN. Esta negociación hasta el momento ha sido fallida. Una época que se va a caracterizar por una institucionalidad de género y negociaciones con guerrillas como 2 procesos completamente diferentes y por caminos separados. Va a fracasar también este momento histórico, el proceso de negociación, precisamente por las acciones violentas, entre otras, del grupo guerrillero ELN. Andrés Pastrana. Muy importante porque aquí van a aparecer de manera trascendental las mujeres en el proceso de negociación. En este momento, 1998-2002, va a recordar, como lo dicen varios autores de justicia, la gran movilización de mujeres y de feministas para incidir en las negociaciones de paz que se llevarán a cabo. Pero, por otro también, como dice de justicia, se rememora el cierre de la DINEN, que es una de las instituciones de mujeres, y la creación de la Consejería Presidencial para la Equidad de la Mujer, institución con menos autonomía y sobre todo con un presupuesto bastante reducido. Hay muchas mujeres en la zona de distensión durante esta etapa histórica. Estamos hablando de 700 mujeres en la zona donde se estaba llevando la negociación. Y algo muy importante es que de alguna manera la marca de estas mujeres empieza a aparecer en los diferentes documentos que se empiezan a construir, a pesar de que también este proceso de paz fracasa. Nos vamos a encontrar con una etapa histórica bastante conocida por muchos de ustedes, el gobierno de Álvaro Uribe y la negociación con los paramilitares, 2002-2010. Este gobierno se va a caracterizar precisamente por una precariedad de toda la institucionalidad de género en Colombia. Fue un gobierno en el que se cerró, tal como lo diseña y lo señala de justicia, todo diálogo con el movimiento feminista, y la institucionalidad se quedó quieta en la movilización de las agendas de género. Pero las mujeres no se quedaron quietas. Las mujeres siguieron trabajando y siguieron construyendo. Y aquí es donde aparece un movimiento increíble. la primera marcha de mujeres por la paz. Algunos días dicen que se movilizaron, algunas personas dicen que ese día se movilizaron 50,000, otras 10,000, y empieza este momento de mujeres y este movimiento de mujeres a impulsar de una manera fuerte la paz en Colombia. Se cocina así poco a poco la participación de las mujeres en la construcción del Acuerdo de Paz de La Habana, una historia sui generis de participación de las mujeres, por lo tanto, en la construcción de la paz. Y aquí vienen unas cifras de contexto que son muy importantes. Estamos hablando de un país donde las mujeres son el 51%, donde estamos en el puesto 42 del ranking de perspectiva de género, muy mal, en donde estamos hablando de una baja participación de las mujeres en el mundo político y en general en los puestos, a pesar de que les he señalado que el acuerdo de paz ha cambiado muchísimo ese imaginario y el nivel de participación. Un país en donde 122 mujeres son asesinadas por año, 10 por mes y una cada 3 días. Un país donde las mujeres representan el 80%, o sea, donde 16,466 mujeres sufrieron o fueron víctimas de violencia sexual, 46 días, 46 por día, 2 por hora y una cada 32 minutos. En ese contexto es muy fácil que muchas de las mujeres de alguna manera se vean involucradas con grupos ilegales. Un 28% de las mujeres considera que la razón para ingresar fue la afinidad política, solamente un 28%, mientras que vamos a encontrar que el 46% dice que lo hacen por haber tenido situaciones conflictivas en su hogar o por resentimiento o definitivamente por razones de carácter económico. De ahí que vamos a entender que en el momento del acuerdo de paz con La Habana estamos hablando de un 40% de mujeres de presencia femenina en las filas de las ex-FARC, insisto, al momento de la negociación y de la presencia de una única mujer y la presencia de una única mujer al momento de la iniciación. Como pueden ver, más que por vocación militar y de militancia política, las mujeres han llegado a la guerra en medio de un escenario adverso para sus destinos, hogares de violencia y maltrato, pobreza y falta de oportunidades. Un país que arroja 9.250.453 víctimas del conflicto armado en Colombia, de los cuales estamos hablando de 4.519.287 mujeres, es decir, el 48.9%, LGTBI también, etcétera, que han sido víctimas no solamente de la guerra, sino de la violencia sexual. Y este va a ser un componente muy importante a la hora de pensar en la construcción del Acuerdo de La Habana. Aunque la guerra en Colombia ha sido un tema de los hombres, las mujeres han sido doblemente afectadas. Por una parte, por estar dentro de un grupo históricamente vulnerable y con precaria voz, y por otra, por la afectación sistemática y cruel de sus derechos. Aún así, ha sido una actora determinante en la construcción de los procesos de paz y de manera especial en la construcción del acuerdo de paz. Y viene, en mi criterio, un momento complejo y de esperanza. ¿Cuál fue el papel entonces de las mujeres en esta última etapa en la construcción del proceso de paz de La Habana, las mujeres en el último proceso de paz que se llevó a cabo en Colombia. Bueno, lo primero es que no entran en la foto cuando arranca el proceso de paz. Realmente es increíble y es un estudio de caso muy importante para tener en cuenta a la hora de estudiar la participación de las mujeres. Realmente la inclusión de las mujeres en el proceso de paz arranca hacia 2013, pero no fue fácil. Fue presión de las mujeres, presión de la comunidad internacional, presión de la ONU. Las mesas de negociaciones quedan finalmente compuestas por 3 mujeres y 17 hombres, lo que indica que el 15% de los integrantes de esta instancia eran mujeres. La subcomisión de género, que le tocaba trabajar por las noches, que tenía cantidad de complejidades, empezó realmente su trabajo el 7 de septiembre de 2014 y tuvo varias reuniones relacionadas con mujeres, con el LGTBI, etcétera. ¿Cómo se hizo? Esta imagen es muy bella, es una imagen que tiene que ver con un estudio que se realiza en un libro muy lindo sobre el tema de las mujeres en Colombia, ¿no? 5 integrantes de cada delegación, tanto del gobierno como de las FARC, hicieron parte de la subcomisión de género. También 18 organizaciones de mujeres y de LGBTI. También participaron exguerrilleras de Sudáfrica, de Irlanda del Norte, de Guatemala, de El Salvador, de Indonesia, de Uruguay y de Colombia. Y hay que ver la participación de mujeres en el tema significativo de las víctimas. El 60% de las mujeres estuvieron ahí en el grupo de víctimas. No obstante, como lo dicen varias de las investigaciones, con excepción de la subcomisión de género, las mujeres, como siempre, fueron minoría en gran parte de los espacios de discusión y, por supuesto, de la mesa en donde claro que predominó la voz de los hombres. Como dice acá, las mujeres siguen prácticamente ausentes de las esferas de la toma de decisión, pues en la firma de los acuerdos su presencia nunca ha superado el 15%. Y en lo que se refiere a las comisiones de paz o a los organismos encargados de regular las etapas de las negociaciones, los números de las mujeres, por supuesto, ahí aumentan un poco. Este libro es bellísimo, Las mujeres en los acuerdos de paz, las mujeres en el acuerdo de La Habana. 197 veces aparece la palabra mujer en el acuerdo final con las FARC. Están en muchos momentos. Este es un acuerdo que no solamente implica dejar las armas, implica las mujeres en el tema de la reforma rural integral, implica las mujeres en el tema de los derechos económicos, sociales y culturales, implica la participación de las mujeres en espacios de representación y toma de decisiones, implica prevención y protección, verdad, justicia, reparación y no repetición, y en general toda la participación de las mujeres en cada uno de los componentes de este acuerdo, que es bellísimo, que es maravilloso, que los colombianos manipulados votaron que no, porque no lo conocen y porque es muy difícil de comprender. Reforma rural integral, participación en el tema, aquí se invirtió, participación en el tema de las drogas, porque claro, el tema del narcotráfico es un tema de alta complejidad en Colombia. Entonces, ¿cuál es el papel de las mujeres campesinas productoras? ¿Cómo se iba a hacer el proceso de sustitución de cultivos ilícitos, etcétera? También una parte trascendental de las mujeres en la construcción del sistema de verdad, justicia, reparación y no repetición, como víctimas. La perspectiva de género, étnica y territorial en el acuerdo de paz es completamente trascendental. Y aquí traigo una foto que lo dice todo. es la foto, ay, me botaron, bueno, la foto que pesar, era una foto de la JEP, de las mujeres que integran el Tribunal de la Paz en Colombia. Estamos hablando de 20 mujeres y de 18 hombres, además de la integración plural y con enfoque territorial. Eso es increíble. En un país que cuando hizo la Constitución del 91 todavía tiene en sus altas cortes una presencia preponderante de hombres. Las mujeres también en el tema de la participación política. Se reconoce en el acuerdo, gracias a esas mujeres, que las mujeres han sido víctimas de discriminación y de desigualdad, que las mujeres no han tenido garantía para la participación, que las mujeres debían estar en el proceso de construcción del acuerdo, que además en el acuerdo hay estudios muy bellos sobre el papel de las cuidadoras también en el proceso de construcción del acuerdo, pero son las cuidadoras, pero son las hacedoras, pero son las tejedoras también de paz y por supuesto el papel de las mujeres como lideresas y protectoras de los derechos humanos. Pues claro, esto también implicaría un cambio en la foto, un cambio en la foto en los procesos de participación política que tienen hoy las mujeres en Colombia. Por supuesto, en otro punto del acuerdo, el papel de las mujeres en el fin del conflicto. ¿A qué se compra? Esas imágenes son bellísimas del libro de mujeres que les he señalado. Ya voy a terminar. ¿A qué se compromete el gobierno y las FARC en el acuerdo sobre el fin del conflicto? ¿Cómo estarán las mujeres? ¿Qué nos garantiza ese derecho? ¿Cómo se incorporará, en fin, toda la perspectiva? Aquí hay una imagen, a pesar de las cosas bellas y de señalar que cualitativa y que cuantitativamente en Colombia el acuerdo sí ha transformado el mundo de las mujeres. El acuerdo ha permitido espacios políticos, espacios en la justicia, el que esta colombiana esté en esta mesa invitada, el que se estén invitando a cantidad de lideresas, el que hoy tengamos a una candidata a la presidencia, vicepresidenta que es afrocolombiana, una mujer humilde. Eso es producto precisamente del acuerdo de paz. Aún así este cuadro de justicia en donde nos demuestra que el papel de los hombres, este gris, siempre ha sido preponderante en la construcción de los acuerdos de paz en Colombia, pero que aquí tuvimos en el último gobierno es FARC una metida grande de las mujeres, de los movimientos de las mujeres, de esas mujeres que están en la calle, que están en movilización social, impulsando y que siguen hoy en Colombia, a pesar de que han matado 300 exfirmantes de la paz, en donde también están mujeres, y a pesar de que casi todos los días o todas las semanas nos asesinan líderes y lideresas de paz en Colombia. Finalmente, una frase bellísima, también reconozco este libro divino sobre vivencias y aportes y reconocimiento de las mujeres en el proceso de paz en La Habana. Este es un libro muy bello, hay muy buena bibliografía. Por fin las mujeres empiezan a estar en la bibliografía de la construcción de la paz en el caso colombiano. Y cierro este momento tan lindo. Without women there is no peace. Sin las mujeres no hay paz. Y esa fue la frase que hizo meter a las mujeres en el acuerdo de paz y que hoy, insisto, me hace estar en esta mesa invitada por la profesora y catedrática querida en Colombia, Tania Gropi. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Liliana, for your brilliant presentation. I will try to resume a little bit just for non-Spanish speakers. This was a presentation focused on the presence of the women, Colombian women in the public arena as the result of the peace agreement. And Professor Liliana made an evolution, a recount of the history of women related to the different phases of the Colombian history, their role in the negotiation process, the dialogue that during the negotiation process happened with the feminist movement, the First Women March, and even if the peace agreement has changed the women participation in the role of women in the political and public arena, Colombia is still a country where many women suffer gender violence and are victims of feminicide, victims of the armed conflict. And we all know that in context of extremely high violence, women and men are both victims. However, women are affected differently because they are double affected, because they are victims of structural violence and endemic violence. And Professor Liliana made a specific point on the role women have in this last phase, the establishment of the gender subcommittee in the negotiation process, the participation of women victims of several violations of human rights. However, the majority was the male men presence, and in many cases, still women are invisibilized. Women are present in the agreement with reference to different issues, as far as the rural issue, economic, social, and cultural rights, the political participation, truth, justice, reparation, and no repetition, access to justice, even if Colombian people voted against the agreement because, as Professor Liliana said, they don't know well its content. And of course, the peace agreement included the gender perspective, and she showed us a very important picture about the women, the female presence in the special jurisdiction for the peace. And the last part was about the role of women in the post-conflict process. A woman is participating in the presidential electoral process, and I would like to underline, to stress the last sentence that I think that it's important and fundamental, especially with reference to the Congress, to these 2 days in which the role of women and female organization in the construction of the peace process has been studied. Without women, there is no peace. So thank you so much, Liliana, for this presentation. And now I'm going to present you the second speaker of this session. The second speaker is Carla Quintana Ozuna. I think that Carla, she has a very long curriculum. She's one of the most expert person as far as the Inter-American Court of Human Rights is concerned. And now she is working as at the National Commission of Disappeared People Search in Mexico. Thank you so much, Carla. Her presentation will be on the women searching for a disappeared person in Mexico. So Carla, the floor is yours for up to 20 minutes.
Thank you, Irene. Can you guys listen? Can you hear me? Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Irene. Good morning, good evening, everyone. Greetings from Mexico. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Tania Groppi for the invitation to this panel, and I look forward to meeting Tania and all the persons and professors from the academia in Italy soon. Hopefully COVID let us do this soon. I'd like to talk, as Irene was telling you, about women search and disappearance, a collective fight in Mexico. More than 20 years ago, Claudia Ivette, Esmeralda, and Laura Berenice were disappeared in Ciudad Juárez, Chihuahua, in Mexico. Their mothers looked for them desperately, and they found them dead in a cotton field in Ciudad Juárez, Chihuahua. Some months after they were disappeared, with the bodies of other 5 young women that were also disappeared. They were their mothers and the girls that were first disappeared and then killed were re-victimized by authorities. There were severe irregularities in the identification of the bodies, and there was an absolute denial of justice in the case. We all know about this case because this case came to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights and is known as the Cotton Field Campo Algodonero case. And this is because of the fight that these women and their defenders, also women, feminist women, did before not only the Mexican justice system but in the Inter-American system. As a consequence of this decision, we have created protocols, we have reformed laws, we have had national decisions with gender perspective. It has been ordered for authorities to be like shown of the Inter-American standards, and still we have nowadays more than 24,400 women disappeared. I repeat, 24,400 women disappeared 20 years after the Cotton Field case happened. Just an example, a year and a half ago, in 2020, we found Professor Lupita. She was disappeared in Guanajuato, and we found her in a clandestine grave some months later with the bodies of many other persons, including several teenage girls. Being a woman in Mexico implies being part of a group in situation of vulnerability, subjected to several types of violence. Domestic violence, psychological violence, economical violence, physical violence, sexual violence, public violence, and institutional violence. If you are also a teenage woman in Mexico in poverty, the probability of being a victim of disappearance increases. Today, as I was telling you, there are more than 24,400 women reported as disappeared, and I would like to underline this, reported. It means this is the official data we have, but we know for sure that there are many cases that are not being reported and are not part of the official data. The states in Mexico with more disappearances of women from 2007 to as of today are Estado de México, Tamaulipas, Nuevo León, Jalisco, Mexico City, Sonora, Puebla, Veracruz, Coahuila, and Michoacán. Teenage girls from between 14 and 17 years old are the group that are more vulnerable to this kind of violence, and they represent more than half of the disappeared that are younger of 18 that are minors. And as a consequence, we can say in Mexico, young girls and young women are being disappeared. Some months ago, from the National Commission for the Search of the Disappeared in Mexico, where I work now, we presented a report, a context report of the disappearances of girls and teenage girls and women in Estado de Mexico, which borders Mexico City. We have very important data. Very important data emerged from this report that throws down myths, and it shows the stigmatization from authorities that happened with the disappearances of girls, teenage girls and women. First of all, from this report, we can know now that women are not disappeared at night. They are disappeared between 6 a.m. in the morning and 6 p.m. at night. Why is this important? Because we can say now that it is not true. It's a myth when authorities tell the mothers or tell the family members that no, probably they were disappeared at night when they were partying. That's not true. Data doesn't show that. And even if that were the case, of course, we have to look for them. But we have to underline that this information is very important for us, not only to search for them, but also to throw down the myths. Other element that was very important for us in this report is that they were traveling alone. They were not traveling with someone, quote unquote, boyfriend or a friend, right? Another element that was very important for us is that most of the disappeared teenage girls and women had not disappeared before, because normally what authorities tell the families is that they have done it in the past, they will come back. That is not true. That doesn't show that. Another information, another element that is very important for us is that most of them, including the adult women, only studied till middle school, which show us the intersectional discrimination that women face, especially for being a victim of disappearance. And one element that is also very important for us is that in the case of girls and teenage girls, there is a technological gap between them, and they're important because contacted by perpetrators through these technology, through the phone or through book, and there's the ability for them. One more thing, it's the in Mexico, but all over the country. Hello?
Carla, I think we are struggling in hearing you, or at least I am struggling. Carla, I think we lost you. Yeah. I think we lost Carla. Let me check on her.
Irene, yes, we lost the connection with Professor Quintana. I don't know if you can listen to us.
I don't know. Let me check on her.
Hello, I'm back.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yes, you are.
Sorry, I don't know what happened, but you know this happens all the time. Sorry. I'll try to. Okay. And the last thing about this report, like this context report, and it's true for all the disappearances of women all over the country, is that compared to the disappearances of men, in the case of women and girls, we know in most of the cases the name of the possible perpetrator, which are mostly men. It's someone the victims know, as we know, not only in the disappearances of women, but also in femicides. In order to be able to understand the phenomena of violence, and in order to be able to create or generate prevention policies, public policies, it is important to analyze not only the universe of women that are disappeared, but also the women that have been found, that have been reported disappeared and have been found. Why? Because we know from that information what is happening with the different kinds of violence. For example, more than 73,000 women that have been reported disappeared have been found alive. That means most of, but what we know about that is that they are running away, especially from domestic violence. And they are teenage girls between the 15 and 19 years old. So this is very important to create public policy, and it's also a red flag for us in the search of disappeared women, because we know that in many cases they are fleeing from domestic violence, and we have to create, as a Mexican state, a public policy, a prevention policy to prevent this from becoming not only a disappearance in the future, but also a probable femicide. On the other side, from girls and women that have been reported disappeared, we have like 1.84%, which is more than 1,380 women have appeared dead. Every disappearance of a woman or of a girl has to have always as a path for the search of the missing, the possibility of that this disappearance is related with gender violence, as domestic violence, sexual violence, human trafficking, femicide, transfemicide, or any other crime that can be related to a gender issue. One of the main answers to combat disappearance everywhere is to prevent it is the access to justice. However, and it's very unfortunate that in Mexico, especially in disappearance, like justice is almost non-existent. More than 98%, and I repeat, more than 98% of the cases do not reach a judge, do not come to justice. So if there is no justice, there is not a sign from the state of how to prevent any crime, any human rights violation, and specifically any disappearances. We as an international community, national community, we have built treaties, international standards, national and international decisions, protocols, and nonetheless, violence against women remain in all over the world. But in Mexico, we have a huge problem with violence against women. Between 10 and 11 women are killed every day. And as I was telling you, we have more than 24,500 girls, teenage girls, and women disappears as of 2007 till today. However, women are still victimized. Disappeared women are still being victimized. Their family members that are almost all the time women are being victimized, and crucial hours are being lost in the search of the missing. And authorities are still blaming women because of what happened to them in the disappearances. Most of the authorities don't apply gender perspective as well. I have to underline also, I have to recall what the Inter-American Court said on the Cottonfield case in el caso de Campo Algodonero about the structural discriminations of violence against women in Mexico, and how we have society, Mexican society has normalized this violence, as many others, such as the disappearance of more than 98,000 people in Mexico as of today. Women, however, still keep fighting against all this violence. And with this, I would like to start finishing my presentation. It is not possible to talk about women and disappearances without underlining and recognizing the work of women in the search of truth and justice. These women, they not only walk and look literally with their hand and look with their hands for their loved ones between living and dead. They go to places that no one ever should be at and that should not exist. But they have also faced alone, I would say, all the justice system, which is, I have to, and you guys would agree with me, it's a patriarchal system. They have built bridges of dialogue with all kinds of authorities and all kinds of actors. And with this, I would like to understand, because we're talking about peace building from women. They have talked to all kinds of authorities, and they have talked to all kinds of actors that can give them information of the whereabouts of their loved ones. That means they talk to perpetrators, and they obtain information from the perpetrators. They have constructed, they have built public policies, creating protocols, laws, search commission, international mechanisms. They have fought back laws that are that violate the human rights of the disappeared and their families. They have talked at national level and international level, and they have constructed community there where the reality has tried to destroy all these networks. I think this is a good time to remember and to recognize a fight of these women, a fight that has cost them tranquility of their security, and in some cases their lives. Finally, I would like to end saying that these women have constructed the networks, the resistance, the law, and the institutionality of the search in this country. It's a collective fight of women for justice and for truth, not only, and this I would like to underline, not only of their loved ones, but they fight for the more than 98,000 people reported as disappeared in Mexico. This is a fight that should question all of us as society to start thinking in a collective way and not in an individualistic way. With this, I would like to finish, and thank you for the invitation. And I also say that this, hopefully for these spaces, next time we can invite one of the mothers that are searching their loved ones. I think they are the ones who have to talk by themselves. They have a strong and individual voice, but I am very proud of being able to talk a little bit about them with all respect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carla, for this practical perspective that, of course, derives from your long experience in working in the field of protection of fundamental rights, and also for giving us this very detailed picture of the Mexican reality that actually is quite alarming, despite so many protocols, so many laws, so many acts, so many decisions with the gender perspective that have been issued. Actually, Mexico is not facing a proper armed conflict as in the other experience that have been analyzed in this Congress. However, it's a very conflicted society. And the number of human rights violations, the number of disappeared people, we are around 100,000 of people disappeared since the 60s. And the social reality that Mexico is facing reveals that this is a country under a permanent social and also armed conflict. In Mexico, the idea of transitional justice has been circulated quite a lot recently, actually. And in this idea, in the construction of the idea, in the process of transitional justice, the role of women will be fundamental in order to guarantee an inclusive transitional process toward a peaceful and inclusive society. So thank you very much, Carla, for this presentation. Now we are going I'm going to present you the first speaker. Is Aita Messina. I don't know if I pronounce your name correctly. Aita is has studied in France and in Italy. She's professor of philosophy at the University of Diego Portales in Chile. She's the author of many books, articles, and also she has worked a little bit on the Chilean feminist revolution and also on some issues related to the pandemic. So thank you so much, Aisha, for being here. Our presentation will be on the language of Elisa Loncon. I think that your title is very provocative, and I'm pretty sure that you are going to explain us who is Elisa Loncon and why her language is so important. Thank you so much, Aisha, and the floor is yours for 20 minutes.
Thank you, Irene. Thank you very much for the invitation, and particularly I would like to thank Sergi Dogan, who kindly invited me. So yeah, in fact, I will not speak about women in general, but about one sole woman, Elisa Loncon. Elisa Loncon has been the president of the Constituent Assembly in Chile, and I will particularly put my focus in the singularity of her political action in a frame that is, of course, defined by men. So rather than speaking of gender or of women in general, I will try to address the question of how women can make a difference in the way she assumes political responsibility. So now we'll tell you a bit more about Elisa Loncon. On July the 4th of 2021, Elisa Loncon is elected president of the Chilean Constituent Assembly. The constituent process, as might be known in Chile, has been due to the social movement that has taken place in 2018. It has been a quite violent movement, and it has been long, and it has been interrupted by the pandemic, but otherwise it would have been continued. So the only way the government could face such a movement has been to propose a change in the constitution. Currently, the Chilean constitution is the one that has been written during the dictatorship of Pinochet. So the democratic transition has not been accompanied with a change of constitution. This means that there is a violence that remains intact, the violence of the dictatorship, but also the violence of the colonial history of Chile, which is anterior to the dictatorship, of course. But for deep and structural reasons remain blocked in a conflict that opposes the Chilean state and part of the native people of Chile. The peculiarity of the Constituent Assembly is threefold, and it's absolutely unexpected in the Chilean society. First, it is composed by half women and half men. Second, it includes seats reserved for the native people. And first, it has been led by a Mapuche woman, which is Elisa Loncon. So Elisa Loncon is a university professor of language, and she's a militant. Her research and her political activities deal with the teaching of the Mapudungun, which is the language of one of the several native people of Chile. She herself has been raised in Mapudungun, a language that, at least on the public level, remained unheard in Chile and absolutely ignored, I would say. Her election as president of the Chilean Constituent Assembly is indeed unexpected and provoked, this is at least one of my hypotheses, unknown expectations, namely fear and hope. Indeed, at least in her appearance, in the name she claims, and in her social position, Elisa Loncon is a woman. But in a political standpoint, I would say that she is, amongst all, a woman who always starts a speech in public in Mapudungun, the language of one of the native people of Chile, and who in public dresses with traditional clothes of the Mapuche culture. Considering the peculiarity of this way of appearing in public and of addressing the public, the issue I will deal with is the following. Is this way of appearing, of dressing, of speaking, the ostentation of identity features but risk blocking the constituent process in essentialist claims, for instance, or in unquestioned cosmovisions? Or rather than features that define an identity, are these ways of being a form of questioning codes and what tacitly constitutes the public sphere in general? In this last case, and it will obviously be the direction I will take, my question is, what is the political effect of this way of questioning codes? Identity claims might constitute communities and subjects in warrior position, in violent position. However, can this way of dressing, of speaking, of assuming oneself in public make a difference in the violence that is inherent to our social, national, and state configurations? My argument is that Elisa Loncon's very bold, strong, but also humble way of appearing in public has at least three political and ethical effects. First, it modifies the way we hear in general and the way we relate to oneself and to others. So it has an ethical effect. Second, it situates the constituent process in the necessity to think anew the epistemic frames that constitute social categories and our very relation to history and memory. Third, it makes possible new subjective processes on a universal level. So the first point, in a research that I consider very important, besides being beautiful, Maria del Rosario Acosta, a Colombian researcher, has shown that in order to analyze certain forms of traumas and violence, we need to change the way we hear. We need to hear traumas as unheard, as hidden in our very forms of being. Maria del Rosario Acosta hence related her work on violence and trauma with her work on what she calls the grammars of listening, in which for ethical, political, and philosophical reasons, literature becomes a powerful space where one happens to hear otherwise. In other words, naming violence is not sufficient in order to acknowledge the different violence that are inherent to our society, to our worlds, to our epistemic frames, homes, institutions, spaces, languages. On the contrary, in order to name some form of violence, we need first to hear them, but we need to hear them as something that already questions and modifies the very categories we dispose in order to hear, understand, and testify facts. Let's just think of centuries of women denouncing being raped without ever being heard by their very sister or mother sometimes. Following this work, I would like to show that when Elisa Loncon decides to speak in public in Mapudungun, she's not merely claiming her origins. She first of all performs a grammar of listening, a change in the way we hear. In fact, as I said for years, and even before being candidate to the Constituent Assembly, before being a well-known public figure, whenever Elisa Loncon used to begin a conversation or a public speech, a conversation with a journalist, for instance, she would first speak in Mapudungun before continuing in Spanish, which is the official language of Chile. Now, it is important to know that only a very little portion of the population in Chile speaks Mapudungun, or even very little people know the existence of this language. This language has been ignored. Indeed, if a wider part of the population ignores this language, how would we even know who speaks it? Now, speaking a language that only a tiny fraction of the population can understand has an immediate political effect. It is when you don't understand the language that you start hearing it. When we hear a foreign language that we don't understand, It first resonates as being outside of oneself, but it's in speaking it in public as if it were our language, this foreign or exterior language starts having an internal resonance. What one hears as being outside, starts striking within oneself. It strikes not only as being a foreign or even an excluded language, but an excluded language of which one is deprived. In speaking Mapudungun in public, as if it were an official language, it seems to me that Elisa Loncon is not claiming her identity. Rather, she is being provocative with our ways of hearing. She is creating an internal void rather than external fields that would belong only to others. She is thus blurring but not annulling the frontiers between the interior and the exterior, the official and the particular, the living or official language and the language excluded, or in this sense, the dead language. In appearing publicly dressed with traditional Mapuche clothes, speaking in Mapudungun, it seems to me that Elisa Loncon questions the very constitution of a sphere that defines the visibility of a public and official scene, a scene that, of course, traditionally belongs to men. Indeed, Elisa Loncon disturbs, and for this reason, her election was a huge surprise. It was really incredible. She questions our very way of being, and she does it with a striking and I think a powerful solitude. In fact, she dares speaking in a language that her interlocutors don't understand, and that might not even be spoken in that way in her own community of origin. As I said, many Mapuche people don't speak any longer this language. Besides scholars, no one in the Chilean society has ever wondered whether Mapuche people were expressing themselves in Mapudungun or not. So the way she performs such a language and such traditional clothes, rather than coinciding with identity claims, which requires way of sticking to a community, exposes multiple solitudes. The one of carrying a language that is no longer spoken, or barely spoken, the one of being a heiress without heiresses, hence the one of carrying what cannot be given, transmitted. These are not minor matters. Indeed, receiving and transmitting a legacy is part of what makes us part of a history, of what inscribes our lives in a community, in history, which interpretations are multiple. Language is precisely what frees us from what blocks in an identity. Conversely, being unable to speak and transmit a language has the perverse effect to create fixed and dead identities. For this reason, I don't think that her gesture fixes in an identity. Rather, appearing as a woman dressed with traditional clothes, speaking a language that is not understood in the public sphere, Elisa Loncon embodies the solitude of her community and her solitude regarding this community, hence her solitude regarding the different communities that compose Chile, and maybe also solitude of the one who hear, but that only hear their lack of understanding. In fact, once that an interlocutor appears out of context, the other interlocutor is also taken away from his or her context. In this sense, her performance is indeed powerful. It produces the hearing of something unheard. It produces a lack in the subject. It produces solitude and decontextualization. It interrupts momentarily our ways of being. Now the question, of course, is, does Elisa Loncon's public appearance, public performance only produces a lack? If her speech is only meant to question and disturb, it might not have a political effect. Regarding this question, I will sketch two correlated answers. One deals with the problem of the recognition of the native people in Chile and the role of language in the question of recognition. The other deals with the role of language in the possibility to become a political subject. First of all, of course, Elisa Loncon's choice, but also insistence in addressing the journalist in Mapudungun does have a political effect. Because she does it constantly, she ends up giving the Mapudungun a reality, and moreover, a reality that goes beyond the common representation of the Mapuche as warriors, for instance, because there is a conflict between the Chilean state and the Mapuche. In fact, there is a conflict that opposes the state of Chile and the Mapuche, or some Mapuche, and this conflict blocks the representation of the people in one sole image and language, the one of war. Now, Loncon's militancy is rather meant to introduce the Mapudungun in schools program, relating to a language rather than to weapons or acts of aggression makes, of course, a difference. It has at least two correlated consequences. One is that the colonial history will start being in question. The other one is that this colonial history will start being in question, but with categories that don't necessarily belong to this colonial history. The only one that I am able to tell, because I only think and question in this language, the colonial one. So the fact that Loncon speaks in public in Mapudungun has an effect in the very modality from which our colonial and violent history will be questioned. It has a practical effect in the theoretical issue, namely, how do we question oneself in the very violence that constitutes us? Indeed, the theoretical issue of our colonial history is the following. Is it possible to recognize politically the native people without subsuming them to the language of the colonizer? Is there an act of recognition that is not an act of subsumption? For structural reasons and not for moral one, recognition is always done in the language of the one who first negated and violated. So recognition can only be done in the language of the colonizer in a violent frame. However, the way Loncon speaks in public makes a difference in the structure of this violence, of this structure of violence. In the colonial history,
Aisha, sorry, you have 1 minute left.
Only one. Okay,
Yes.
so I will just skip to my conclusion, because there is another part that will take too long.
Sorry for the interruption.
So to conclude, I would like to come back to the central topic of the conference. What is the role of women in peace processes, and how does Elisa Loncon, in the singularity of her performance makes a difference? As I said, there is a war or a conflict in the south of Chile. Now it is difficult to situate precisely Elisa Loncon regarding this conflict. Not all the native people are enrolled in the conflict, and this conflict has many different aspects, actors, way of proceeding. I am not sufficiently informed to give further information on this topic. What I can say is that the specificity of this conflict is that it opposes two irreconcilable visions of the world that mainly deals with the relation to the earth. What Loncon has brought is precisely not a mediation or a conciliation, but a bilingualism, namely the necessity to be twofold rather than of making a synthesis or a negotiation. So she breaks with the language of war. This, of course, doesn't bring peace if peace is the end of war, but this disturbs war's logics, which is a logic where forces overcome the subjects. In other words, what Loncon's ways of addressing in public brings is a way of calling anyone to be a subject beyond the forces and the systems that oppose communities. So I'm sorry, I had to skip a part, but this was the only way to do it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Aisha. Sorry for the interruption. I think that your presentation was really interesting because it's concentrated on this insight in the life and work of Elisa Loncon, which gives us a perspective of the change that each of us can make with difficulties, obstacles, and limits, but we can make a change. So thank you so much. Now we are really running out of time, but we still have one presentation left. The presentation will be on the war at the core of feminist mobilization in Colombia, and it will be presented by Maria Daniela Diaz, which is a feminist lawyer and a research professor at the University Externado de Colombia. She teaches international human rights law in litigation and gender law and armed conflict. Thank you so much, Maria Daniela, for being here. You have 12 minutes. Thank you.
Can you
I
see
think,
my?
okay, we can hear you now.
Do you see my? Do you see my screen?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, I'm not gonna be able to see you, but hopefully this will work. I wanna to share with you some pictures to make this a little bit more entertaining. Good afternoon to everybody in Italy. Good morning to everybody in my beloved continent, and good evening to myself, who I'm currently in East Africa. So I am a little bit later than everybody else. Thank you, Sergi, Valentina, and Professor Tania Groppi, and the wonderful team of the beautiful University of Siena for this event. Thank you, Irene, and to all the amazing panelists that spoke before me. I know it is late and I have the ungrateful task of speaking at last, but I will try to make my best to entertain you, as I said before. And now that I'm speaking to a primarily Italian audience, let me use this time to pay tribute to one amazing Italian feminist that died recently and dedicated her life to exploring, studying, and understanding the feminist mobilization in Latin America, which was Professor Francesca Gargallo. Today, I will be speaking about the first chapter of my master's thesis in Harvard. The thesis was primarily dedicated to exploring the forms of feminist expertise embedded in La Mesa de Trabajo de Mujer y Conflicto Armado's work, which was a feminist platform comprised by several organizations created on early 2000s with two purposes. First, summoned Ms. Radhika Komaraswamy, the then Special Rapporteur on the Elimination of Violence Against Women, its causes and consequences, to conduct a country visit to Colombia to assess the situation of women in armed conflict. And secondly, to engage in a multi-level dialogue with victims, international human rights movement, government, and international human rights oversight bodies, aiming to shed light and make visible the gendered and sexual dimensions of Colombian armed conflict. I'm going to leave just like a little bit of my theoretical basis in this slide so you can see them, because I cannot actually, I don't have enough time to go deep on them. But of course, this is a socio-legal based work, mainly grounded on the tradition of the critical legal studies. And what I seek to do is to understand how the feminist struggle is conducted in Colombia in the 90s, as I would say. And why is that I'm interested in that particular time period? Well, according to Carolina Vergel, La Mesa and other feminist platforms originated in the early 2000s comprise what she calls the cause of women victims of armed conflict. The notion of cause has in this context at least two dimensions. First, it foregrounds the idea of a common interest, a unifier among different and even competing interests, peoples, and organizations. And secondly, a legal and litigious mobilization. As Professor Estupiñán already showed, Colombia women feminist movement engagement with peace processes has a long run in Colombia, but it is in the 90s that it acquires these specific characteristics. First, a unifier, one cause to fight together, and the primarily legal language as the main source of struggle, or as a lingua franca. As I aim to understand this fascinating feminist political and intellectual project, I encountered several works from feminist scholars who have been dedicating their life to understand why feminist mobilization is what it is in the country. My humble contribution today speaks through their voices and adds up an analysis on what I think is the coming of age of feminist mobilization in Colombia. The definition of war as the main source of social and political disenfranchisement affecting women in the country. As such, the underlying question of this chapter was, what had to happen for this cause, the cause of women victims of our conflict, to be born? My answer is that La Mesa and other platforms and feminist networks dedicating their efforts to advocate for the rights of women victims of armed conflict would not exist without three major events or windows of opportunity to follow social movement theory. First, the constitutional reform process prompted by the severe instability the country experienced in the late 1980s. Second, the feminist engagements with international law, mainly because of the participation on the Beijing conference. And thirdly, the peace talks that at the end of the 90s decade between Andrés Pastrana's government and the FARC guerrilla, who, despite being a failure, ended up, as Professor Estupiñán already told us, a success in terms of feminist movement, or at least a partial success. I understand feminism, and this is as a matter of fact of background, as a project seeking the emancipation of women, or what is the same, a struggle to overcome powerlessness. How? Women do that by using different strategies within a myriad of societal backgrounds and ideological arrangements. The feminist projects in Colombia during the 20th century are not outside that logic. And let me just show you this little slide. By the end of the 1980s, the two waves of feminism that were worldwide circulating were also circulating in Colombia, specifically a second wave that has as main features a dispute over the feminist subjectivity. On one hand, there were those feminists who took part in the social and political struggle hand in hand with liberal and leftist parties or movements, and were called feminists of dual militancy. On the other side were those self-considered as militants of feminism only and labeled themselves as autonomous. This dispute rendered tensions, de-articulation, and lack of basic political arrangements to fill a collective promise of emancipation. And the other end of the equation, we have the early thousands and the birth of this cause of women victims of armed conflict. As I said, in the 90s emerges this struggle, feminist struggle against war, and it does so through three windows of opportunity. The first one is the Constitutional National Assembly, or CNA for short. The Constitutional National Assembly took place between 1990 and 1991, and within this context, some of the old tensions between feminists reinvigorated during both the autonomous and government-sponsored gatherings with civil society, thus leading to the impossibility of launching a feminist candidacy that represented the growing movement in the CNA. However, they were successful during the negotiations and lobbying process with the participant political parties and movements that turned to be allied to the feminist cause. But how did they do it? And this is the second element of this window of opportunity, which is the diversifying of the collective action. Under the shadow of the National Network Women and Constitution, which operated under the slogans "Without women's rights, democracy does not go," and "Democracy within the household and in the country," gathered in meetings in Bogota between November and December 1990. And in these meetings, they manufactured a substantive proposal of articles inspired by the CEDAW Convention that has been mentioned here profusely. And these articles were later handed to allied assembly members that also served as a basis for the final articles enshrined in the Constitution of 1991 on family and labor equality. Of course, sexual and reproductive rights did not surpass this political scenario. But the aim here was not to specifically make these advancements considering the lack of political space for feminism in an assembly that didn't count with feminists properly. The aim was to influence language and open paths to future forms of engagement with the state. At last, what this constitutional process also brought was the opportunity of generating compromises with other social movements and even government within the limits of lex pacificatoria. Christine Bell coined this notion to highlight three elements of political transitions and their relationship with law. First, the clear legal effect and import of these mutations. Second, the dialectical relationship between domestic peacemakers in the political arena and international law. And finally, the normative understanding that legal arrangements at this stage are not fully developed norms rather than developing law. In this context, if we assume that the resulting constitution, as Professor Estupiñán mentioned earlier, was deemed as a peace agreement with several insurgencies, celebrating this type of arrangement opened the path to imagine an interactive form of mobilization between political and juridical actors embedded in the promise of peacemaking. The second window of opportunity relates and pertains to the engagements with international law. And I'm sorry I didn't mention, this lady over here is Beatriz Quintero, as you may see on the bottom of the slide. And she was one of the leaders in the gatherings I was just mentioning in the National Network of Women and Constitution. In the second window of opportunity, we have the engagements with international law. So there are 3 points here too. The saliency of wartime rape and gender-based violence. We've spoken profusely throughout these 2 days on this developing area in international law at the end of the 80s and the 90s. This morning, you also talked about the seminal book from Catherine Seconda, Exploring Network Feminism on Gender-Based Violence. So I won't really expand on that, just to say that Colombian feminists were watching and they were not foreign to those developments and trends.
Daniela, sorry to interrupt, but you have 2 minutes left.
Yes, excellent. So what developed really was a sense of self outside the Western-based feminist epistemologies, because the participation of several feminists, Colombian feminists, in a gather for the Andean Network of Feminist Movements in the preparation of the Beijing conference created at least 2 elements of diversification. First, the participation of this lady you see here, Olga Amparo Sanchez, in the director of La Casa de la Mujer, one of the most prominent feminist organizations in the country, in the Beijing conference. But also, on the other hand, despite not having a collective representation because of the old quarrels between them, an Andean agenda that highlighted the importance of feminism of other geographies different from the immediate Western influence. And of course, at the end, this process of internationalization of the expert knowledge in human rights, which was occurring since the late 1980s in the southern corner in the continent and expanded throughout. Of course, I don't have much time, but the third window of opportunity, of course, was the Caguán peace process. Professor Estupiñán touched upon this profusely. She, of course, spoke of the 700 women participating. I just wanted to exert that, as Nina Chaparro and Margarita González have said, El Caguán peace process was a milestone for women participation and showed that women are more than just a herd that can be used for leverage political results. And actually, what it created was a form of feminism, a form of feminist organization that was primarily focused on networking. So as Catherine Seconda explains how networking international law worked in the end of the 80s and the 90s, I explained in this paper how network feminism is a form of healing, or to finalize this process of healing that started with the constitutional process in the early times of this decade, by constituting platforms that gathered organizations under the shadow of a specific agenda that was tackling war as the main source of political disenfranchisement of women. Organizations of the Pacific, like the Pacific Route of Women for the Political Negotiation of Conflicts, the Initiative of Women for Peace, and of course, La Mesa de Trabajo de Mujer y Conflicto Armado, which is my primary object of study, were all born in this context. So here you see some of the 4 features I think have this cause at the end of the 90s that provide what Carolina Vergel, of course, has said this is a cause that has these 2 elements of having a unifier factor, which is war or struggling against war, and on the other hand, a litigious nature, mainly the use of international law as a means to constrain the legitimacy or the legitimate space for a state to negotiate peace. That's it on my side, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Daniela. Thank you very much. Okay, now we have finished our presentation, the presentation of this session. We are really running out of time. We are really late, but I don't know if there is somebody who wants to ask a question, a comment, or a suggestion, or something. Also from the speakers. I also imagine that you are all very tired. So. No question from the audience? If there are no questions, so I just want to say thank you to all the speakers that participate in this session on the Latin American experience. Thank you all the audience that follows these sessions in presence, but also in the YouTube platform. And I can think that we can close this session and give back the floor to the organizers. I can see Valentina.
Yes, thank you very much.
Finish the session here. Thank you so much to everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Irene. Yeah, we're now changing for our concluding session.
Okay, we are ready. Good evening and welcome to the final session of this event. During these 2 days, we have had very different and rich perspectives. Thanks to, yes, maybe I should remove my mask. Okay, can you hear me? It's better now. I said welcome to the final session. During these 2 days, we had the opportunity to listen to different and very rich perspectives, and I think we have all learned a lot from these 2 days. And now we have the opportunity to listen to Professor Glenda Sluga. She's a professor of international history and capitalism. In 2020, she was awarded the European Research Council Advanced Grant, overseeing a 5-year research program on 20th century international economic thinking and the complex history of globalization. Last year, in 2001, Princeton University Press published her latest book, The Invention of International Order, Remaking Europe After Napoleon. Professor Sluga is also an Australian Research Council Kathleen Fitzpatrick Laureate Fellow, as the recipient in 2013 of a 5-year fellowship for Inventing the International. She is also a fellow of the Australian Academy of the Humanities. Professor Sluga, the floor is yours.
Devo cominciare per dire che si je peux commencer avec une histoire que ma fille, quand je demando, quando io domando la domanda che cosa vuoi fare con la vita, lei mi dice sempre: oh, mamma, non voglio essere storica, non voglio essere perché voglio essere utile. And so, je ne veux pas être historienne, je voudrais être utile. And that's how I feel right now, because, you know, I've listened for nearly 2 days to amazing stories, accounts of, in many cases, practitioners, all of you who are doing wonderful work in the field, if you like. And this is the bottom-up approach that Tanya has emphasized. So it is with some sense of both, you know, the humility of the historian, and also a sense almost of the of feeling disempowered by not only your own stories, but by, you know, what historians know about the past, right? So there is a long durée of the history of women engaging in peace processes, in being activists for peace in very many dimensions. So long, it's as long as war, right? The Trojan women. But that implies also the accumulation and the concatenation of, you know, the context in which these efforts are required. Anyway, I don't need to tell you. So I am going to try to be useful, because I think that history can be empowering in many ways. The book that Federico mentioned is actually a history of something that happened 200 years ago at the end of the Napoleonic Wars. And it's a history of peacemaking then, after a quarter of a century of violence and war, in which I tried to show, and I think it wasn't very hard once you went looking, that women were very engaged. And in fact, out of this story, there is, you know, I think a dominant narrative of the fact that modern day diplomacy grows out of a gender-based history of diplomacy. So on the one hand, a modern diplomacy that's built in institutions and bureaucracies by men. On the other, actually an idea of diplomacy, of negotiation and talking in this kind of politics between states that was very much the work of women. And it was acknowledged that women were the practitioners, you know, extraordinaire of this art, and that they tutored men in many ways. And, you know, there's lots of stories of women involving themselves. And that's a bottom-up and top-down story, because it's a story of elites. So, you know, the contribution that women have made is, you know, at least in the institutional sense, in the sense of a modern politics between states, is as old as the modernity of the state and the international society that we know. And of course, in this same context, I started thinking about the disciplinary setting of your conference. And what's interesting to me is that I think there is a very strong link between the ambitions of this event, seated in law and legal scholarship and practice, and broader shifts taking place in disciplines in the social sciences and humanities, including history. I'd want to add, for example, at the moment, there's a big project on, again, a sort of more top-down in some ways, project on women and international thought, so that every time you think of a dominant narrative about ideas, and we noticed with the genealogy of human development, people started asking questions about, well, actually, is it a story of men inventing human development? And in that case, one can make, I think, a very strong argument for the role of women in international institutions, often in leadership roles, including in the period from about 1949 to 1955, a woman called Alva Myrdal, a Swedish woman who was in charge of first human affairs at the UN for a year, and then at UNESCO, the Division of Social Sciences. And she developed what was essentially a human development argument about the shortcomings of the dominant methods of development practice in this early era of development, because she focused on women and because she focused on individuals, and it wasn't about top-down, debt-heavy sort of development projects. So you give me a topic in this realm of war and peace, I can give you, without doubt, a genealogy that puts women thinkers and practitioners at its heart. So, this is the first challenge, really, I think, and it's starting to be taken up. So in the field of international relations, this new volume called Women in International Thought, and it comes with an anthology. So all the people you heard from in the last day and a half, Jane Addams, etc., are there, but also African-American women. It tends to be Western still, but they're trying to build the collection. And it's clear that women have been engaging the ways in which international politics and these questions and international law are constructed, from the beginning of these disciplines and practices. Within international law, yesterday, if we can remember that far back, the Minister for Justice talked about various female jurists, and that is part of a bigger project. I don't know if she knows or not, but in international law, there is a big project to recover the role of women jurists in the construction of international law and thinking about it. I won't go into too much detail, but you can ask me more questions, but I have been going through this anthology of women in international thought and rereading even someone writing in 1899, a woman called Bertha von Suttner. She's Austrian. She invents the Austrian peace movement, and she writes about universal peace. And what's really interesting is that when you look at the actual texts, there's such a realism and a conviction about the need to navigate always between kind of an idealism and a realism, because everybody knows in the discourse, and we'll come back to this, peace itself is not always regarded as a legitimate topic within disciplines, that it's somehow idealist, it's not real. Realism is realpolitik, and that debate is on now in terms of Ukraine. So whose interpretation of what happened and what the outcome should be, realpolitik versus ideal? Well, these oppositions have been there from the beginning in movements for peace, in the roles that women have taken. And someone like von Suttner, in 1899, she helps construct the Congress, the Hague Congress, that is the iconic landmark for international lawyers. It's her money, and it's also her money that also, and her influence that leads to the Nobel Prize, Peace Prize. But anyway, so von Suttner talks about having to navigate that. She says universal peace is not some utopian ideal. What we're arguing for is for the use of law and arbitration rather than violence in the resolution of disputes and conflicts, right? She said, we're not, idealists and fantasists. We're realists, but we want to put an emphasis on arbitration and international law. And I think you can find this theme running all the way through the literature on peace, and because there's such a kind of almost an unconscious acknowledgement that on your shoulder is sitting this voice saying that people aren't going to listen to you. They're going to think you're too idealistic, you're not realistic enough. So this navigation, I think that in itself is really interesting, that always we have to apologize for talking about peace. I see it in texts all the time. And in fact, what I think is really interesting is a recent book that's come out actually by a male legal scholar, Sam Moyne, called Humane, which is the first time that he himself, I think, has shifted from a kind of attack on humanitarianism as a false kind of, or a distracting ideology, distracting since the 1970s from questions of serious social and economic justice, to thinking about how the idea of humane war has actually undermined the possibility of thinking about peace as an objective, right? And not being feeling all the time that wars are necessary or inevitable. Now that said, I also think that there's another genealogy to that. We can go. Someone mentioned Hannah Arendt in one of the breaks, and of course she has also been questioning the idea of the humane and humanity as a rationale for wars. But I think today's last panel, in fact, reminded me that there are two strands in this critique of the kinds of international law that has been developed to justify humane wars, and also international law being used as a tool for feminists, humanitarianism as a distraction from economic and social justice, or humanitarianism actually as a tool for feminists and women activists trying to negotiate legitimacy for their particular causes. So in the sessions that I've heard, I think there are challenges to the kinds of dominant discussions now in international law around the human rights, humanitarianism, and humane as false sort of objects of legitimation and purpose, and how women and feminists have used these same umbrellas to push their more progressive agendas. So I think that there are all these developments in different disciplines that are really exciting as ways of undergirding, of reinforcing what practitioners are already doing and already sense and intuit about the importance of women in these questions of war and peace. Now, there is a long history of this literature. I did wonder whether it wouldn't be useful to have a bibliography of some kind. But the interesting thing is that the early history from the 1970s on of studying women and peace movements, actually that's false. I would say it goes back to the early 20th century, but in terms of the discipline itself, is a bottom-up approach, or has been, much like this, whereas the new emphasis tends to be on what's regarded as the unfinished business of women in actually as thinkers in institutions. In that project that Federico mentioned on economic thinking, which seems remote, but actually one of the tools we're using for finding women and their thinking is to look at mid-level intellectuals in institutions such as intergovernmental bodies, where we can find them influencing policy and having ideas and wondering what direction women lead these institutions by virtue of being engaged and involved. Okay, so I have lots of, with lots of different people, I was thinking, oh, Professor Vigny works on the Antarctic. There's all this interesting, long history of Emily Green Balch, conceptualizing territorial international sovereignty, right, moving away from the nation, a kind of anti-nationalist and international thinking in terms of international law, trying to push forward alternatives kind of to the nationalist extremist and racist bases on which many conflicts are founded or occurred. So women are involved, it seems to me, in all these cases in issues that aren't necessarily about themselves or about challenges involving their specific communities, but they're there and not there. We know they're there, but they're not there because they're written out or ignored. And I think in both the historical work that's being done, like the legal work here, the same kinds of questions are being asked. How have women been imagined as global political subjects? On what basis have activists claimed to speak for women and for which women? How and when have women organised collectively been able to transcend or transform political, ideological and cultural differences? And how and when have they been contained or constrained by them? With what success have women sought to bring gender to bear upon norms of international politics and national politics? How have activists interacted with states, supranational institutions and other civil society organisations in their efforts to get their voices heard? Now, this is a list from a history conference that was held in 2015, as part of the centenary of the First World War. But it's similar to the questions you're asking, right? So I think there are these very interesting cross-disciplinary efforts that also speak to the interdisciplinary nature of what was going on over the last day and a half. If you give me any historical moment, including or the UNS 1325, I'll give you a history that's much more complicated in terms of pulling out different strands of ideological influence, the Cold War context, women from Eastern European and Warsaw Pact countries not agreeing with the West, etc. So there are these, more complicated stories. But at the same time, I think that tension has helped to put emphasis on the kinds of, on the need for more representative global stories, which also I think was an earmark of this particular meeting, which I found really helpful. The intersectionality theme, I think, probably didn't get explored as much as it might have. I'd be interested to hear what people think. I thought Elder Guerra's first talked about the transversal politics concept that was conceived in Bologna. And I think she was trying to suggest that that was an early version of intersectionality, actually. So I meant to ask her about that, but I didn't have a chance. Okay, I don't want to spend too much time because I'd rather have some engagement with you all. So let me just talk a bit about, and I think this again picks up the last session where really they were gesturing to, in each case, opportunities for optimism, if you like, because I felt very depressed by the last day and a half. Historians, if we learn one thing about the past, is it's pretty awful, isn't it? And humans can be really awful, but let's think about the positive things. And I learned a bit from that last session because I didn't know about what was happening in Chile, and I didn't know about the particular international law interventions or windows that were mentioned. And so I think it's been important to have younger scholars here as well as more senior ones, because they're the ones pushing the agendas. But I do think that there are particular questions or challenges we still have across our disciplines, and that is thinking more about what the purpose of the past is. What role do you think the history should play? It can feel fantastic to know that there is this longer history. I'm thinking about, why does knowing more about women in international thought, why does that help us in tackling real world problems? Departments and disciplines are real world, but having an impact in some of the kinds of cases that you're talking about. And I think that why this matters is partly because it reminds us that history is not about necessarily progress, or it doesn't end. Francis Fukuyama's idea of the end of history, only a privileged Western male could make that that announcement, right? The end of history. Wow, while domestic violence is still embedded everywhere, and there are this kind. How can you say that? So we know that really that this is all a work in progress. Life is a work in progress. I liked Christiana Cella's contribution where she mentioned the story goes back and women go forward, and I think that, or even the other session where the idea of war being recycled. It's true. We keep revisiting the past. At the moment, we're stuck in discourses of, on the Russian side, this, exploitation of denazification, and then on the side of Ukraine, calling for Nuremberg trials, not just Ukraine, but in the international legal world. I think that's very interesting. So the past has its resonance. We can take it up. The past is also when, of course, we've had moments of great ambition, particularly in the midst of terrible wars. And I did notice that Zelensky also called for a global conference, which is not unfamiliar. 1945, San Francisco, the UN Conference and International Organization brought most of the world together in San Francisco to discuss what would a post-war world look like. 1919, the Hague Conference, 1915, the Hague Conference that the women went to, that was about thinking about, how broad and ambitious can we be about the kind of peace that we want out of this, or even how we get there. So I think these are really, history can be useful, but we need to think about why it matters. The other three framings that I think are useful, and I'll just mention them. The human development one, in the context of human security too, is interesting. And Mary Kaldor, who's was the chair of global governance at the LSE until recently, she talks about human security as a means as well as a goal. It may involve the use of force, and thus can be regarded as a hard security policy. I think being hard and soft is still really important. But the use of force has to be directed towards protection rather than fighting or revenge. It means using the military in a different way, more like policing than war fighting. To put human security into practice, we need something like global emergency forces, etc. But, of course, human security also has very clear sets of objectives that are about protecting the individual. Then there's planetary health. Now, that's a bit perhaps less familiar, but it is a new way of thinking about the holistic nature of the challenges in front of us. And, of course, the Ukraine war has posited that, right? There's a war that is about violence and death is also about, food security. It's about climate change and fossil fuels. It's about economic inequality. So planetary health is an interesting new concept that is meant to be solutions-oriented, transdisciplinary, and focused on analysing and addressing the impacts of human disruptions to Earth's natural systems on human health and all life on Earth. So that's a kind of a more probably left field framing, but I think it's interesting. And then thirdly, one that I've learnt about recently, and I was starting to have a discussion last night about it, feminist foreign policy. And I think it echoes some of the points made before, and which seems to me, and here Professor Hamrouni might help us understand the origins of it, because I think quand vous avez parlé de Agenda for Peace, je crois qu'il y a des choses très familières avec feminist foreign policy. And this is something already in effect in Sweden since 2014. And now in Germany, the Greens foreign minister, Annelies Baerbock, she is an advocate of feminist foreign policy, and she also has to think about how to combine that with a new militarizing sort of agenda for Germany in the context of Ukraine. And it's very interesting. It is, I think, not just about women, but actually taking the agenda that comes out of all of these discussions about the need for thinking about what kind of peace, right? And about putting people's needs first, oriented towards long-term goals, focused on the protection of the individual in his or her human dignity, rather than the traditional protection of the state. So it connects with human security, with the idea of the agenda for peace, and it's actually being enacted now in Sweden, in Canada, in Mexico, even though there are, so how that fits with the disappeared women, very interesting. Denmark and Spain are looking at it. The European Parliament adopted a corresponding initiative at the end of 2020. So how these ideas go forward, I think are really interesting. And whether history matters in these cases or not is, I think, going to be something that we should think about. And I am actually an advocate of learning lessons from the past. Not many people do, but learn the lessons, but it is worth remembering how we got here. I'll leave it there and we can have discussion.
Thank you very much, Professor Luga, for this excellent resume of our today's. And I'm personally convinced that history, in addition of being fascinating, is very useful, especially I'm quite ignorant in the field, in respect, of course, of other people in this room, but it's particularly important for the occurrences and recurrences. In the words of Giambattista Vico and Niccolò Machiavelli, you know? I mean, history teaches a lot of lessons. I'm sorry. I was talking about the occurrences and recurrences of history in the famous literature of Giambattista Vico and Niccolò Machiavelli for us Italians.
But I think, you know, that it's true that history repeats, but it's also how humans use it, right? Exploit it. So
Yes.
human uses history.
Yes, the problem is how we use. Yeah.
So I think that history in this context is both something that's empowering, if you want to use it that way, but it's also something we need to watch being utilized in the context of peace and war. And all of you, the Palestinian question, my God, that's in those cases, right? So you need to be there with the counter narrative. So, you know, and if Putin says about denazification, then you have to say, well, hang on, you know, that's a distorted. He himself used to, I remember when he used to talk about Tsar Alexander I. And this is the Tsar, Suing, doesn't sort of matter, but 1814 led a European coalition against Napoleon on the grounds of a liberal Europe for peace, right? And so Putin would say, oh, you know, Alexander I was great because he was a European model. And you know, now he picks one other Tsar, not that one. So there's this really, you know, fascinating capacity to pick and choose which version. So there's the history repeating. We want, in a way, because maybe that's about, is that structural? Is it about human psychology? You know, but it's also about history being deployed. So can we have counter narratives? Do we have other? We should have more truthful versions, but also counter narratives about involvement of women and what difference they make. Even though we know that not all women are the same, or you know, but if there is something on in general, when we look at women's influence in this question, that has made a difference, shifting agendas, and you know, recognizing that is really important, and that's why I think it's fascinating that there's something called feminist foreign policy. You could probably call it insecurity, you could probably call it an agenda too, but now it's been emphasized as a feminist foreign policy as a good thing.
No, I totally agree. I was just about to say something which I think corresponds in practice to what you just said. That, I mean, history provides a lot of very important lessons on how we should approach the future. The problem is exactly the way we use these lessons, and most of all, the way we are very quick to forget these lessons. So today in Ukraine, what is happening is something which resembles very much, as you said, what happened during the Second World War and in many other occasions of human history. But it seems that we have forgotten everything. I mean, memory is essential in order to avoid to repeat certain huge mistakes made by humanity.
I think people remember a lot about the Second World War. That's why they remember the Nuremberg trials as well, and that's why there's so much education. The question is, what's the lesson? Is the lesson that the war should have been started earlier? That there should have been earlier conflict stopped, Hitler war and what's the lesson? That you should go to war, you shouldn't go to war. I'm not sure that, history tells you which one of those is correct. You have to hypothesize. You only know what happened because of what happened, not what didn't happen. You don't know what might have happened if a different path had been taken in the past. So I do think that's the problem. You still have to think about, I'm not sure we know what the lesson is.
Yes, now we are going to give the floor to you. I think that nobody is depository of the truth, of course, but in my modest opinion, the lesson that we forget is that we never achieve any benefits from war. So, do you have any questions or comments? Yes, if I may, I totally agree with you. It is exactly this inability to understand the complexities and to have this black or white approach that you were mentioning, which, for instance, is creating many problems within our university to the students. Of course, we have students coming from Ukraine asking for help, but we also have Russian students who are in dire straits because they have no money. They cannot use their methods of payment. And the authorities, the regional authorities, are using this black and white approach. We are not allowed to help Russian students because they belong to the part which is guilty for this war. Yeah, yeah. Are there other questions or comments? Okay, so what remains to do is to thank everybody for your participation, including the participants who are not present in the room at this moment. I think that in today's we have heard many different stories of women who are struggling for their empowerment. They are struggling to be heard for their dignity. We have seen that it is important that this empowerment is allowed in culturally sensible terms, because we have to contextualize the voice of women in the different perspectives in which they live and they operate. We have seen that women are struggling for justice because, as Minister Cartabia said, but also other speakers emphasized, there cannot be justice without peace. And as was said in the last session, there cannot be peace without women. What we can say to conclude is that men have tried for some 3,500 years to achieve peace without obtaining adequate results, adequate outcomes. Now it is time for women to try. So thank you again for your participation. Good evening and have a safe return home.
Then thank you very much also to the speakers in the last session. I would like to thank so much, and I think I'm interpreting the feeling of all of you, the organizing committee, especially Valentina Carlino, Chiara Cerbone, Stefano Bargiacchi, Giovanni Guerra, Giacomo Giorgini, and all the team that took care of us during these days. And probably for those of you that are staying in Siena tonight and you would like to join us, we can go for a pizza later. We are organizing, but please feel free if you have other programs. Okay, then thank you very much. And I think I'm interpreting also the will of the organizers, other organizers. So we would like to publish, yes, the proceedings. Then we will be in touch. Thank you again for coming.